Oh, wow. Pretzel Rocks got real snoozy with the jazz, huh? That's okay. I kind of don't mind it, to be completely honest with you. Good morning, afternoon, fuck. Hi, Alina. Hi, Marley. Hi, anyone else who's out there. I'm Avers. I run very late to my streams almost all the time. And the fear of changing it to a more accurate time is that then it'll just keep getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back because I can't hold myself accountable. So, whoops. If you're new around here, I'm Abers. I play video games sometimes. I also listen to real saucy jazz on Sundays, apparently. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. It's a very good time. See, this is what I was going for. Like a brunchy vibe, you know? Happy Sunday! What are you up to? It's good to see you. So today's letter is the letter R. I don't really have that many topics, you guys. So Alina, Marley, anyone else who's hanging out, if you have a topic that starts with the letter R, let me know. On the list so far is rabob, which I think is how you say it, and it's an instrument. And then that word made me think of rebar. So I typed that into Wikipedia. And then Dear Veery, I don't know if Veery's here yet, if she'll be here later maybe. But Viridian Space Fox studies astronomy, and so the Royal Astronomical Society is also on the list. But that's it. It's amazing to me that the letter Q had like a bazillion topics, and then the letter R is like, we don't know. Raccoon, perfect. Yep. Nailed it with the animal. I was like, we gotta have if there's not at least one animal in every wiki stream, I feel like we've made a mistake. Perfect. In there. Got it. Done. Marley, what are you up to today? I hope you're doing well. I thought that I almost rolled over my cat just now. It was my slippers. That's fine. My slippers always freak me out because they have like a faux fur like trim that feels very much like her fur if I'm not paying attention, and so randomly I'll just like feel it with my feet and then be like, oh god, I'm stepping on my cat, and it's not. It's my slippers. Although I have been known to step on my cat on occasion. She's very good at getting underfoot. It's dangerous. Well, why don't we just get into it, huh? Preparing to go on a walk. Adventure with the doggo. Do it! Well, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Do you want to start with raccoon since you're here? We can. Although if you're going to leave, we can wait till later. It's up to you, Marley. You let me know. We'll start just with good old the letter R. Just classic. So R is the 18th letter. This is the 18th episode of Wikipedia with me, which is really cool. 18th letter of the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is R. Now it's R. Plural. R's. I'm ready for so many pirate jokes, and yet I have none. Or in Ireland, R? Here for 15 minutes or so. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Let's see. Here's our cursive R. Here's the history. First started looking like a person's face who's like sticking their tongue out. So that's interesting and cool. And then that person got a hat. And then it became a flag, I think. And then it became the letter P for a minute. Just for like a minute. And they were like, wait, we already have the letter P. Let's make it an R. But better. And then it became the letter R. That's the history. It's very accurate. I'm going to go to some chill hop real quick. Bow. Pretzel rocks? What do you think? Perf. Okay. Raccoons! I'm into it. I'm here for it. They're very cute. I don't know how they got the name Trash Panda. I mean, I do know how they got the name Trash Panda because they are trash pandas. But I wonder where that, like, I don't know, that nickname started. What the etymology there is. There's a tarot deck that's called Trash Panda Tarot. And all the different cards have raccoons on it. It's very cute. Anyway, the raccoon... Procyon Lotor. Wow, reading is going to be a thing today, huh? It's always a thing. Let's see. Sometimes called common raccoon to distinguish it from other species, is a mammal native to North America. It is the largest of the procyanid? Look it! Cute. Okay, anyway. Family. Having a body length of 40 to 70 centimeters, 16 to 28 inches, and a body weight of 5 to 26 kilograms, 11 to 57 pounds. Its grayish coat mostly consists of dense underfur, which insulates it against cold weather. 3 of the raccoon's most distinctive features are its extremely dexterous front paws, its facial mask, and its ringed tail. I'm curious if they have opposable thumbs or not. I don't know if they do, but it would make sense if they do, right? But maybe they don't. I don't know. Or maybe we'll learn, hopefully. Okay, something about hands, something about fur, something about paws. Dexterous front paws, facial mask, ringed tail, which are themes and mythologies of indigenous people of the Americas relating to the animal. The raccoon is noted for its intelligence, as studies show that it is able to remember the solution to tasks for at least 3 years. Wow. Usually nocturnal, omnivorous, eating about 40% invertebrates, 33% plants, 27% vertebrates. It's a very balanced diet there. Our trash panda brethren. It's very cute. I like them. I like them a lot. I don't know that I've ever encountered one in person. I know that at my grandma's house at one point, there were raccoons like getting into her trash, which I thought was cool, but she didn't. Anyway, the original habitats of the raccoon are deciduous and mixed forests, but due to their adaptability, they have extended their range to mountainous areas, coastal marshes, urban areas, where some homeowners consider them to be pests. As a result of escapes and deliberate introductions in the mid-20th century, raccoons are also now distributed across much of mainland Europe, the Caucasus, and Japan. Really? That's interesting. Huh. In Europe, the raccoon is included since 2016 in the list of invasive alien species of the Union list. Yeah, that makes sense. This implies that the species cannot be imported, bred, transported, commercialized, or intentionally released into the environment in the whole of the European Union. I never knew that. I kind of assumed that they were, well, I guess I didn't know. I didn't know that they were indigenous to the Americas. It makes sense. That's funny. I feel like so much of Europe has a very, like, because laterally speaking, like, there's a lot of similar weather and, like, geographical features, right? So I just kind of assumed, but now we know. Though previously thought to be generally solitary, there is now evidence that raccoons engage in sex-specific social behavior. Related females often share a common area, while unrelated males live together in groups of up to 4 raccoons in order to maintain their positions against foreign males during mating season and against other potential invaders. Home range sizes vary anywhere from 3 hectares, 7.4 acres, for females in cities, to 5,000 hectares, 12,000 acres, for males in prairies. After a gestation period of about 65 days, 2 to 5 young, known as kits, that's cute, are born in the spring. The kits are subsequently raised by their mother until dispersal in late fall. Okay. Although captive raccoons have been known to live over 20 years, their life expectancy in the wild is only 1.8 to 3.1 years. Interesting. In many areas, hunting and vehicular injury are 2 of the most common causes of death. That makes sense. Yeah. All right, here we go. Marley, if you're still here, anything in particular you want to hone in on? And also feel free to go walk your doggo if you need to. One of few species who succeeds most in human-built habitats like cities. Interesting, right? Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I think there are some species that do better in captivity if they are preyed upon, right? Because you take away those natural predators. So I wonder if that's part of it. But yeah, fascinating. Happy with any section. Okay, we'll just go for it and see what happens. I usually skip taxonomy. Look at his face! Sorry. I usually skip taxonomy, and then otherwise, you know, we just follow our hearts, Marley. Okay, etymology. Names for the species include the common raccoon, North American raccoon, and northern raccoon. The word raccoon was adopted into English from the native Powhatan term meaning animal that scratches with its hands. That's cute. As used in the colony of Virginia. Its Latin name is before dog washer. I don't know why I like that so much, but I like that a lot. It was recorded on John Smith's list of Powhatan words as Arrocoon. Okay, yeah, sure. And on that of William Strachey's Strachey? Strachey's as arathcone. It has been identified as a reflex of Proto-Algonquian root aracunum, meaning the one who rubs, scrubs, and scratches with its hands. It's so goofy. They do have very distinct little hands, though, huh? I never really thought about it, but they do. The word is sometimes spelled as raccoon. So 2 C's, 2 O's, but sometimes people do 1 C. So like raccoon versus raccoon. Spanish colonists adopted the Spanish word mapache from the Nahuatl mapachli of the Aztecs, meaning the one who takes everything in its hands. Everyone is very fixated on their hands. The colloquial abbreviation coon is used in words like coonskin for fur clothing and phrases like old coon, a self-designation of trappers. In the 1830s, the United States Whig Party used the raccoon as an emblem, causing them to be pejoratively known as coons by their political opponents, who saw them as too sympathetic to African Americans. Soon after that, the term became an ethnic slur, especially in use between 1880 and 1920. And the term is still considered offensive. Dogs bred to hunt raccoons are known as coonhounds and coon dogs. Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because I didn't realize, in terms of it being a racial slur, I always assumed it, and I think when I've heard it used as a racial slur, I've heard it used against Black people, right? And so it's interesting to me. I didn't know that the origin of it was used against white folks who were sympathetic toward Black folks. That's interesting to me. And it's interesting the way that like language evolves over time, but specifically slurs like this. Interesting. Let's see. Wild how we're reading about raccoons and then learn more about American racism. I know, it's interesting because it's such an American animal, right? And they're talking about like the way that we get that word from indigenous cultures and everything. I think that it makes sense that if we're reading anything that's kind of like America-centric, racism is gonna pop up, right? And it should, if we're really like being historically accurate about the way in which this like country was founded. But it's wild. I wasn't necessarily expecting that, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. Taxonomy. Okay, the taxonomy section generally I skip, although here we have some raccoons and their little raccoon skulls. Pretty cool. Evolution. I don't know. Now I'm curious about this. Okay, just kidding. We're going to read a little bit about taxonomy and evolution. We have time. It's fine. In the first decades after its discovery by the members of the expedition of Christopher Columbus. See right here. Okay. See right here. This is what I find fascinating. Now we're going to just talk about race, right? This word discovery is really interesting because when we say discovery in this context, what we mean is this white dude wrote it down and therefore legitimized it. Yeah. But the way that we understand the word discovery is this is the first person to have ever encountered this thing, which isn't true. Now we're here. Let's talk about it. He didn't discover shit. He just happened upon things that weren't necessarily documented in a way that people like saw as legitimate. Yeah. But anywho, Christopher Columbus, first Europeans to have written record about the species. There we go. Taxonomists thought the raccoon was related to many different species, including dogs, cats, badgers, particularly bears. Carl Linnaeus, father of modern taxonomy, placed the raccoon in the genus Ursus. Okay. First as Ursus cauda elongata, long-tailed bear, in the second edition of his Systema Naturae, 1740, then as Ursus lotar, washer bear, and in the 10th edition, 1758 to 59. In 1780, Gottlieb Conrad Christian Storr placed the raccoon in its own genus, Procyon, I still have no idea how to say that, which can be translated as either before the dog or dog-like. It is also possible that Storr had its nocturnal lifestyle in mind and chose the star Procyon, it's fine, as an eponym for the species. Cool. Okay, at this point, maybe I will move on a little bit. Look at this guy! Oh my god, this is a torch key raccoon in Cujo, I guess Florida Key. It says Keys. But don't people who are actually native to those areas call them Ks? Am I wrong? Or when it's spelled Kcay, is it pronounced key? It's fine. This is a Florida raccoon. And I didn't think that raccoons existed in Florida, so that's cool. That's real cool. Lots of subspecies. 4 subspecies. Wait, how many subspecies? Okay, see, now I just want to read about everything. Fuck it. Let's see. Maddie Brady, hi! Rustic Modern, on it. Love that for us. How are you? It's good to see you. Maddie Brady, we'll do that next after we read about raccoons. Hold on. Boom. Boom. And then, so they have, it's a pretty short article if you want to get into like specifically like furniture or something else, let me know, because I think they had a couple different like sub articles. Furniture and architecture we could get into depending on what you're interested in. So let me know. How are you? Good morning. It's super, super short. It is, but I think it, you know, hold on, let me see. Because we could always try rustic furniture and then also rustic architecture. So all 3 are pretty short, but we can combine them if you want. I'm down. We don't have a whole lot of topics today, so I'm down for whatever. Happy Sunday. We're reading about raccoons and racism. Should we put racism in racism wiki? There is just like a thing. I wonder. You could do this or racism in the United States, but I know there's people that watch art that aren't necessarily in the United States. Because race theory would actually be critical race theory, right? We'll read a little bit about racism later. Hope you're well. Thank you. I'm okay. I've been having problems sleeping. And like so this one medication that used to help me sleep is not really helping me sleep anymore. So now I'm like titrating off that medication, but now I really can't sleep. And I feel like now we're getting into mental health stuff, which is fine. I'm worried that I might be in a manic phase, which is interesting because I've never in the past been able to like pinpoint it and be like, oh, I'm manic right now. But I'm realizing with like there's a combination of factors. It's like not being able to sleep, not actually feeling the need for sleep, and then feeling these like creative bursts. And what's interesting about it is like it's not creating for the sake of like wanting to be creative so much as creating for the sake of like wanting to be seen. And there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but it's like all of these factors combined, it's like I have to like keep myself in check and be like, okay, 1, watch out with what's happening with meds and how they're fucking with your brain and be careful. 2, make sure that you're like prioritizing self-care tasks and prioritizing things that like you need to do in order to like exist and thrive in society, right? 3, it's okay to be creative and pour yourself into creative stuff, but don't get into this delusion of grandeur that is the priority over everything else in your life, if that makes sense. I don't know if anyone who's listening or watching has experienced mania, but it's scary and weird because I think in the past, as a creative type, I've always just been like, ooh, I'm feeling really inspired. I'm gonna like dive into this thing, right? But I do think there's a difference between being manic and like having creative inspiration. And this is the first time in my life ever that I'm able to like pinpoint it and be like, there might be something wrong here and I need to be careful. So your little innocuous, hope you're well, led me into like, well, let me tell you how I might not be, but how I'm working on it. I think all of those things also in combination with my job situation being kind of like up in the air again. I think it's just been a little bit of a recipe for like, so I just need to, I think it's nice to like say these things out loud because even if there aren't necessarily people here, although it feels like there's people here, right? It helps to hold me accountable and it also helps me to kind of get it out of my body, if that makes sense. So I guess I'm well. Am I? I don't know. I don't know. I hope this wiki stream adds to brightness of your day. Thanks, Marley. It is. It is. That's part of why I was writing so late, though, is that, like, God, I couldn't sleep until, like, 3 a.m. And this is, like, the third night in a row. And so at least I was able to sleep in until, like, 10-ish today. But the other couple of days, it was, like, I woke up at, like, 7 or 8, like I always do. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess 4 hours of sleep is fine. So I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I'm doing the wiki thing. It's also why I'm a couple hours late, because I was like, I'm gonna let myself sleep in if I can, you know? Yeah, mental health stuff is weird and hard, huh? Weird and hard. Maddie Brady, sorry. If I just like unloaded a bunch of stuff that you're like, I didn't even mean to open that up by saying, I hope you're well, but I'm one of those people. I think my particular brand of neurodivergence is like, if people ask me sincerely how I am, it's very hard for me to do the whole like, I'm fine, and you, that you're like supposed to do. I'm bad at that. I'm too honest for my own good sometimes. Well, thank you both for being here. I appreciate it. I understand. Feel for you. Thanks. Been feeling the same. Feel like I'm going out of control. Yeah. New appointment in July. Good. I think I have ADHD, but I'm not sure. I don't really like diagnosing myself. I get that. I get that, and I also understand why we have a tendency to do it, right? Because you're trying to like learn more about yourself and take care of yourself. So I think it's fucking fantastic that you got an appointment in June or in July. I hope it goes really well. No talk. I feel like I need to talk too, right? No, I'm glad. Thank you for sharing that. And yeah, let me know if you need anything that way. I think whenever someone's going down a kind of like psychiatric journey, it's really important to remember that like you are the expert on your body and your experiences, and you know how your brain works and what you need. So even though there's a person with like a white, coat that has gone to school for a few years, like that doesn't mean that they're more of an expert on you than you, right? So something to just keep in mind in terms of like being able to advocate for yourself, because I think that that's, at least for me, that's difficult sometimes, But I'm proud of you. I'm excited for you. I hope it works out, and I'm sorry that you've been struggling. Let's see, maybe this is a bit much. How would you define neurodivergence to you? Is it similar to the idea that every human has a unique mental health situation? This is a great question. So no, neurodivergence is a little bit different. In terms of various diagnoses that are considered neurodivergent, OCD, ADHD, and autism are kind of the three. There might be more than that, but those are the three. And so those are, if you look at scans of those people's brains, their brains are built physically differently than other people's. So when we talk about neurodivergent, like your brain, divergent, different. Your brain is different from other people's. So it's slightly different than having mental health diagnoses. So it's interesting to me because it's like, there are people who experience psychosis, and there are people who experience trauma and depression and anxiety and all of those things. And all of those things are legitimate mental health concerns and struggles and things that people deal with, but they're not necessarily the same as being neurodivergent. Does that make sense? And I would love to find a better different definition than that. But that's my understanding of neurodivergent. I have some friends who work in mental health that are very adamant about like, no, you have depression. You're not neurodivergent. And I don't think it's fair to be that harsh about it. But I do think it's important to recognize that folks who are neurodivergent have brains that are physically different. So yeah, let me see. What does it mean to be neurodivergent? Yeah, so neurodivergent is the term for people whose brains function differently in one or more ways that is considered standard or typical. Let me get into this more. This is from Very Well Mind. It's an article on neurological disorders. Yeah. So to your point, Marley, I think that there is this idea of like being neurotypical versus being neurodivergent. Dyslexia is another one. So types of neurodivergence. Because the idea of neurodivergence has grown to encompass a range of consistent ways that some brains work differently than others, it shouldn't be surprising to learn that there are many different ways that neurodivergence manifests. So I think that that's why there's like specific diagnoses that are then considered neurodivergent. But to your point, I do think that we all have different experiences and unique ways in which we view the world. Like we all have unique view, like worldview, and we have unique experiences and unique trauma that then inform the way that we operate within society. So it's a nuanced thing, and psychology as a field is a field that we know so little about still. Really, truly, in terms of like the sciences, psychology is one of the like youngest fields and also one of the most problematic fields. But that's my understanding of neurodivergence. I hope that helps. Hi, Dan. How are you? Good to see you. Tuning in right on time. Welcome. Let's see. That does make sense. Thank you. You're welcome. My pleasure. Thank you for asking. Let's see. Maddie Ratty, my biggest fear is that I wouldn't be believed or that I'm fishing for drugs. Yeah, fuck that. I mean, not fuck that idea. Fuck that in terms of people that would make you feel that way. Yeah, I mean, here's my thought is that if you have an appointment with a psychiatrist that it doesn't feel like you're being respected or it doesn't feel like you're being heard, get a second opinion. And like, I honestly, even if you say that, you can be honest about that and be like, I'm scared. I was scared to book this appointment because I don't want to be perceived as someone who is lying or fishing for drugs. And that's something that's really hard in terms of having ADHD. It gets such a bad rap because of stimulants helping your brain, right? And I think that there's a lot of people that like will use stimulants in a more recreational way, which then compounds this kind of stereotype of people lying about ADHD to then get said drugs, right? I find it fascinating. I had a friend in high school. We had chemistry together. And then we played rugby together later on. So, and I remember him, so I was a sophomore, he was a senior. And I remember him, asking a friend for Adderall because he had a math test later that day and he didn't have an Adderall prescription. And I remember at the time being like, oh my God, that's illegal, la 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 la, right? Like, I can't, oh God, he's taking drugs that he's not supposed to be taking. And looking back at it now, homeboy needed those drugs in order to focus. Like, that's not taking a drug to have fun. That's taking a drug in order to help your brain focus in order to do well on your math test, right? So it's like, don't get me wrong. There are situations in which like people are fishing for drugs and that happens all the time. I think it happens more often with opiates because opiates are so highly addictive. But your fear is very real in terms of like a social stigma, because there is a social stigma. But I think if you find a psychiatrist that you feel comfortable about being honest with, they will honor it and they will understand it. They're not a good psychiatrist if they just immediately write you off. You know what I mean? But no, I understand that fear for sure. I did play rugby. I played rugby in high school. I played my junior year and senior year of high school, or no, maybe, you know what? I think sophomore year and junior year. Yeah. And actually my junior year, we went to the national championships. So I was not great at rugby, but I ended up on a really good team, which was fun. So yeah, I did. I played rugby for 2 years in high school. Put it on your Aber's bingo card for later. I don't know when this later time is, but if we ever do an Aber's trivia contest or Aber's something, that's one that now you know. Thanks for reminding me. I need to make appointments tomorrow. Do it. I need to go pick up. Actually, let me just do this. Guys, take your meds, make your appointments, do your things, do what you got to do. I'm going to check real quick because I do have a prescription for a sleeping med that I need to pick up, but I want to make sure it's actually been filled before I go to the pharmacy. So let me do that real quick now that we're on that. I did take my ADD meds this morning, so that's good. I didn't take them yesterday because I was so fucking out of it from like not getting sleep and stuff that like I kind of forgot, and then I didn't actually eat food till like later on, and then I like remember that I can't really take ADD meds without food in my stomach. But then by the time I was going to take them, I was like, well, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight if I take them now. And then sure enough, I couldn't sleep anyway. Fucking whirlwind. Fucking whirlwind. Is my prescription ready? Tell me, Kaiser. Yeah, so I met with a new psychiatrist, like a couple weeks ago. And it's one of those things I'm like, I want to be honest with myself about, like, if things don't feel good, make another appointment or call one of his nurses to make sure I'm not suffering for no reason, right? It's available to fill. I haven't actually filled it. Okay. All right. Guys, I'm going to fill my prescription real quick. Welcome. We'll go back to this and then we'll read more about raccoons. Add to cart. Go to cart. Other delivery pickup options. I swore I did this the other day, but apparently I did not. Standard pickup. At this location. Select this pharmacy. Pick up at this pharmacy. Review order. Submit. I must have gone through like all of the like steps except for the like submit step. There we go. Done. Dan, thank you for reminding me. You're welcome for reminding you. Thank you for reminding me. Let's see. Thank you so much. I was thinking about saying that. I just don't want to seem sus. No, I think if you're honest about that as a fear, like you should say that. Well, and like, so the best psychiatrist I ever had, any psychiatrist is going to ask you a laundry list of like things in terms of like your trauma history and like your mental health history and your drug history and all of that. So Maddie Brady, I don't know if there are certain drugs that you've done in your life, but again, if you have a psychiatrist that you jive with and you trust them, and there are certain drugs that you've been like, hey, I have tried this and it actually did help me. I'm curious what that says about me psychologically. Like, do that, you know? But yeah, you're totally good. You're totally good. Guys, want to read about raccoons? I've talked enough about my manic episode. Let's move on, shall we? Evolution of raccoons. Based on fossil evidence from Russia and Bulgaria, the first known members of the family Procyaniddae lived in Europe in the late Oligocene. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. About 25 million years ago. Similar tooth and skull structures suggest Procyonids and weasels. Weasels! Now I have to shout out Eweaselbeth because we're talking weasels, baby. If you don't know Eweaselbeth, she's an absolute treasure and a delight, and you should definitely follow her. Also weasels, you know? Share common ancestry. Molecular analysis indicates a closer relationship between raccoons and bears. After the then existing species crossing the Bering Strait at least 6 million years later in the early Miocene, the center of its distribution was probably in Central America. Coatis, Nasia, Nasuela, and raccoons, Procyon, I still don't know if I'm saying that right, have been considered to share common descent from a species in the genus Paranasua, present between 5.2 and 6.0 million years ago. This assumption, based on morphological comparisons of fossils, conflicts with a 2006 genetic analysis, which indicates raccoons are more closely related to ringtails. Ringtails. They didn't have a picture. I'm disappointed. I wanted a picture. Unlike other procyonids, such as the crab-eating raccoon, Procyon cancrivorous, the ancestors of the common raccoon left tropical and subtropical areas and migrated farther north about 2.5 million years ago. Guys, I feel like I have a hair on my face and it's gonna fucking kill me. Okay. Something. Migration that has been confirmed by the discovery of fossils in the Great Plains, dating back to the middle of the Pliocene. Its most recent ancestor was likely Procyon rexroidensis, a large blanken Blanken raccoon from the Rex Road Formation, characterized by its narrow back teeth and large lower jaw. Subspecies! This is a Florida raccoon. You read about him a minute ago before I went on a diatribe. Don't worry about it. Do I want to read about the subspecies? Nah, let's just look at these cute raccoons. This is a female raccoon of the Vancouver Island subspecies at Sydney, British Columbia, with characteristic dark fur. Yeah, this guy's got very light fur. He's very cute. All right, here we go. Taxonomy. We got skulls. We got more skulls. More skulls. All the skulls. Skull, skull, skull. Okay. Physical characteristics. Head to hindquarters, raccoons measure between 40 and 70 centimeters, 16 and 28 inches, not including the bushy tail, which can measure between 20 and 40 centimeters, 8 to 16 inches, but is usually not much longer than 25 centimeters, 10 inches. The shoulder height is between 23 and 30 centimeters, 9 and 12 inches. The body weight of an adult raccoon varies considerably with habitat, making the raccoon one of the most variably sized mammals. It can range from 5 to 26 kilograms, 10 to 60 pounds, but is usually between 5 and 12 kilograms, 10 to 36 pounds. The smallest specimens live in southern Florida. I did not know that raccoons were a thing in Florida. I don't know why. I just always kind of assumed that raccoons were a thing in like the northern part of the United States. I didn't think of them as being in like more like hot weather climates, you know? Anyway, something about Florida raccoons. Here we go. Smallest specimens live in southern Florida, while those near the northern limits of the raccoon's range tend to be the largest. See Bergman's rule. Males are usually 15 to 20% heavier than females. At the beginning of winter, a raccoon can weigh twice as much as in spring because of fat storage. That's why I can see now the comparison between raccoons and bears. I was kind of surprised to hear that they're like closely related, but that kind of makes sense. The largest recorded wild raccoon weighed 28.4 kilograms, 62.6 pounds. That's a big old raccoon. Damn. Measured 140 centimeters, 55 inches in total length. By far the largest size recorded for a procyanid. Sure. Here we have a skull. Here we have a skeleton. It said Bergman's rule, and I want to look at that real quick. Bergman's rule, I feel like we read about this in B Week. Maybe I'm wrong. Bergman's rule is an ecogeographical rule that states that within a broadly distributed taxonomic clade, populations and species of larger size are found in colder environments, while populations and species of smaller size are found in warmer regions. Interesting. That's cool. Okay, the most characteristic physical feature of the raccoon is the area of black fur around the eyes, which contrasts sharply with the surrounding white face coloring. This is reminiscent of a bandit's mask and has thus enhanced the animal's reputation for mischief. The slightly rounded ears are also bordered by white fur. Raccoons are assumed to recognize the facial expression and posture of other members of their species more quickly because of the conspicuous face coloration and alternating light and dark rings on the tail. That's interesting. Oh, here's a penis bone. We'll get into that in a minute. Okay. The dark mask may also reduce glare and thus enhance night vision. On other parts of the body, the long and stiff guard hairs, which shed moisture, are usually colored in shades of gray and, to a lesser extent, brown. Raccoons with a very dark coat are more common in the German population because individuals with such coloring were among those initially released to the wild. The dense underfur, which accounts for almost 90% of the coat, insulates against cold weather and is composed of 2 to 3 centimeters, 0.8 to 1.2 inches long hairs. They just threw a penis bone in here, huh? I'm sure they'll talk about it. Anyway, here's the lower side of the front paw with visible vibrissae on the tips of the digits. I don't know if that's an opposable thumb. I want to know if their thumbs are opposable. Surely they will tell us if their thumbs are opposable, right? They got to. The raccoon, whose method of locomotion is usually considered to be plantigrade, can stand on its hind legs. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Hi, Utterbull! What did it say? Utterbull. Utterbull. Thank you for the Prime sub for 4 months. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for using your Prime on me. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. What are you up to? We're reading about raccoons right now. We were talking about mental health, which we do often, and then just reading about raccoons. If you have, and this, Dan, this goes for you too. I don't know if I said, oh, rugby. We should do rugby as a topic for the letter R. But anyway, if anyone has a letter R topic, let me know. Boom. Rhubarb! Oh my god, I love that for us. I don't know why I got really hype about rhubarb. We had a creek that was really close to our house when I was growing up, and rhubarb would just grow there naturally. And I remember a couple times harvesting it and making strawberry rhubarb pie with it. I don't remember particularly liking the pie, but I liked the experience. I liked the journey of like being able to like, there's something really cool about foraging. There's something very like romantic about it, which is sad because it should be just like a normal practice in our lives, to like utilize the plants around us and be aware of like their, you know, medicinal and edible like properties. There's something really cool about like, here's this just random plant. We can use it and make something from it. Like, I love that. Playing WoW with the wifey. Love that. I hope you're having a wonderful time. What is your composition? What race, what classes are you guys playing? Rhubarb cake is huge in Germany. Interesting. I've never had rhubarb cake. Only, yeah, strawberry rhubarb pie was a thing growing up. It's very sour, very tangy. Let's see. Prop Pally demo lock. Nice. Are you playing TBC? Are you playing Classic or SOM? Anyway, I hope you and the wifey have fun. Thank you for coming by. TBC. Okay, nice, nice. Well, we'll read about rhubarb after we read about... What do I have here? We have... Let me get my order together. After we read about rustic stuff. We're going to read about rustic stuff, and then we'll read about rhubarb. But first, we're going to finish our raccoon discussion. I hope you have an amazing WoW session. Okay, let's see. Where was I at? Very distracted by this penis bone. It feels aggressive. Can stand on its hind legs to examine objects with its front paws. As raccoons have short legs compared to their compact torso, they are usually not able to run quickly or jump great distances. Their top speed over short distances is 16 to 24 kilometers per hour, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Raccoons can swim with an average speed of about 5 kilometers per hour, 3 miles per hour, and can stay in the water for several hours. For climbing down a tree head first, an unusual ability for a mammal of its size, a raccoon rotates its hind feet so they are pointing backwards. Raccoons have a dual cooling system to regulate their temperature. That is, they are able to both sweat and pant for heat dissipation. Interesting. They can sweat, huh? Never heard of a sweaty raccoon before. Raccoon skulls have a short and wide facial region and a voluminous brain case. The facial length and skull is less than cranial, and their nasal bones are short and quite broad. The auditory bullae are inflated in form, and the sagittal crest is weakly developed. The dentition, 40 teeth with the dental formula of this, is adapted to their omnivorous diet. The carnassials are not as sharp and pointed as those of full-time carnivore, but the molars are not as wide as those of an herbivore. The penis bone, here we go. I was wondering when we were going to get the penis bone. The penis bone of males is about 10 centimeters, 4 inches long, and strongly bent at the front end. Its shape can be used to distinguish juvenile males from mature males. 7 of the 13 identified vocal calls. That's it? They're just going to be like, hey, by the way, there's a penis bone? All right. Seven of the 13 identified vocal calls are used in communication between the mother and her kits, one of these being the bird-like twittering of newborns. Senses! The most important sense for the raccoon is its sense of touch. The hypersensitive front paws are protected by a thin, horny layer that becomes pliable when wet. The 5 digits of the paws have no webbing between them, which is unusual for a carnivoran. Almost 2/3 of the area responsible for sensory perception in the raccoon's cerebral cortex is specialized for the interpretation of tactile impulses more than in any other studied animal. They are able to identify objects before touching them with vibrissae located above their sharp, non-retractable claws. Raccoon's paw lack an opposable thumb. I was wondering. Okay. Thus, it does not have the agility of the hands of primates. There is no observed negative effect on tactile perception when a raccoon stands in water below 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees F for hours. Some coldish water. Raccoons are thought to be colorblind, or at least poorly able to distinguish color, though their eyes are well adapted for sensing green light. Although their accommodation for 11 dioptra, what the fuck is that? Diopter is a unit of measurement with dimension of reciprocal length equivalent to the reciprocal meter. 1 dioptra, usually used to express optical power of a lens or curved mirror. Okay, cool. Comparable to that of humans, they see well in twilight because of the tapetum lucidum behind the retina. Visual perception is of subordinate importance to raccoons because of their poor long-distance vision. Interesting. In addition to being useful for orientation in the dark, their sense of smell is important for intraspecific communication. Glandular secretions, usually from their anal glands, urine and feces are used for marking. With their broad auditory range, they can perceive tones up to 50 to 85 kilohertz, as well as quiet noises like those produced by earthworms underground. Very good hearing. Intelligence. Zoologist Clinton Hart Merriam described raccoons as clever beasts, and that in certain directions their cunning surpasses that of the fox. The animal's intelligence gave rise to the epithet sly coon. Only a few studies have been undertaken to determine the mental abilities of raccoons, most of them based on the animal's sense of touch. In a study by the ethologist H.B. Davis in 1908, raccoons were able to open 11 of 13 complex locks in fewer than 10 tries and had no problems repeating the action when locks were rearranged or turned upside down. Wow. Sneaky raccoons! Davis concluded that they understood the abstract principles of locking mechanisms and their learning speed was equivalent to that of rhesus macaques. Interesting. Okay. Rhesus macaques, rather, for this guy. Look at this monkey. Okay. Studies in 1963, 1973, and 1975, and 1992 concentrated on raccoon memory showed that they can remember the solutions for tasks at least 3 years. I don't know if I can remember for that long. I guess it depends on the thing, yeah? In a study by B. Pohl in 1992, raccoons were able to instantly differentiate between identical and different symbols 3 years after a short initial learning phase. Stanislas Dehaene reports in his book The Number Sense that raccoons can distinguish boxes containing 2 or 4 grapes from those containing 3. In research by Susanna Herculano Housel and other neuroscientists, raccoons have been found to be comparable to primates in density of neurons in the cerebral cortex, which they have proposed to be a neuroanatomical indicator of intelligence. Wow. Huh. The number sense thing is wild. That's interesting. Behavior, social behavior. Look at these guys. These are eastern raccoons in a tree. The raccoon's social structure is grouped into what Ulf Homan calls the 3-class society. So they hang out in threes, huh? Little nuclear families. Studies in the 1990s by ethologists Stanley D. Garrett and Ulf Homan suggest that raccoons engage in sex-specific social behaviors and are not typically solitary, as was previously thought. Related females often live in so-called fission-fusion society. Man, whenever we read about animals, it brings me back to like anthropology classes that I'm like, I used to know what that meant. I don't remember. Fission-fusion society. Oh, they'll explain. That is, they share a common area and occasionally meet at feeding or resting grounds. Unrelated males often form loose male social groups to maintain their position against foreign males during the mating season or against other potential invaders. Such a group does not usually consist of more than 4 individuals. Since some males show aggressive behavior towards unrelated kits, mothers will isolate themselves from other raccoons until their kits are big enough to defend themselves. Do you guys want to hear a baby raccoon chatter? All right, hold on, wait. Wait. Once more, please. Once more, Wikipedia, please. It's very cute sounding. I love it. Okay, anyway, moving on. Let's see. With respect to these 3 different modes of life prevalent among raccoons, Hohmann called their social structure a 3-class society. Samuel I. Zeveloff, professor of zoology at Weber State University and author of the book Raccoons, A Natural History, is more cautious in his interpretation and concludes at least the females are solitary most of the time, and according to Eric K. Fritzel's study in North Dakota, yikes, in 1978, males in areas with low population densities are solitary as well. The shape and size of a raccoon's home range varies depending on age, sex, and habitat, with adults claiming areas more than twice as large as juveniles. While the size of home range in the habitat of North Dakota's prairies lie between 7 and 50 kilometers squared, 3 and 20 square miles for males, and between 2 and 16 kilometers squared, 1 and 6 square miles for females, the average size in a marsh at Lake Erie was 0.5 kilometers squared, so 0.19 square miles. Irrespective of whether the home ranges of adjacent groups overlap, they are most likely not actively defended outside the mating season if food supplies are sufficient. Odor marks on prominent spots are assumed to establish home ranges and identify individuals. Urine and feces left at a shared raccoon latrines, that's interesting, may provide additional information about feeding grounds since raccoons were observed to meet there later for collective eating, sleeping, and playing. Concerning the general behavior patterns of raccoons, Garrett points out that typically you'll find 10 to 15% that will do the opposite of what is expected. Cheeky little raccoons. Look at this guy, he's on an apple tree. Diet. Though usually nocturnal, the raccoon is sometimes active in daylight to take advantage of available food sources. Its diet consists of 40% invertebrates, 33% plant material, and 27% vertebrates. Since its diet consists of such a variety of different foods, Zeveloff argues that the raccoon may well be one of the world's most omnivorous animals. While its diet in spring and early summer consists of mostly insects, worms, and other animals, already available early in the year, it prefers fruit and nuts, such as acorns and walnuts, which emerge later in the summer and autumn, and represent a rich calorie source for building up fat needed for winter. Contrary to popular belief, raccoons only occasionally eat active or large prey, such as birds and mammals. They prefer prey that is easier to catch, specifically crayfish, insects, fish, amphibians, and bird eggs. Raccoons are virulent? I don't know that word. Predators of eggs and hatchlings in both birds and reptile nests, to such a degree that, for threatened prey species, raccoons may need to be removed from the area, or nests may need to be relocated to mitigate the effect of their predations, i.e., in the case of some globally threatened turtles. Oh my god. So basically, raccoons love eggs. Love them. Just can't live without them. Can't resist them. When food is plentiful, raccoons can develop strong individual preferences for specific foods. In the northern part of their range, raccoons go into a winter rest, reducing their activity drastically as long as a permanent snow cover makes searching for food difficult. Yeah, that's where, look at this guy! That's where it makes sense that they're, like, related to bears, right? That's a very, like, similar behavior or habit that they have, so that makes sense. Oh my god, this guy. Look at this chonk! Captive raccoons often douse their food before eating. which is very cute. Have you guys seen? It's very sad. It's very sad, but very cute. I don't know if it's a meme or if it's like a little gif or like what, but they give like a raccoon cotton candy. It's like, oh great, and it like dunks it, and then the cotton candy just like disappears. Poor little raccoon. Okay, dowsing. One of the aspects of raccoon behavior is so well known that it gives the animal part of its scientific name. Procyon lotor. Lotor is Latin for washer. In the wild, raccoons often dabble for underwater food near the shoreline. They then often pick up the food item with their front paws to examine it and rub the item, sometimes to remove unwanted parts. This gives the appearance of the raccoon washing the food. This tactile sensitivity of the raccoon's paws is increased if this rubbing action is performed underwater, since the water softens the hard layer covering the paws. Oh, interesting. However, the behavior observed in captive raccoons, in which they carry their food to water to wash or douse it before eating, has not been observed in the wild. Stop. Really? Really? What? Okay, wait, what? Huh. Naturalist Georges Louis Leclerc, Comte de Buffon, wow, what a name, believed that raccoons do not have adequate saliva production to moisten their food, thereby necessitating dousing, but this hypothesis is now considered to be incorrect. Captive raccoons douse their food more frequently when a watering hole with a layout similar to a stream is not farther away than 3 meters, 10 feet. The widely accepted theory is that dousing in captive raccoons is a fixed action pattern from the dabbling behavior performed when foraging at shores for aquatic foods. This is supported by the observation that aquatic foods are doused more frequently. Cleaning dirty food does not seem to be a reason for washing. Interesting. That's fascinating. Let's see. Reproduction. Raccoons usually mate in periods triggered by increasing daylight between late January and mid-March. However, there are large regional differences which are not completely explicable by solar conditions. For example, while raccoons in southern states typically mate later than average, the mating season in Manitoba also peaks later than usual in March and extends until June. During the mating season, males restlessly roam their home ranges in search of females in an attempt to court them during the 3 to 4 day period when conception is possible. These encounters will often occur at central meeting places. Copulation, including foreplay, can last over an hour and is repeated over several nights. The weaker members of a male social group are usually... Weaker members of a male social group are assumed to get the opportunity to mate, since the stronger ones cannot mate with the all available females. Interesting. In a study in southern Texas during the mating seasons from 1990 to 1992, about 1/3 of all females mated with more than one male. If a female does not become pregnant or she loses her kits early, she will sometimes become fertile again 80 to 140 days later. Wow. And this little guy... cute. After usually 63 to 65 days of gestation, although anywhere from 54 to 70 days is possible, a litter of typically 2 to 5 young is born. The average litter size varies widely, with habitat ranging from 2.5 in Alabama to 4.8 in North Dakota. Larger litters are more common in areas with high mortality rate, due, for example, to hunting or severe winters. While male yearlings usually reach their sexual maturity only after the mating season, their main mating season, female yearlings can compensate for high mortality rates and may be responsible for about 50% of all young born in a year. Wow. Males have no part in raising their young. Typical. Sorry. The kits, also called cubs, are blind and deaf at birth, but their mask is already visible against their light fur. The birth weight of the about 10 centimeter, 4 inch, oh my god, so small, long kits is between 60 and 75 grams, 2.1 and 2.6 ounces, so small. Their ear canals open after around 18 to 23 days, a few days before their eyes open for the first time. Once the kits weigh about 1 kilogram, 2 pounds, they begin to explore outside the den, consuming solid food for the first time after 6 to 9 weeks. After this point, their mother suckles them. With decreasing frequency, they are usually weaned by 16 weeks. In the fall, after their mother has shown them dens and feeding grounds, the juvenile group splits up. While many females will stay close to home, the home range of their mother, males can sometimes move more than 20 kilometers, 12 miles away. This is considered an instinctive behavior, preventing inbreeding. Interesting. However, mother and offspring may share a den during the first winter in cold areas. Huh. You've got life expectancy. We're talking about this a little bit in terms of like mortality rate. Yeah, mortality rate is so interesting because it's like when we're talking about animals in captivity, it's like predation comes into play, but then also like what kind of habitat, right? Because there are many animals that do terribly in captive environments, so it's interesting. I would assume it would make sense that predators tend to do worse in captivity than prey, but animals like raccoons are so interesting because they're both. I don't remember what that's called if you're both predator and prey. But anyway, life expectancy. Captive raccoons have been known to live for more than 20 years. However, the species' life expectancy in the wild is only 1.8 to 3.1 years, depending on the local conditions such as traffic, volume, hunting, and weather severity. It is not unusual for only half the young born in a year to survive the full year. After this point, the annual mortality rate drops between 10% and 30%. Young raccoons are vulnerable to losing their mother and starvation, particularly in long and cold winters. The most frequent natural cause of death in North American raccoon population is distemper, which can reach epidemic proportions and kill most of local raccoon population. In areas with heavy vehicular traffic and extensive hunting, these factors can account for up to 90% of all deaths of adult raccoons. The most important natural predators of the raccoon are bobcats, coyotes, and great horned owls. The latter mainly preying on young raccoons, but capable of killing adults in some cases. Wow. In Florida, they keep talking about Florida raccoons, and I don't know why. For some reason, it blows my mind. In Florida, they've been reported to fall victim to large carnivores like American black bear and cougars, and these species may also be a threat on occasion in other areas. Where still present, gray wolves may still occasionally take raccoons as supplemental prey item. Also in the southeast, they're among the favored prey for American alligators. Interesting. Huh. On occasion, both bald and golden eagles will prey upon raccoons. In the tropics, raccoons are known to fall prey to smaller eagles, such as ornate hawk eagles and black hawk eagles, although it is not clear whether adults or merely juvenile raccoons are taken by these. In rare cases of overlap, they may fall victim from carnivores ranging from species averaging smaller than themselves, such as fishers, to those as large as formidable as jaguars in Mexico. In their introduced range in the former Soviet Union, their main predators are wolves, lynxes, and Eurasian eagle owls. However, predation is not a significant cause of death, especially because large predators have been exterminated in many areas inhabited by raccoons. Wow. Hi, Spatty. I have a suggestion today. Ridiculously radical and remarkable. Me? This kid? This guy? Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks. How are you? What are you up to? Spatty, it was so fun to see you streaming again. I'm so glad that you are. If you guys don't know Spatula Dog and you want some hardcore WoW content, as well as maybe some like painting of miniature figurines, you should go check out Spatula Dog. Yeah, me. Thanks. Spatty, thanks. I appreciate it. What are you up to? Happy Sunday. It's very sweet. It's very, very sweet of you. Don't make me cry because I'm in one of those moods. Druid got to 12 last night. Nice. That was a decent leveling session, man. Hell yeah, get it. I'm glad he's still alive. I'm glad that you only had to rebuild 3 times. We're reading about raccoons. I don't know if there's a Wikipedia page on me. Is there a Wikipedia page on me? Probably not. There's Wikipedia pages on bands that I've been in the past, none of which start with the letter R. Do you like how I'm Googling myself right now? Because I definitely am. If there's a Wikipedia page on me that I didn't know about, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Nope. There is one on a guy named George Abram Miller, which is definitely not me, but I love that that came up. I love that for me. Love it. Okay, anyway, just figured I would look. I know, that's why I was lurking a while, until you were in the flow. Thanks. Thanks for lurking, Spatty. I appreciate it. If you do have an art topic, let me know. So far we're almost done with raccoons. We have rustic furniture, rustic modern furniture and architecture, rhubarb. I have to change the order of things. Hold on. Rhubarb, rabab, rebar. I love that those three are in a row. Royal Astronomical Society, racism, and rugby. That's what we've got so far. Let's see. Habitat. Although they've thrived in sparsely wooded areas in the last decades, raccoons depend on vertical structures to climb when they feel threatened. That's like my cat. Therefore, they avoid open terrain and areas with high concentrations of beech trees, as beech bark is too smooth to climb. Tree hollows and old oaks or other trees, oh man, and rock crevices are preferred by raccoons as sleeping, winter, and litter dens. If such dens are unavailable and accessing them is inconvenient, raccoons use burrows dug by other mammals, dense undergrowth, or tree crotches. Tree crotches? Did you know that trees have crotches? Today I learned that trees have crotches, and I didn't know that before. In a study in the Solling range of hills in Germany, more than 60% of all sleeping places were used only once, but those used at least 10 times accounted for about 70% of all uses. Since amphibians, crustaceans, and other animals around the shore of lakes and rivers are an important part of the raccoon's diet, lowland and deciduous or mixed forests, abundant with water and marshes, sustain the highest population densities. While population densities range from 0.5 to 3.2 animals per square kilometer, 1.3 to 8.3 animals per square mile in prairies, and do not exceed 6 animals per square kilometer, 15.5 animals per square mile, in upland hardwood forests, more than 20 raccoons per square kilometer, 51.8 animals per square mile, can live in lowland forests and marshes. This is a moment where I don't even know what I'm reading. I have these moments. This is in general in life. This was like a thing for me in school. This is how I know I have ADHD. One of the reasons. I'm really good at reading things without actually comprehending what I'm reading. And that just happened to me. Like, what am I reading right now? Population density. Okay. So they're not a very dense animal. Yeah, they don't live very closely. That's interesting. Very few per square mile. Okay, got it. Okay. Let's see. Can you research why I've always wanted to spell ridiculous incorrectly for my entire life? Interesting. Start with a re. Oh. Finish the word and then fix it. I don't know. I don't know if I can research it. I can give you a guess linguistically. Because we don't say ridiculous. And so the American I, the English I noise, if we're talking about the short sound, would be eh, right? So ridiculous. But we don't say eh for ridiculous. We usually say ridiculous, right? So I imagine it maybe has to do with that. Coming from a like American English background. Wanting to spell it with an E. I always spell receive wrong. I always put the I and the E in the wrong place. I before E except after C, which works with the receive rule, but for some reason I always... Because like achieve would be I before E because it comes after an H, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if ridiculous is a thing that we can look up on Wikipedia. Ridiculous wiki. Let's go. Okay, it has a wiki page. I will say it has, look at this guy. He is ridiculous. It has a ridiculously long wiki page, so we'll get into it. I'm here for it. Let's do this thing. Why the fuck not? I don't know. I don't know why you want to spell it that way, Spatty, but that would be my guess. My guess would be it's because of the way that we pronounce it. I don't know. I don't know. We'll read about ridiculous in a little bit. Look at this guy. I I feel like maybe I need to look at this guy emote at some point. I don't even know what that would be, but I feel like I need it because I say it a lot on Wikipedia streams. This is an albino Florida raccoon. What is up with all these Florida raccoons? Maybe it's because I'm from Colorado and I just like assumed that they were in more like foresty, mountainy kind of areas in Florida. I had no idea. I'm Florida'd, some might say. Huh? All right, distribution in North America. Raccoons are common throughout North America, from Canada to Panama, where the subspecies Procyon lotar pumilis sure coexists with the crab-eating raccoon. Let's look at this guy. Cute. Look at him, just really going for it, huh? Okay. The population on Hispaniola was exterminated as early as 1513 by Spanish colonists who hunted them for their meat. Raccoons were exterminated in Cuba and Jamaica, where the last sightings were reported in 1687. The Barbados raccoon, let me see, oh man, became extinct relatively recently in 1964. When they were still considered separate species, the Bahamas raccoon, Guadalupe raccoon, and Tres Marias raccoon were classified as endangered by the IUCN in 1996. There is archaeological evidence that in pre-Columbian times, raccoons were numerous along rivers and in the woodlands of southeastern United States. As raccoons are not mentioned in earlier reports of pioneers exploring the central and north central parts of the United States, their initial spread may have begun a few decades before the 20th century. Since the 1950s, raccoons have expanded their range from Vancouver Island, formerly the northernmost limit of their range, far into the northern portions of the four south central Canadian provinces. New habitats, which have recently been occupied by raccoons, aside from urban areas, include mountain ranges such as the Western Rocky Mountains. See? This is where I live, kinda. I don't actually live in the mountains, but they're Colorado. Colorado looks like a Bob Ross painting. I mean, you could say that Bob Ross paintings look like Colorado, but Colorado looks like a Bob Ross painting. Let's just be honest about it. Let's see. So, Rocky Mountains, prairies, and coastal marshes. After population explosion starting in the 1940s, the estimated number of raccoons in North America in the late 1980s was 15 to 20 times higher than in the 1930s, when raccoons were comparatively rare. Urbanization, the expansion of agriculture, deliberate introductions, and the extermination of natural predators of the raccoon have probably caused this increase in abundance and distribution. Distribution outside North America. As a result of escapes, fucking raccoon escapes, and deliberate introduction in the mid-20th century, the raccoon is now distributed in several European and Asian countries. Sightings have occurred in all the countries bordering Germany, which hosts the largest population outside of North America. Another stable population exists in northern France, where several pet raccoons... I was wondering if they were going to get into pet raccoons. Okay. Pet raccoons were released by members of the United States Air Force. What the fuck? Near the Laon-Couvron Air Base in 1966. Why did the Air Force have pet raccoons? And why did they release them in France? That's a weird story. I would like more context on that. Anyway, furthermore, raccoons have been known to be in the area around Madrid since the early 1970s. In 2013, the city authorized the capture and death of any specimen. It is also present in Italy, with one reproductive population in Lombardy. About 1,240 animals were released in 9 regions of the former Soviet Union between 1936 and 1958 for the purpose of establishing a population to be hunted for their fur. 2 of these introductions were successful. One in the south of Belarus between 1954 and 1958, and another in Azerbaijan between 1941 and 1957. With a seasonal harvest between 1,000 and 1,500 animals in 1974, the estimated size of the population distributed in the Caucasus region, in the Caucasian region, was around 20,000 animals, and the density was 4 animals per square kilometer. 10 animals per square mile. Okay. So a little bit more dense than what we were talking about in the United States, right? Or in the Americas, I should say. Huh. In Japan, up to 1,500 raccoons were imported as pets every year after the success of the anime series Rascal the Raccoon. Well, clearly we're going to have to look this up. Clearly we're going to have to read about Rascal the Raccoon, because I've never heard of it, and that sounds cute. And also, it's fascinating. This is another interesting thing, just kind of off on a weird tangent, but that's what these days are for, right? I think it's interesting the way that media affects people and affects people's like choices. And we can get deep here, but specifically with regard to pet buying. I remember that like after Finding Nemo came out, tons of people were buying clownfish, and I forget what, I think a blue tang is what Dory is, right? Tons of people were buying these like ocean fish and didn't know how to care for them. And didn't care for them properly, right? And I remember after I Love You Man came out, which is a great movie, the demand for Puggles, which is a pug beagle mix, went up because Jason Segel's character had a Puggle. So I find it fascinating that like people like will see a movie and be like, or a TV show and be like, I need that pet. And it can be really harmful in terms of like those animals, because again, like people maybe get a pet and don't even like think about like how to properly care for it, right? That's fascinating. This is interesting. And I want to read more about the whole like raccoons as pets thing, because like they're obviously very clever, they're very smart, which then I don't know, when you have a very smart pet, that can get real dangerous real quick, right? Like that makes me think of people that have parrots as pets. Like African greys are like one of the like smartest creatures that exist on the planet, and they end up getting really bored and really like forlorn if you don't take care of them properly. So anyway, interesting. In 2004, the descendants of discarded or escaped animals lived in 42 of 47 prefectures. The range of raccoons in the wild in Japan grew from 17 prefectures in 2000 to all 47 prefectures in 2008. It is estimated that raccoons cause 30 million yen, around $275,000 of agricultural damage on Hokkaido alone. Wow. Damn. I'm also curious about raccoons in Japan as it relates to tanukis from like mythology, like Japanese mythology, because I always kind of assumed that tanukis and raccoons were related, but knowing that raccoons aren't actually native to Japan, I wonder where that comes from then, if it's just like a different creature that tanukis are kind of like based on in mythology. Maybe tanukis would be good for tea week. Gonna write it down in my notebook. Okay. Fun fact, I was in a band called the Tanukis back in the day. It's like weird Russian folk something. I don't even know. Not like Kate Bush is now very popular again because of Stranger Things, but our lead singer slash piano player slash like the just the leader of the band had a very like Kate Bush vibe to her. So like Russian folk meets Kate Bush. Anyway, distribution in Germany. In Germany, where the raccoon is called Waschbär, literally wash bear or washing bear, due to its habit of dousing food in water. 2 pairs of pet raccoons were released into the German countryside at the Edersee Reservoir in the north of Hesse in April 1934 by a forester upon request of their owner, a poultry farmer. Interesting. He released them 2 weeks before receiving permission from the Prussian hunting office to enrich the fauna. Several prior attempts to introduce raccoons in Germany were not successful. A second population was established in eastern Germany in 1945 when 25 raccoons escaped from a fur farm in Wolfshagen, today district of Ottlandsberg, east of Berlin, after an airstrike. Wow. 2 populations are parasitologically distinguishable. 70% of raccoons in the Hessian population are infected with roundworm Baliscaris proteonis. But none of the Brandenburgian population is known to have the parasite. In the Hessian region, there were an estimated 285 raccoons in 1956, which increased over 20,000 in 1970. In 2008, there were between 200,000 and 400,000 raccoons in the whole of Germany. By 2012, it was estimated that Germany now had over 1 million raccoons. The raccoon was once a protected species in Germany, but has been declared a game animal in 14 of the 16 states since 1954. This is why introducing animals into places that they're not native to is just like it's a risky business, man. It's not the best idea ever. Hunters and environmentalists argue that raccoon spreads uncontrollably, threaten protected bird species, and supersedes indigenous competitors. Yep. This view is opposed by the zoologist Frank Uwe Mischler, who finds no evidence that high population density of raccoons leads to negative effects on the biodiversity of an area. Interesting. Homan holds that extensive hunting cannot be justified by the absence of natural predators because predation is not a significant cause of death in the North American raccoon population. Oh, interesting. The raccoon is extensively hunted in Germany as it is seen as an invasive species and pest. In the 1990s, only about 400 raccoons were hunted yearly. This increased dramatically over the next quarter century. During the 2015-16 hunting season, 128,100 raccoons were hunted, 60% of them in the state of Hesse. Distribution in the former USSR. Get more coffee into my life. Experiments in acclimatizing raccoons into the USSR began in 1936 and were repeated a further 25 times until 1962. Overall, 1,222 individuals were released, 64 of which came from zoos and fur farms. 38 of them have been imports from Western Europe. The remainder originated from a population previously established in Transcaucasia. The range of Soviet raccoons was never single or continuous, as they were often introduced to different locations far from each other. All introductions into the Russian Far East failed. Melanistic raccoons were released on Petrov Island near Vladivostok. Yeah, hey, I said that. Well, a Russian person is like, no, you didn't. Some areas of southern Primorsky cry, but died. In Middle Asia, raccoons were released in Kyrgyzstan's Jalalabad province, though they were later recorded as practically absent there in January 1963. A large and stable raccoon population, yielding 1,000 to 1,500 catches a year, was established in Azerbaijan after an introduction into the area in 1937. Raccoons apparently survived an introduction near Terek, along the Sulak River, into the Dagestani lowlands. Attempts to settle raccoons on the Kuban River's left tributary, Kabardino-Balkaria, were unsuccessful. Successful acclimatization occurred in Belarus, where 3 introductions consisting of 52, 37, and 38 individuals in 1954 and 1958 took place. By January 1st, 1963, oh my god, I was reading about raccoons and here you come! Hi. Do you want to say hi to Twitch? Or are you just saying hi to me? You want to come over here? You gonna make a liar out of me and just be over here? Rub your face on my lamp? Yep, do it. No, not gonna say hi? Are you sure? Are you really sure? I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna make you come say hi. What do you think? How's your Sunday going? She's like, Mom, please. Okay. Bye, Bonnie. Oh, back in action? Come here. Let me love you. She's like, please don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to give you love and pets. Nope, absolutely not. Okay, anyway. Urban raccoons. That's why she came over, because she's an urban raccoon. Look at this guy. Oh my god, this is on the roof of a house in Albershausen, Germany. So cute, though. Okay, due to its adaptability, the raccoon has been able to use urban areas as a habitat. This is what Marley was talking about earlier. The first sightings were recorded in a suburb of Cincinnati in the 1920s. Since the 1950s, raccoons have been present in metropolitan areas like Washington, D.C., Chicago, and Toronto. Since the 1960s, Kassel has hosted Europe's first and densest population Europe's first and densest population in a large urban area, with about 50 to 150 animals per square kilometer, 130 to 390 animals per square mile, a figure comparable to those of urban habitats in North America. Home range sizes of urban raccoons are only 3 to 40 hectares, 7.5 to 100 acres for females, and 8 to 80 hectares, 20 to 200 acres for males. In small towns and suburbs, many raccoons sleep in nearby forests and foraging in the settlement area. Fruit and insects in gardens and leftovers and municipal waste are easily available food sources. Furthermore, a large number of additional sleeping areas exist in these areas, such as hollows and old garden trees, cottages, garages, abandoned houses, and attics. Interesting. The percentage of urban raccoons sleeping in abandoned or occupied houses varies from 15% in Washington, D.C. in 1991 to 43% in Kassel, 2003. Roundworm. Sad. Let's see. Raccoons can carry rabies, a lethal disease caused by neurotropic rabies virus carried in the saliva and transmitted by bites. It spread in Florida and Georgia in the 1950s and was facilitated by the introduction of infected individuals to Virginia and North Dakota in the late 1970s. Of the 6,940 documented rabies cases reported to the United States in 2006, 2,615, 37.7%, were in raccoons. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, as well as local authorities in several United States and Canadian provinces, has developed an oral vaccination program to fight the spread of disease in endangered populations. Only one human fatality has been reported after the transmission of rabies virus strain commonly known as raccoon rabies. Anyone else grow up like terribly afraid of getting rabies, or was it just me? There was like a weird T. Miller, hi! Happy Sunday! We're reading about raccoons. Maybe we'll read about rabies later. I don't really want to. But we had this video game. I forget what it was called. It was like something health something. And it was like you like it was almost Magic School Bus, but very like realistic, where you like go into the human body and like see how various things affect you. And one of the like tracks you could play was rabies, and I remember just like being terrified of getting rabies. It doesn't sound super realistic, but as a kid I was very afraid of getting rabies. T. Miller, were you afraid of getting rabies as a child? Also, hello, happy Sunday. I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you. If you have an R topic, let me know. So far, raccoons. We're to read about an anime that has to do with raccoon. Rascal the Raccoon, rustic modern furniture and architecture, rhubarb, ridiculous, rebar. I'm gonna put ridiculous after rebar just because rebar is pretty good. It's just good alliteration and I like it. What else we doing? Royal Astronomical Society, racism, rugby. R, baby. Link it high. Look at this little raccoon emote. Terrifying if you've ever seen one run around on its hind legs. They were talking about that, how they can like, they're generally run around on all four limbs, but they can stand on their hind legs for a while if needed, which is interesting. I don't think I knew what it was as a kid. I really think it was only because of that weird video game that we had growing up. Lincoln, how are you? It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I don't think I would have been scared of it had it not been for that video game that, like, I just remember, like, someone, like, foaming at the mouth and, like convulsing. And I was like, oh, my God, rabies. Can we do Runaway Bride? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Is it terrible? Okay, I haven't seen it since I was a child. Oh, wait, no, just kidding. You know what I thought of when you said that? I thought of Father of the Bride, which I loved Father of the Bride as a kid. I don't think I've ever watched. This is Julia Roberts and, what's his face, McGee, right? Oh God, the guy that's also in Pretty Woman with her. What is his name? Richard Gere. Yes, we can read about Runaway Bride. Of course we can. Of course we can. Be my pleasure. We'll throw that after ridiculous. We'll read about the word ridiculous, and then we'll read about Runaway Bride. It's perfect. Let's see. So rabies is a thing, right? Then they're talking about it. I don't know. Only one human fatality. See, that's where I got off on a tangent. I was terrified of getting rabies. There's only one documented human fatality, so clearly that was a bizarre child fear that makes very little sense. Among the main symptoms for rabies in raccoons are generally sickly appearance, impaired mobility, abnormal vocalization, and aggressiveness. There may be no visible signs at all, however, and most individuals do not show the aggressive behavior seen in infected canids. Rabid raccoons will often retire to their dens instead. Organizations like the United States Forest Service encourage people to stay away from animals with unusual behavior and appearance, and to notify the proper authorities, such as an animal control officer from the local health department. Since healthy animals, especially nursing mothers, will occasionally forage during the day, daylight activity is not a reliable indicator of illness in raccoons. Interesting. All I remember is the Dixie Chicks song, Ready to Run. Ready to Run is in it. Also, someone works at a hair salon. Okay. I think that's one. I have seen a lot of chick flicks in my day. Weird flex, I know. But that's one that I missed me for some reason. I think it's because the idea of a runaway bride has always been one of those where I'm like, boring. Unless we're talking about Kill Bill, which that's not even about a runaway bride. It's not even about that, so never mind. Yeah, I don't know why. But we'll definitely read about it. All right, let's see. Unlike rabies and at least a dozen other pathogens carried by raccoons, distemper, epizootic viruses do not affect humans. This disease is the most frequent natural cause of death in North American raccoon population and affects individuals of all age groups. For example, 94 out of 145 raccoons died during an outbreak in Clifton, Ohio in 1968. Interesting. May occur along with the following inflammation of the brain and syphilitis, causing the animal to display rabies-like symptoms. In Germany, the first 8 cases of distemper were reported in 2007. Some of the most important bacterial diseases which affect raccoons are leptospirosis, listeriosis, tetanus, and tularemia. Although internal parasites weaken their immune systems, well-fed individuals can carry a great many roundworms in their digestive tracts without showing symptoms. The larvae of roundworm, Balicarius prosneonis, which can be contained in the feces and seldom causes a severe illness in humans, can be ingested when cleaning raccoon latrines without wearing breathing protection. While not endemic, the worm Trichinella does infest raccoons, and undercooked raccoon meat has caused trichinosis in humans. Interesting. Trematode Metorchus conjunctus can also infect raccoons. Look at this. This is a raccoon and a skunk. I also just realized I've been reading about raccoons for a really long time. But we're almost done. Hi. Did you come back to say hello? No? Yes? Maybe? What are you up to? You're like, I'm going to be right here off camera so that you talk to me and no one knows what's happening. Good stuff, Bonnie. Good stuff. Conflict. The increasing number of raccoons in urban areas has resulted in diverse reactions in humans, ranging from outrage at their presence to deliberate feeding. Some wildlife experts and most public authorities caution against feeding wild animals because they might become increasingly obtrusive and dependent on humans as a food source. Other experts challenge such arguments and give advice on feeding raccoons and other wildlife in their books. Raccoons without a fear of humans are a concern to those who attribute this trait to rabies, but scientists point out this behavior as much more likely to be a behavioral adjustment to living in habitats with regular contact to humans for many generations. Look at this guy. This is another Florida raccoon. So many Florida raccoons. Raccoons usually do not prey on domestic cats and dogs, but isolated cases of killings have been reported. Attacks on pets may also target their owners. While overturned waste containers and raided fruit trees are just a nuisance to homeowners, it can cost several $1,000s to repair damage caused by the use of attic space as dens. Relocating or killing raccoons without a permit is forbidden in many urban areas on grounds of animal welfare. These methods usually only solve problems with a particularly wild or aggressive individuals, since adequate dens are either known to several raccoons or will be quickly rediscovered. Loud noises, flashing lights, and unpleasant odors have been proven particularly effective in driving away a mother and her kits before they would normally leave the nesting place, when the kits are about 8 weeks old. Typically, though, only precautionary measures to restrict access to food waste and den sites are effective in the long term. Among all fruits and crops cultivated in agricultural areas, sweet corn in its milk stage in particular is particularly popular among raccoons. In a 2-year study by Purdue University researchers published in 2004, raccoons were responsible for 87% of the damage to corn plants. Like other predators, raccoons searching for food can break into poultry houses to feed on chickens, ducks, their eggs, or food. Mythology! Here we go. Maybe we'll get into some tanukis here, maybe. Okay. Mythology, arts, entertainment. This is a stylized raccoon skins as depicted on the raccoon priest's gorget found at Spiro Mounds. In the mythology of indigenous peoples of the Americas, the raccoon is a subject of folk tales. Stories such as how raccoons catch so many crayfish from the Tuscarora centered on its skills at foraging. In other tales, the raccoon played the role of the trickster, I was thinking that, yeah, which outsmarts other animals like coyotes and wolves. Among others, the Dakota believe that the raccoon has natural spirit powers, since its mask resembles facial paintings, 2-fingered swatches of black and white, used during rituals to connect spirit beings. Interesting. The Aztecs linked supernatural abilities, especially to females, whose commitment to their young was associated with the role of wise women in their society. The raccoon also appears in Native American art across wide geographic range. Petroglyphs with engraved raccoon tracks were found in Lewis Canyon, Texas, at the Crow Hollow Petroglyph site in Grayson County, Kentucky, and in river drainages near Tularosa and the San Francisco River of New Mexico and Arizona. The meaning and significance of raccoon priest's gorget, which features a stylized carving of raccoon and was found at the Spiro Mounds, Oklahoma, remains unknown. Hunting and fur trade. I'm going to skip it, but that's a thing. I'm going to skip it, but that's a thing, okay? Pet raccoons. I do want to read about pet raccoons because I'm very curious. Let's see. Okay. Raccoons are sometimes kept as pets, which is discouraged by many experts because the raccoon is not a domesticated species. Raccoons may act unpredictably and aggressively, and it is extremely difficult to teach them to obey commands. That's incredible considering how smart they are. That just means that they are independent bitches, and I love that for them. In places where keeping raccoons as pets is not forbidden, such as in Wisconsin. It's not forbidden in Wisconsin? Okay, and other United States, an exotic pet permit may be required. One notable pet raccoon was Rebecca, kept by United States President Calvin Coolidge. No fucking way. That is wild. Okay, their propensity for unruly behavior exceeds that of captive skunks. Really? And they are even less trustworthy when they are allowed to roam freely. Because of their intelligence and nimble forelimbs, even inexperienced raccoons are easily capable of unscrewing jars, uncorking bottles, and opening door latches, with more experienced specimens having been recorded to open doorknobs. Yikes. Hi, bud. Just gonna rub your face on everything? Okay, do it. Sexually mature raccoons often show aggressive natural behaviors, such as biting during the mating season. Neutering them around 5 or 6 months of age decreases the chances of aggressive behavior developing. Raccoons can become obese and suffer from other disorders due to poor diet and lack of exercise. When fed with cat food over a long period of time, raccoons can develop gout. With respect to the research results regarding their social behavior, it is now required by law in Austria and Germany to keep at least 2 individuals to prevent loneliness. Yeah, that makes sense. Raccoons are usually kept in a pen, indoor or outdoor. Also, a legal requirement in Austria and Germany, rather than in the apartment where their natural curiosity may result in damage to the property. Yikes. Raccoons on their way to self-domestication. It's true. I need a raccoon pet. We're just saying that you don't. We're just reading about how you don't. They are very cute though, huh? They're adorable. Also, Sable, hi. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. We're reading about raccoons, reading about things that start with the letter R. If you have a topic, let me know and we can get into it. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. When orphaned, it is possible for kits to be rehabilitated and reintroduced into the wild. However, it is uncertain whether they readapt well to life in the wild. Feeding unweaned kits with cow's milk rather than kitten replacement milk or similar product can be dangerous to their health. Interesting. You've heard that about foxes too? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Here we go. Lots of different names for these guys. That's it, raccoons! We did it. We really read about raccoons. We really did. But wait, there's more. There's an anime about raccoons that we're going to read about now. Rascal the Raccoon. I've never heard of this anime. But apparently it's speaking of pet raccoons, it caused a major spike in people importing raccoons to Japan because of a demand for raccoon pets. So now we know. Let's read about it, shall we? Shall we? Don't tell me what I can't do. Are we okay? Hold on. Are raccoons? Are raccoons legal pets in Colorado? No, it's the first thing it says. Don't domesticate Colorado Parks and Wildlife. You can't see it because of the way I cropped it, but no, it's illegal. It's illegal, T. Miller. But I won't tell you what you can't do. You live your life, okay? Rascal the Raccoon. Literally, raccoon rascal. With the Japanese word for raccoon meaning washing bear. Which again is very, very cute. Is a Japanese animated series by Nippon Animation. It is based on the 1963 autobiographical novel Rascal, a memoir of a better era by Sterling North. In the past, Rascal, the popular fictional raccoon character in a kid's anime, manifested itself as a pet throughout Japan households, leading to the destruction of countless national heritages. In recent years, however, Rascal's popularity has been in a steady decline, but some renewed interest has been found in the form of digital stickers and merchandise. I can, but it's frowned upon. I love that you interpret illegal as frowned upon. You're like, you say illegal, I hear frowned upon. All right, the plot. The anime revolves around a young boy who decided to provide shelter to a raccoon that was discovered by a hunter. As the boy attempted to domesticate the wild animal as part of his family, he soon realized through trials and tribulations that his efforts were futile and decided to release Rascal back into the wild. This is fascinating to me. This is the plot, and people read it and were like T. Miller, and they're like, so that means I can have a raccoon pet. Impact! Raccoons are an invasive species in Japan, and there is evidence that Rascal the Raccoon has contributed enormously to the problem of invasion of raccoons in Japan. Like other invasive species, raccoons in Japan have few natural predators. Although the anime Rascal the Raccoon's storyline revolves around the difficulties of taking in a raccoon as a pet, Japanese citizens became inspired to import raccoons into the country as their pet, leading to unforeseen consequences. Unforeseen, even though the anime itself foresaw these consequences. Well played. In Japan, up to 1,500 raccoons were imported as pets each year after the success of Rascal the Raccoon. In 2004, the descendants of discarded or escaped animals lived in 42 of 47 prefectures, and then to all 47 prefectures by 2008. These raccoons are now a pest in Japan, and imports of raccoons are now banned. The importation of raccoons was banned because the people in Japan started releasing their pet raccoons into the wild, especially after the final episode of Rascal the Raccoon was released. Additionally, raccoons can become too violent and hard to handle once they grew up, which further encouraged people to release them. Interesting. This negatively affected Japan's natural ecosystem and man-made infrastructures, and it was estimated that about 80% of the temples in Japan were damaged by raccoons, including Byodo Inn in Kyoto, which, by the way, this is a picture of Byodo Inn, which is beautiful, by the way. It's gorgeous. Which has more than 900 years of history. Raccoons attributed to Rascal also caused the destruction of crops in the agricultural sector, and Japan suffers an estimated of 30 million yen annually from the effects in the agricultural sector alone. Even with backlash from anime advocates, I'm sure there are animal advocates, the Japanese government decided to adopt the 0% tolerance policy, where the goal is to kill as many raccoons as possible. Yikes, dude. This includes killing thousands of raccoons each year. The government also placed a lot of tight sanctions to minimize the chances of being able to import any more raccoons into the country. In 2003, the Hokkaido government specifically implemented the 10-year plan to completely eradicate raccoons in Japan. However, attempts proved to be mostly futile as there's not enough financial support. Here we go, Rascal the Raccoon. And now you know. Let's see. Next, where are we at? Rustic. So raccoons. Thank you, Marley. That was a fun topic. Love reading about raccoons. They're very cute. I'm also destroying things on my desk and knocking things over, which is cool. Guys, if you saw my cable management, you'd be very disappointed in me, if such things matter to you. All right, this is Maddie Braddy's topic, rustic modern. Rustic modern, or rustic chic, is a style of interior design that uses historical period room installations or furniture within a more modern overall room design. Here we have a Western modern style blanket chest. Blanket chest, huh? Rustic! Here we are. Use of the term rustic modern. Oh gosh.
Abers pog gimkst merlon abers jam abers jam abers jam abers jam.
Gimp, thank you for the resub. Alina, if I didn't tell you earlier, thank you for the resub. And also the Utter Bull, thank you for the resub. Everybody. Gimp, hi. Hello. Thank you for the resub. How's it going? It's so good to see you. 18 months! You 18-monthers, man. You're fucking wild. Fucking wild. We're gonna have a big old party, I think, in October or November, whenever it counts. I think I got affiliate in... No. It had to be November. I started streaming in October. I got affiliate in November. So November, we should have a big old party to celebrate 2 years. Fucking wild. Wait, are you wearing overalls? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm wearing overall shorts, as you can see. And I'm wearing a crop top. I'm not flipping you off. I'm just flipping off the world, Maddie Brady. I am. I love them. They're very fun. I didn't think I could pull them off either. And then ModCloth had these really cute overall shorts in my size. And I was like, well, I'm getting those. And now they're like one of my favorite summertime things. Yes, I'm very into it. We'll do an outfit check one more time here. A better one. Because I'm so cute. Look at how cute I am. Look at how cute this outfit is. Huh? 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 Anyway. Thanks. And then I went for like gothish makeup because I was like, It's a cute look for sure. Thanks, guys. He thinks. You know what's fun about Sundays? It gives me this like fun, weird excuse to like dress up, which I don't like have to. There have definitely been a few Sundays where I'm like, fuck it. But I enjoy it. This is not dressing up, I guess, but like having intention behind my like makeup and wardrobe. It's fun. It's all for you. Let's see. The one button. Yeah, right? I'm super into that too. It feels very like TLC to me. Let's see. The macro hard. Welcome. What a name. We're going down a Wikipedia rabbit hole today. We're investigating things that start with the letter R. So welcome. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. I look like a giant kindergartner. Honestly, same though. Honestly, same, and I'm okay with it. It's a vibe. Did you look up this dude Palmer Luckey? I didn't. I don't know who Palmer Luckey is, but we could do that theoretically on L Week during season 2 of Wikipedia with me. Because today is R week, so we'll only look up things starting with the letter R because I need structure in my life. Otherwise, I'm like all over the place. But I'm not. I'm not familiar with Palmer Luckey. You're welcome to tell us more about them. I'm not familiar. But that might be one for season 2, L Week. Look up this lucky person. Yeah. Right now we're reading about rustic modern. I don't know what else to say about it. Never go for makeup, gothic makeup. What do you mean? Why not? Why not? Why not? I say gothic makeup, and really it's just like blackish purple lipstick. So what am I even saying? I'm like a pastel goth. You know what I mean? Season 2 confirmed. Season 2 confirmed. Yeah. I mean, so we're on 18th letter of the alphabet. Are there 24 or 26 letters in the American alphabet in the Latin ISO alphabet? I said American, that's not correct. You know what I'm talking about. The Latin alphabet. But whenever we're done, I'll probably take maybe a week break, maybe, and then we'll just keep it going because it's so much fun. Sunday is a jack-off time? I don't know if you belong here. You're welcome to go ahead and appeal this ban, but I just have a feeling that you probably shouldn't be here. But you're welcome to do it on a band request, but probably you shouldn't be here. Anyway, let's move on. Rustic modern. Perhaps the first use of the term rustic modern in popular culture came in the press following a burial of movie star Marilyn Monroe. On August 8th, 1962, United States President of International published a release of West Los Angeles regarding the services for the actress that stated thousands of spectators were expected to throng the area around the small rustic modern chapel and mausoleum where the 36-year-old actress would be entombed. Rustic modern chapel. Interesting. In 2000, author Ali Hannon released a book entitled Modern Rustic, Natural Ideas for Contemporary Lifestyle, on the subject of the method of interior design, in which he wrote that creating the rustic modern look is an organic process that takes time and commitment. Some decorative touches may take some effort tracking down, but the end result is timeless. Maddie Brady, I'm curious. Is this a interior design style that you enjoy and try to do in your own home? Let's see. Reception in the 21st century. The concept of rustic modern interior design received increased attention after 2000, especially in the state of California. This incarnation of the design method includes design elements alternatively known as kitsch. I do love kitschy interior design and just kitschy aesthetic in general. I'm a big fan. Oh, you hate it? I like kitschy stuff. I don't know about rustic modern, but yeah. It's just the first thing I thought of. I love that. That's great. I like that you're no, I fucking hate it. You know what it makes me think of? I think this would be rustic modern probably. You know how there was a phase a few years back where everyone was into shiplap, doing shiplap on their walls. So just basically planks of wood and then painting it. I don't know. That was a big trend. I feel like that's a rustic modern kind of a thing. No? Maybe? Yes, that is it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I gotcha. Let's see. Known as kitsch, that represent eras of design in the 20th century, such as chalkboards, twig racks, alongside modern conveniences like reduced energy lighting and other state-of-the-art design elements. Between 2011 and 2012, the trend took off. There we go. Particularly in the San Diego area, where many commercial establishments such as bars and restaurants have opted to redesign their properties according to the design style. This particular incarnation has been described by Kitchens Magazine as composed of earth tones and lightweight and or sustainably harvested woods that imbue the idea that the homeowners do not take themselves too seriously. The style trend began to spread outside of California region into the rest of the United States during the 2011 to 12 period, a movement most closely linked to the San Diego design firm Jackson Design and Remodeling, who won a 2011 American Society of Interior Designers Design Excellence Award for its work with the design method. The design method is used for both the creation of room design in new homes and the restoration of older homes in an effort to keep the original charm while updating their utility for modern families. Thanks, Joanna Gaines. It is Joanna Gaines' fault. That makes total sense. That totally makes sense. Yeah. I had a friend, actually she was one of my roommates in college, and she loved Joanna Gaines. She's from Kentucky. She was like very radical, but like definitely the Southern belle was like strong in her personality. Castio 420, welcome. Happy Sunday. Thank you for the follow. How's it going? We're going down a Wikipedia rabbit hole right now, looking at things that start with the letter R. So, welcome. Thanks for the follow. How are you? Rustic furniture. Rustic furniture is furniture employing sticks, twigs, or logs. Okay, I feel like, now that we're talking about this aesthetic, I feel like this was all the rage for weddings for a while, yeah? I feel like everyone was going for a rustic wedding, which is really, like to me, like a rustic wedding is cute, but the interior being permanent is maybe not the thing, right? For sure. Yeah. Like mason jars, twigs, rope, the barns. Rustic, right? I think my brother had a rustic wedding at a train station. Okay, actually that sounds really cute. Yeah, mason jar centerpieces, there we go. I actually really like it. I think it's kind of cute. Can I be a strike helicopter? I don't know what that means. Will you elaborate? And maybe I can say yeah, totally, or I can ban you. Let me know. I have a mason jar glass. I use mason jars for glasses all the time. Like all the time. I love mason jars. I'm a big fan. Let's see. Sticks, twigs, logs, for a natural look. The term rustic is derived from the Latin rusticus, peasant, as opposed to urban. The style is rooted in romantic tradition. In the United States, it is almost synonymous with the Natural Park Service rustic style of architecture. Many companies, artists, and craftspeople make rustic furniture in a variety of styles and with a variety of historical and contemporary influences. If you can be gender fluid, so I can be a strike helicopter or a tank. Thanks, Spatty. I can be whatever I want. So can you. You can also get the fuck out of here. Bye. He beat me to it. You guys are good. Don't worry. 2 bands today. 2 bands so far. Let's fucking go. Let's ban more people. Get the fuck out of my stream. I don't want you here. I only want cool people here. I don't want any riffraff. Get the fuck out. Let's ban more. Oh no, not a record. My record was on my birthday last year. There was a moment where someone had redeemed the ASMR thing, and it brought in a litany of people that it was just like, I wrote, Gimp, you helped me. I was like, Gimp, ban them all. So that was like boom, boom, boom. I want to say it was like 5 people, like all in a row. It was bizarre. Yeah. So that was the record day so far. No, it's fine. I mean, it's not fine. Thank you. But it's one of those things where it's like, I don't feel the need to like spend any of my time or energy, trying to entertain, people that like, I don't know, aren't worthy of it. You all are worthy of my time and energy, right? People that don't get me and therefore come in here to be like, hey, I'm going to invalidate your existence are not worthy of my time. So it's like, yeah, it's all good. It happens. I think it like shook me that day because it was the first time I ever had to do that. Like my banning people was so minimal prior to that. And that was one of the first times I had my camera on. So this is part of why I've had such a deliberate kind of like choice to stream somewhat rarely with my camera on, because I knew, and I mean, we could look statistically the number of times that I have banned people when my camera is on versus when it's not. So much, like it is absolutely correlated. It's fascinating. Yeah. So it's fine. It's just one of those things that's like, I'm always amazed that people choose to use their time that way. I don't get it. I don't get what it does for you. I don't know. I like if I really want to get into it, like, it depends on the person that I'm banning, but like in this most recent situation and in prior situations, there's kind of this thing of like, you must really hate yourself so much that like you need to go into strangers' Twitch streams who have follower chat only on, follow and type something. Like you must really need some sort of like self-esteem boost in order to go through like that many steps to try to like tear someone down. And how disappointing for them when it doesn't work. Right? Find a different way to get your serotonin, man. Anyway, talking about rustic weddings and mason jars, right? Right. I had the name selected as soon as the first question came up. I read that from them a mile away. I did too. Well, and especially after whoever previously was in here. I was like, I was on guard anyway from having just banned someone else. So like, as soon as I get, if there's like a new follower and I ban them, the next follower after, which this, sometimes it's not great, but the next follower after I ban someone, I'm like, I'm watching you. Like, yeah, I'm just like on guard, you know? Previous dude had an account that was 3 hours old. That sounds about right. Hey mods, y'all are the best. And by mods, I mean Gimp and Spatty. Y'all are the best, and thank you for being here. Thanks, I appreciate it. Y'all are good friends and good streamers and good mods, and I appreciate you a lot. If it's not working, I'm mad at you, Nightbot. There it is. Gotta protect my John Madden. You have to. You have to. What would you do on Sundays without my John Madden impersonation? Good shit, man. Romantic tradition. In the United States, it is almost synonymous with the National Park Service rustic style of architecture, which we're going to get into in a second. Many companies, artists, and craftspeople make rustic furniture in a variety of styles with a variety of historical and contemporary influences. The rustic furniture movement developed during the mid to late 1800s. John Globe, Dictionary of Furniture, said that chairs and seats with the framework carved to resemble the branches of trees were made in the middle years of the 18th century, and there was a popular fashion for this naturalistic rustic furniture in England. Sue Howard Stevenson explains in her Rustic Furniture, 1979, that the movement was actually a revival of European styles introduced during the Romantic movement and actively reproduced in America by 1840. In the 1870s, there were several American firms specialized in rustic furniture. High-quality rustic furniture was produced in the Adirondack Mountains of New York for woodland camps of wealthy city dwellers. The most familiar modern form of this style is the Adirondack chair. I feel like these are very uncomfortable. Anytime I've had to sit in one of those, I feel like the angle of it feels terrible to me. If you have time, I have a request for art. Go for it. What are you thinking, Spatty? Or Spatty, hi. Gimp, what are you thinking? I'm down. Let me know. What you want? Rockman? Okay. I don't know what that is, but I'm here for it. Rockman. Oh. Are you talking about Rockman, the Japanese name for Mega Man? Is that what you mean? Or are you meaning something else? There's Rockman Comics, Rockman Amplifier. Let me know which one. I'm totally down. We can totally do it. Yeah, but it's also an M1. It is an M1 technically. Yeah, if you've got another, definitely let me know. I'm here for it. I'm down. Yeah. Fenaria, hi. How's it going? Welcome to our week. I got started late and we've already banned 2 people and I've already cried once on stream. How are you? It's good to see you. The crying was not related to the banning. I want to make that clear. I hope you're doing well. Okay, Adirondack chairs. Very uncomfortable, in my humble opinion. Moving on. Awful morning. Oh no, I'm sorry, Fun. I hope it gets better. That sucks. I'm sorry. So much fighting. Pip, Timothy, get it together. I'm sorry, Fun. I hope you're able to relax and escape for a minute, because that's no fun at all. Surprised these articles don't mention Joanna Gaines. I know, right? Let me see. Nope. What about the architecture? Probably not the architecture, right? No. No, they don't. But I'm with you, Maddie Bratty. I feel like that, especially when they said the year of it too. I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely when that happened. Yeah, Adirondack chairs, not a fan. Here's a rustic coffee table with cedar and mountain laurel branches. Okay, I will say, if the idea is like incorporating nature into your design, there's like tree staircase, I feel like is what it, I don't know, I could be wrong. It's like a tree in the middle of a house. This guy. Like, where? Which was the one that I clicked on? Well, this one's kind of ugly. But there are certain like this kind of stuff that I can see being really beautiful depending on the way that it's like incorporated in your house. Like having a tree in the middle of your house, I think is cool. I think is cool, but it might be hard to design around. My mother-in-law wants Adirondack chairs. I think they're so uncomfortable. I don't know if it's just me, but like I feel like you're like in a weird like it's just I think they're uncomfortable. Maybe other people like them. I don't know. That's funny. The angle, it's just like, because the seat itself is like tilted back and like it's like a weird V. It's like a 90-degree angle-ish. Actually, it's a little less, right? But then it's like, I just don't like them. Uncomfortable. My only request has been not too tight for my hips. Fair. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Couldn't go share shopping, so I guess I just need to cross my fingers. Yeah, good luck. I remember my sister was was shopping for outdoor furniture, and I was like, you better make it fat friendly. It's like, otherwise I'm not gonna want to sit on your porch, girl. I'm just not. And I remember her being like, I was like, I'm done not saying shit like that, because it's true, man. But furniture shopping and being inclusive is like something that I think people are starting to come around on, but a lot of people don't think about it in terms of like having like a wider seat, or like if a chair has arms on it, it should be wider so that different bodies can fit it, you know? Anyway, rustic furniture? Rustic style? Maddie Brady, is there anything else in particular you wanted us to kind of go into with it? I'll read about the style a little bit. The Adirondack rustic style. Harvey H. Kaiser, in his article, The Adirondack Rustic Style, published in 1983 at the Old House Journal, argues that, however, some link the style to European influences, particularly alpine chalets. Is that like a ski chalet? Fancy. Fundamentally, it's the logical, inevitable convergence of local craft traditions and readily available materials. Interesting. As such, various rustic styles reflect the personality of their maker, with techniques such as chip carving, silver or gold brushwork, milk paint. Milk paint? What is milk paint? Non-toxic milk paint. Milk-based paint. Weird. I never knew this was a thing. Peeled bark and other decorative enhancements. Let's see. Dude, I got these chairs from Big Lots that only have a 200-pound weight limit. Yeah, I didn't know when I bought them. Didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. Well, and it's not something that people really talk about that openly, right? Like, I'm in a lot of like kind of fat radical like activist kind of like, I don't know, threads and things. Like I very much like curated my social media to be able to like intake that kind of stuff and be around like-minded people to support that kind of like self-advocacy. But yeah, like it's one of those that like I yeah, looking for specific furniture that like can support like various body types is something that like I said, it's a relatively new like concept. Computer chairs apparently have a 250-pound weight limit, so that was a fun surprise. Right? Yeah. Bicycles are another one. Like you have to be really particular in terms of like I remember like when I bought my bike, like going around and like double checking to make sure. I'm like, what is the weight limit on here? Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting that like it's also like information that's hard to find about furniture, like you said, Maddie Bratty. Beds too. Bed frames are another one. Like finding ones that have like, especially if you're gonna be sleeping like next to another person, like. Let's see. Resident Evil. Great. Love that. Here for it. Whoops. I spelled evil wrong, but they'll figure it out, won't they? Wow. Okay. You ever just start typing and you're like, fingers, why? Let me try it this way. There we go. On it. We'll do that right after Runaway Bride. Oh my god, recycling pallets to make furniture. I remember that being a huge thing. That's really funny. Okay, I think I might move on, but like I said, Maddie Brownie, if there's anything else you want me to hone in on, let me know, because I'm here for it. But I think that's it for rustic architecture. Incorporating natural styles and things into your aesthetic. My takeaway, cute for weddings, for interior decorating, depending on the way in which you do it, but that's my own aesthetic. Cottagecore. I feel like cottagecore and rustic, kind of modern, there's like a Venn diagram there, yeah? Because I feel like cottagecore incorporates a lot of like rustic elements. All right, it's time to read about rhubarb. Boo, 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 boo. How are you feeling? How is everyone? Are we feeling it? I feel like I maybe need to like refill beverages and stuff. Rhubarb, you love rhubarb? Yeah, I'm leaving you on a cliffhanger here. I'm like, listen. When we come back from our break, as in I'm gonna go refill my water and my coffee and all that jazz. We'll read about rhubarb. We'll read about rebar. We'll read about rabob, ridiculous, runaway bride, Resident Evil, and more. So if you feel like sticking around, stick around. If you need to go take some meds or get a snack or stretch or check out another streamer, now is a great time to do that. It's a great time to do that. Thank you all for being here. Y'all are very sweet. I appreciate you so much. I will see you in just a few minutes, okay? Okay, see you soon. All right, back in action, baby. You know what's one thing that's interesting that I noticed today? Because I use Pretzel Rocks, and I don't pay for it. I use the free version. One of their requests of that is that you set them, or not even requests, but the way in which you're able to use it is you set it up as a mod in your Twitch stream, right? And then in chat, it will tell you who the artist is and what the song is it's playing, right? So I'm using Pretzel right now, and it's been really interesting. For whatever reason today, it's not showing that. And so I'm wondering, I'm like, did they go through an update where they like accidentally like made it so that that doesn't show up in your chat anymore? Is that a mistake? I'm here for it. I'm happy about it. We back. Marley, welcome back. We've read so far about raccoons and rustic modern design aesthetic. And now we're going to read about rhubarb. I was saying earlier there was a creek by my house where rhubarb just grew naturally, which was a very cool thing. I don't think someone planted it there. Maybe they did. I don't know. We're going to read about it though. Welcome back. I hope the walk with the doggo went well. This is Utter Bull's topic. Utter Bull was saying that in Germany, rhubarb cake is very popular. So, rhubarb hype. All right, so rhubarb is the fleshy edible stalks, petioles, edible stalks? No, the petiole, well, maybe. Petiole is the stalk that attaches the leaf blade to the stem and is able to twist the leaf to the sun. Oh, interesting. That's really cool. Okay, so edible stalks of a species and hybrids, culinary rhubarb realm, and the family Polygonaceae. Fenari, when I was little, my two closest age siblings and I decided to make fruit salad using rhubarb and whatever else we had at hand. Wow. We called it rhubarb delight. It was not delightful. I was like, was it good? Yeah, I was saying, so we would, at this creek by my house, we would pick the rhubarb, and then my mom would make strawberry rhubarb pie. I didn't like it. I don't know if it was bad or if it was just little kid pickiness. I remember it being very tangy and sour, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But I also remember the rhubarb itself was so fibrous that like, I don't know. I didn't really like it, but maybe I need to try rhubarb again as an adult. Maybe that's my problem. I don't know. I'm curious now. Now I want some rhubarb just to try it. Now I want a rhubarb delight. Not delightful. Let's see. The whole plant, an herbaceous perennial growing from short, thick rhizomes, is also called a rhubarb. Okay, interesting. So rhubarb technically refers to the stems, but everyone just calls it rhubarb. Is that what am I reading that correctly? Huh. Okay, interesting. Historically, different plants have been called rhubarb in English. The large triangular leaves contain high levels of oxalic acid and anthrone glycosides, making them inedible. Okay. The small flowers are grouped in large compound leafy greenish white to rose red inflorescences. The precise origin of culinary rhubarb is unknown. The species Rhubarb rabarbarum, and I know what we have to watch after this. I have a thing. Don't worry. I have a thing. It's for all the rhubarb lovers, barbarian lovers, and German lovers, which is so much of my demographic. Okay, so the precise origin of culinary rhubarb is unknown. The species Rhubarbarum and R. rapuncticum were grown in Europe before the 18th century and used for medicinal purposes. By the early 18th century, these two species and a possible hybrid of unknown origin, R. times hybridium, were grown as vegetable crops in England and Scandinavia. They readily hybridize, and culinary rhubarb was developed by selecting an open pollinated seed, so its precise origin is almost impossible to determine. In appearance, samples of culinary rhubarb vary on a continuum between R. rapuncticum and R. rhubarbarum. However, modern rhubarb cultivars are tetraploids with 2n equals 44, in contrast to 2n equals 22 for the wild species. The fuck does that mean? Tetraploids. Polyploidy is a condition in which the cells of an organism have more than one pair homologous chromosomes. Most species whose cells have nuclei, eukaryotes, are diploid, meaning they have two sets of chromosomes, where each set contains more. Rhubarb. Although rhubarb is a vegetable, it is often put to the same culinary use as fruits. The leaf stalks can be used raw. I don't suggest it. When I have a thing against rhubarb. I need to try rhubarb as an adult. I remember as a kid being like, rhubarb's overrated, but I need to try it as an adult. Let's see. So the leaf stalks can be used raw when they have a crisp texture, similar to celery. Actually, I can see that. Although it is in a different family, but are most commonly cooked with sugar and used in pies, crumbles, and other desserts. They have a strong tart taste. Many cultivars have been developed for human consumption, most of which are recognized as Reum hybridium by the Royal Horticultural Society. I'm kind of curious about that one too, but now it's so funny. We started out the day, this happens a lot. We started out the day with not a whole bunch of topics, and now we're gonna end up with too many maybe. I was like, we don't have enough, but now I'm curious about it. I want to know. Let's see. Humans are diploid. Two. Whereas these are tetraploid, so 4. Is that right? Honestly, I like raw rhubarb, but I also like eating lemons. Okay, all right. And ketchup chips. I've never had ketchup chips. I would try them. Lincoln, I would try them. I would. Eating just like lemon, just like eating a lemon, incredible, amazing. I love lemon juice. I love lemon in general, but I couldn't just like eat a lemon like it was an orange. That's impressive. I just, you know what? Again, fun. I haven't had rhubarb since I was a child. So really like it's little kid memory of like, I don't like this. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't like it now, right? I didn't like avocados or hummus when I was a kid either. So, go figure. You used to like freezing them? Interesting. Freezing lemons? Freezing rhubarb. Freezing ketchup chips. What did you like to freeze? My guess is lemons, but tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, so I know that Utterbull, you're playing WoW with your wife, so you might not be here. You might be in the lurk zone, but if you happen to be here, let me know if there's anything in particular that you want me to hone in on here. Lemons. Okay, I figured it was lemons, but I was like, we're talking about a lot of things that you could freeze. I don't know. I don't know your life. Okay. Etymology. I love etymology. Let's see. Etymology, cultivation is kind of interesting. Uses is kind of interesting. This is going to be another one where I accidentally end up reading the whole thing. Zoroastrian mythology? Okay, yeah, no, we're just going to go for it. I ran out of coffee. I didn't realize it. And I was like, well, I don't want just water because that sounds boring. So I'm having a ginger beer. Because I love ginger beer. And it felt appropriate. What it means is I'm probably going to burp a lot. So you're welcome. Let's see. Canadian Geek, hi. Traditional Chinese medicine or cat bone dusted to a powder. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Also, hi, welcome. It's our week. So I don't know out of context what you're saying. But if you care to explain more, let me know. Marley, right? I love ginger beer. I'm a big fan. You talking about Trollolololo? I'm going to ignore it for now. I'm in a feisty mood because I've already banned 2 people today. So I'm going to ignore it for now. Okay? Trolling? Having fun? Again, I'm in a feisty mood because I've banned 2 people already today. So I'm going to ignore it for now. Okay. All right. So etymology. The word rhubarb is likely to have derived in the 14th century from the Old French rhubarbe, which came from the Latin rhubarbarum and Greek rabarbaron, meaning foreign rhubarb. The Greek physician Dioscorides used the Greek word ra whereas Galen later used rayon, Latin rheum. These in turn derive from a Persian name for species of rheum, the specific epithet reponticum, applying to one of the presumed parents of the cultivated plant, means raw from the region of the Black Sea or the river Volga, raw being its ancient name. Cultivation. Wow, I don't know. It's so funny. I don't know that I've ever seen rhubarb flowers. I associate rhubarb with like the stalks and the big leaves. I don't know if I've ever seen the flowers, which is interesting. Rhubarb is grown widely, and with greenhouse production, it is available throughout much of the year. It needs rainfall and an annual cold period of about 7 to 9 weeks at 3 degrees Celsius, 37 degrees Fahrenheit. This is also interesting because I remember harvesting it in the summers. So this is fascinating. Okay, and also it doesn't really rain a whole... Well, Colorado's weird. When it does rain, it rains a ton, but it doesn't rain frequently, I should say. Anyway... The plant develops a substantial underground storage organ, rhubarb crowns, and this can be used for early production by transferring field-grown crowns to warm conditions. Rhubarb grown in hothouses, heated greenhouses, is called hothouse rhubarb, and typically made available at consumer markets in early spring before outdoor cultivated rhubarb is available. Hothouse rhubarb is usually a brighter red, tenderer, and sweeter tasting than outdoor rhubarb. After forcing commercial production, the crowns are usually discarded. In temperate climates, rhubarb is one of the first food plants harvested, usually in mid to late spring, April or May in the northern hemisphere, October or November in the southern hemisphere. Okay, all right, that makes sense. That's interesting. And the season for field-grown plants lasts until the end of summer. My mom has a big rhubarb plant. That's cool. And that's another one. I've never seen it like intentionally cultivated. Like I said, I think it just naturally grew by this creek, unless somebody planted it there, which maybe, I don't know. In the United Kingdom, first rhubarb of the year is harvested by candlelight in forcing sheds, where all other light is excluded, a practice that produces a sweeter, more tender stalk. Interesting. These sheds are dotted around the rhubarb triangle between Wakefield, Leeds, and Morley. What the fuck? The Rhubarb Triangle is a 9 square mile, 23 kilometer square area of West Yorkshire, England, between Wakefield, Morley, and Rothwell, famous for producing early forced rhubarb. It included Kirkhamgate, East Ardsley, Stanley, Lofthouse, and Carlton. Huh. Interesting. Okay, cool. In the northwest United States of Oregon and Washington, there are typically 2 harvests from late April to May and then from late June to July. This is June and July is what I associate it with in my mind. Half of all U.S. commercial production is in Pierce County, Washington. Rhubarb is ready to consume and harvested as soon as harvested, and freshly cut stalks are firm and glossy. Rhubarb damaged by severe cold should not be eaten, as it may be high in oxalic acid, which migrates from the leaves and can cause illness. The color of rhubarb stalks can vary from commonly associated crimson red, those speckled light pink, to simply light green. Rhubarb stalks are poetically described as crimson stalks. The color results from the presence of anthocyanins and varies according to both rhubarb variety and production technique. The color is not related to its suitability for cooking. Interesting. Huh. Historical cultivation. You were talking about Chinese medicine. This is where I got confused, and we're going to talk about it now. Okay, anyway. Chinese call rhubarb the Great Yellow and have used rhubarb root for medicinal purposes. It appears in the Divine Farmer's Herb Root Classic, which is thought to have been compiled about 1800 years ago. Though Dioscurides' description of raw indicates that the medicinal root brought to Greece from beyond the Bosphorus may have been rhubarb, commerce in the plant did not become securely established until Islamic times. During Islamic times, it was imported along the Silk Road, reaching Europe in the 14th century through ports of Aleppo and Smyrna, where it became known as Turkish rhubarb. Later, it also started arriving via new maritime routes or overland through Russia. The Russian rhubarb was the most valued, probably because of the rhubarb-specific quality control system maintained by the Russian Empire. Just drop a pic in the Science Channel. Ooh, cool. I'm going to look right now. I'm going to look right now, because why not? Why not? Let me see it. Show me rhubarb. Ooh. Rhubarb! Exclamation point. I love it. I love it. Thanks, Fun. Cool. Okay, let's see. Cost of transportation across Asia made rhubarb expensive in medieval Europe. It was several times the price of other valuable herbs and spices such as cinnamon, opium, and saffron. That's fascinating. That's fascinating to me because saffron is one of the most expensive spices, and then opium during that time was more popular, obviously, but like knowing opium the way that we do now, the way that we think about opium, like that's wild that rhubarb is like that much more valuable. That's wild. The merchant explorer Marco Polo therefore searched for the place where the plant was grown and harvested, discovering that it was cultivated in the mountains of the Tangut province. I'm not sure where that is. Tangut people, Tibeto-Burman. Okay, yeah. Okay, northwest China. Cool. The value of rhubarb can be seen in Roy Gonzalez de Clavijo's report of his embassy in 1403 to 05 to Timur in Samarkand. The best of all merchandise coming to Samarkand was from China, especially silks, satins, musk, rubies, diamonds, pearls, and rhubarb. Wild! The high price, as well as the increasing demand from apothecaries, stimulated efforts to cultivate the different species of rhubarb on European soil. Certain species came to be grown in England to produce the roots. The local availability of the plants grown for medicinal purposes, together with the increasing abundance and decreasing price of sugar in the 18th century, galvanized its culinary adoption. Grieve claims a date of 1820 in England. Rhubarb was harvested in Scotland from at least 1786, having been introduced to the botanical garden in Edinburgh by the traveller Bruce of Kinnaird in 1774. He brought the seeds from Abyssinia and they produced 3,000 plants. Though it is often asserted that rhubarb first came to the United States in the 1820s, John Bartram was growing medicinal and culinary rhubarbs in Philadelphia from the 1730s, planting seeds sent to him by Peter Collinson. From the first, the familiar garden rhubarb was not the only realm in American gardens. Thomas Jefferson planted R. undulatum in Monticello in 1809 and 1811. They forgot to say that his slaves, people that he enslaved, grew that for him. Observing that it was esculent rhubarb, the leaves excellent as spinach. You're not supposed to eat the leaves. Anyway, cultivars. Here's a rhubarb pie. The advocate of organic gardening, Lawrence D. Hills, listed his favorite rhubarb varieties as for flavor as Hock Champagne, Victoria, Timperley Early, and Early Albert, also recommending Gaskin's Perpetual for having the lowest level of oxalic acid, allowing it to be harvested over a much longer period of the growing season without developing excessive sourness. I wonder, maybe that's why. Maybe we would always like harvest it when it was like too late and it was like super, super sour. Maybe it's just little kid palate. I have a feeling the reason I don't like rhubarb is because I had a little kid palate and didn't understand food. Go with it. The Royal Horticultural Society has the UK's national collection of rhubarb that comprises 103 varieties. In 2021 to 22, this was moved from southern England to the more northern garden RHS Bridgewater, where winter, cold, and rainfall are better suited for rhubarb. The following cultivars have gained Royal Horticultural Society's Award of Garden Merit. Granddad's favorite, Reed's Early Superb, Stein's Champagne, and Timperley Early. Uses. Rhubarb is grown primarily for its fleshy leaf stalks, technically known as petioles. The use of rhubarb stalks as food is relatively recent innovation. This usage was first recorded in 18th to 19th century England after affordable sugar became more widely available. That makes sense. Commonly, it is stewed with sugar or used in pies and desserts, but can be put into savory dishes or pickled. Rhubarb can be dehydrated and infused with fruit juice. In the United States, it is usually infused with strawberry juice to mimic the popular strawberry rhubarb pie. See? Strawberry rhubarb pie. what we would make when I was a kid. I didn't like it. Now I really want to try it. I'm so curious if I would like it now. Let's see. The species ribs has been eaten in the Islamic world since the 10th century. In Northern Europe and North America, the stalks are commonly cut into pieces and stewed with added sugar until soft. The resulting compote, sometimes, I can see it as being good in a compote, honestly, sometimes thickened with cornstarch, can then be used as pies, tarts, and crumbles. Alternatively, greater quantities of sugar can be added with pectin to make jams. Rhubarb jam, huh? A paired spice is ginger. Maybe I would like it, because I do like ginger. And I bet I didn't like ginger as a child. Although, cinnamon and nutmeg are also common additions. In the United Kingdom, as well as being used in the typical pies, tarts, and crumbles, rhubarb compote is also combined with whipped cream or custard to make rhubarb fool. Fool? Oh, look at this. Fool is an English dessert. Traditionally, fruit fool is made by folding pureed stewed fruit into sweet custard. Modern fool recipes often skip the traditional custard and use whipped cream. Sounds great. Fruit and whipped cream? Why not? Where am I? I was reading about fool. In the United States, the common usage of rhubarb in pies has led it to being nicknamed pie plant, by which it is referred to in 19th century cookbooks. Rhubarb in the United States is also often paired with strawberries to make strawberry rhubarb pie, though some rhubarb purists jokingly consider this a rather unhappy marriage. Interesting. I love that there are rhubarb purists in the world. Good for you. Good for you, rhubarb purists. Rhubarb can also be used to make alcoholic drinks, such as fruit wines or Finnish rhubarb sima mead. Where's Iron Biscuit when you need him? Sima is a Finnish fermented low-level alcoholic drink and soft drink. Form of mead, alcoholic beverage produced by fermenting a solution of honey and water, although nowadays the honey is usually replaced with different kinds of sugar. Okay. Used to make compote or compote. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Here's the nutritional information. Again, traditional Chinese medicine. This is why you threw me off, Canadian geek. In traditional Chinese medicine, rhubarb roots of several species were used as laxative for several millennia, although there's no clinical evidence to indicate such use is effective. Phytochemistry and potential toxicity. The roots and stems contain anthraquinones, such as imidine and rhine. The anthraquinones have been separated from powdered rhubarb root for purposes in traditional medicine, although long-term consumption of the plant has been associated with acute kidney failure. Really? I need to know what anthraquinones are. Okay, it's just a potentially toxic molecule, apparently. Rhizomes contain stilbenoid compounds, including reponticin, and the flavanol glucosides, catechin 5-glucoside, and science. Huh? Oxalic acid. Rhubarb leaves contain poisonous substances, including oxalic acid, a nephrotoxin. They keep using oxalic acid, and that's one that I'm not familiar with either. Just an organic acid. Okay. Dicarboxylic acid. Cool. All right. As a nephrotoxin. Nephrotoxicity is toxicity in the kidneys. Got it. Okay. So the leaves are not good for your kidneys. Long-term consumption of the oxalic acid leads to kidney stone formation in humans. Yikes. Humans have been poisoned after ingesting the leaves, a particular problem during World War I when the leaves were mistakenly recommended as a food source in Britain. Toxic rhubarb leaves have been used in flavoring extracts after the oxalic acid is removed by treatment with a precipitated chalk. Interesting. Calcium carbonate. Huh. The LD50 median lethal dose for pure oxalic acid in rats is about 375 milligrams per kilogram of body weight, or about 25 grams for 65 kilogram, 143 pound human. Wow. Other source, I love that they're like, this is how you murder someone with rhubarb. It would be difficult. Anyway, other sources of much higher oral LDLO, lowest published lethal dose of 600 milligrams per kilogram. Damn. While the oxalic acid content of rhubarb leaves can vary, a typical value is about 0.5%, meaning a 65 kilogram adult would need to eat 4 to 8 kilograms, 9 to 18 pounds. Yeah, that's a lot, to obtain a lethal dose, depending on which lethal dose is assumed. Cooking the leaves with baking soda can make them more poisonous by producing soluble oxalates. The leaves are believed to contain an additional unidentified toxin, which might be an anthraquinone glycoside, known as a senna-glycoside. In the petioles, leaf stalks, the proportion of oxalic acid is about 10% of the total 2 to 2.5 acidity, which derives mainly from malic acid. Serious cases of rhubarb poisoning are not well documented. Both fatal and non-fatal cases of rhubarb poisoning may be caused not by oxalates, but rather by toxic anthraquinone glycosides. Pests. The rhubarb I'm crushing it. The rhubarb curculio lixus concavus is a weevil. Weevils wobble, but they don't fall down, don't you know? Rhubarb is a host, damage being visible mainly on the leaves and stalks with gummosis, and oval or circular feeding and or egg-laying sites. Gummosis. Ooh, formation of patches of a gummy substance on the surface of certain plants, particularly fruit trees. Interesting. This occurs when sap oozes from wounds or cankers as a reaction to outside stimuli, such as adverse weather conditions, infections, insect problems, or mechanical damage. Hungry wildlife may dig up and eat rhubarb roots in the spring as stored starches are turned into sugars for new foliage growth. All right, Zoroastrian mythology. I'm very curious about this. According to Middle Persian Zoroastrian texts dealing with the creation of humankind, Mashia and Mashiana, the first human couple, first manifested on Earth as conjoined homunculi growing attached to a ghostly rhubarb plant? I love mythology. Okay, when Geomart, the prototype of humanity, finally died as a result of machinations of Ahriman, the principle of evil, and Jet, the demonic whore, wow. He fell onto his side and ejaculated onto the ground. There's a lot to unpack here. The sun's rays gradually purified his semen. There's so much to unpack here. 2 parts being cared for by the messenger deity of Nerio Sang, and 1 by Spendarment, Amesha Spenta of the earth. After a passage of 40 years, Spendarment's portion gave rise to the rhubarb plant bearing the human couple, who were then animated by the supreme deity Ormazd by means of the Far, kingly glory. Yeah, that's a lot fun. There's a lot of information that just happened. Hey, whatever floats your boat. I love that, like, we're reading about this and I was like, I love mythology, and then gotta bring sperm into it, you know? All right, that's enough. That's enough. Let's look at some rhubarb pictures, shall we? Here's some rhubarb on display at a market. Ooh, this is a 19th century apothecary jar for rhubarb. That's beautiful. That's really cool. I want an apothecary jar. Dried strawberry flavored rhubarb. Huh. There you go, rhubarb. We did it. I'm gonna find us real quick. There's this video that I love that is rhubarb related that I feel like we need to watch. So hold please while I find this. Okay, hold on. It's gonna take me a minute. So I don't really speak German. Alina, if you're still there, I bet Alina speaks German because Alina speaks a million languages and is super cool. But German is really fascinating because it's known for having like super long words, compound words specifically. And it's something that English has kind of borrowed from German, but not to the extent of German. And so essentially German, rather than like creating like a new word, will just put together a bunch of words to become one giant word. So we're going to watch a little thing that explains that has to do with rhubarb. It's related, I promise. It's related, I swear. There it is. Ready? Ach ja, bestimmt.
In einem kleinen Dorf, da lebte einst ein Mädchen mit dem Namen Barbara. Und Barbara war überall für ihren wunderbaren Rhabarberkuchen bekannt. Deshalb nannte man sie auch Rhabarber-Barbara. Rhabarber-Barbara merkte schnell, dass sie mit ihrem Kuchen Geld verdienen könnte und eröffnete eine Bar, die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar. Die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar lief gut und hatte schnell Stammkunden. Und die 3 bekanntesten unter ihnen, 3 Barbaren, kamen so oft in die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar, um von Rhabarber-Barbaras leckeren Rhabarberkuchen zu essen, dass man sie auch kurz die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbaren nannte. Die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbaren hatten schöne Bärte. Und wenn die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbaren ihre Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbarenbärte pflegen wollten, gingen sie zum Barbier. Der einzige Barbier, der einen solchen Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbarenbart bearbeiten konnte, hieß Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbarenbart-Barbier. Der Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbarenbart-Barbier ging auch gern in die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar, um von Rhabarber-Barbaras leckeren Rhabarberkuchen zu essen, zu dem er gerne ein Bier trank, das er dann feierlich das Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar-Barbarenbart-Barbier Bier nannte. Das Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbara-Barbarenbart-Barbierbier konnte man nur in einer ganz bestimmten Bar kaufen.
So smoothly, right? Yeah.
Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbara-Barbierbiers hinter der Theke der Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbara-Barbarenbart-Barbierbar hieß Bärbel. Und so gingen die Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren zusammen mit dem Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren-Bart-Barbier und Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren-Bart-Barbier-Bierbar Bärbel in die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar, um von Rhabarber-Barbaras leckeren Rhabarberkuchen zu essen und einer Flasche eisgekühlten Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren-Bart-Barbierbiers anzustoßen. Prost!
Prost! Did you follow? Did you follow it? Did you get it? So we have Barbara, who makes rhubarb cake, and then she starts a bar. Here it is once again.
In einem kleinen Dorf, da lebte einst ein Mädchen mit dem Namen Barbara.
This is a lady named Barbara.
Und Barbara war überall für ihren wunderbaren Rhabarberkuchen
She makes rhubarb cake.
Deshalb nannte man sie auch Rhabarber-Barbara.
So they call it Barbara's rhubarb cake.
Barbara merkte schnell, dass sie mit ihrem Kuchen Geld verdienen könnte.
She's like, I can sell this rhubarb cake, and I'm going to have a bar called Barbara's Rhubarb Bar. Yeah?
Bar lief gut und hatte schnell Stammkunden. Und die 3 bekanntesten
And there's
unter
these
ihnen,
Barbarians.
Barbaren, kamen so oft in die
And they're like, we're going to go to Barbara's bar to eat some rhubarb cake, yeah?
Dass man sie auch kurz die Rhabarber-Barbara
So the barbarians are into it.
Die Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren hatten schöne
Think about barbarians, they've got beards.
Und wenn die
Beards, right?
Rhabarber-Barbaren ihre Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbarenbärte pflegen wollten, gingen sie zum Barbier.
So they need a barber, obviously. So
bearbeiten konnte, hieß
So this is the barber for the barbarians that go to Barbara's Rhubarb Bar. Yeah? Because they eat rhubarb cake. Also, the barber requires a beer in order to do his job. I love it too much. I like it too much. I think it's so funny. Also, there's a lady now who works at the bar, and her name is something. What did they name her? Barbel.
Und so gingen die Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren zusammen mit dem Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren-Bart-Barbier und Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren-Bart-Barbier-Bierbar-Bärbel in die Rhabarber-Barbara-Bar, um von Rhabarber-Barbaras leckeren Rhabarberkuchen zu essen und einer Flasche eisgekühlten Rhabarber-Barbara-Barbaren-Bart-Barbier-Biers anzustoßen. Prost!
Prost! Okay, anyway, I just thought that we all needed to watch that twice in a row, apparently. You're welcome. Moving on. We need it perfection, right? It's so good. I love it so much. Thank you for understanding and being with me on that. It's so good. It's so good. I remember a friend of mine in high school, because she spoke German, showed me that. It's great. It's great. German, man. I want to learn German. I get the gist of it, but I don't speak it at all whatsoever. My phone rang at the barber the first time around, so thanks for playing it twice. Perfect. See? We needed it twice. Yep. Shall we read about rebar? I threw now you'll just have that ringing in your head for no apparent reason other than me making you watch that a couple times in a row. You're welcome. All you have to do is Google search rhubarb Barbara German and it'll come up. I put rhubarb in because what was written in my notebook was actually rabab, which is an instrument, but rebar is what my handwriting looked like. So we're just going to do both. Rebar, short for reinforcing bar, known when masked as reinforcing steel or reinforcement steel, is a steel bar used as a tension device in reinforced concrete and reinforced masonry structures to strengthen and aid the concrete under tension. Concrete is strong under compression, but has weak tensile strength. Rebar significantly increases the tensile strength of a structure. Rebar surface features a continuous series of ribs, lungs, or indentations to promote a better bond with the concrete and reduce the risk of slippage. The most common type of rebar is carbon steel, typically consisting of hot-rolled round bars with deformation patterns embossed into its surface. Steel and concrete have similar coefficients of thermal expansion, so a concrete structural member reinforced with steel will experience minimal differential stress as the temperature changes. That's really cool. Science, man. I watched like an hour-long thing on YouTube about rebar and concrete. It's actually really cool. Part of my inspiration for this topic, actually, beyond the fact that my handwriting is terrible, was that my little brother and his girlfriend, shout out Starknuckle, but my little brother recently introduced me to this show called How To with John Wilson. And so if you're curious, you should check it out because it's a great show. It's essentially a guy who does kind of a docuseries, but really it's him just kind of filming the world around him, making observations, and then he kind of edits it together to have a theme of some sort. So it's like kind of, it seems to me as though he kind of just films things. He kind of just films his whole life and then finds themes and kind of edits together those themes. And so one of the themes, because he lives in New York, is scaffolding. And so the episode on scaffolding is one of those things. So scaffolding, if you don't know, if you don't live in a big city, maybe you don't know. But if you have a skyscraper, the potential for killing someone, the potential damage of a rock or a brick falling from that really tall building is huge. And so scaffolding is like a temporary kind of roof structure, like on the sidewalk to then prevent people from being harmed, right? And so it's something that I think, I found it to be a fascinating episode, although all of the episodes are fascinating, because he does this kind of like deep dive into this thing that like exists all around us that we never really pay attention to. And so rebar is one that I, like you said, Spatty, like I think you would like that show. But it's one of those things I was like, this might be one of those things that it's like, I've never really paid attention to it, but it sounds interesting to me. And right away, the way in which like concrete and rebar would have the same kind of like temperature, how did they say it? What did they say? I forget. Yeah, the thermal expansion in terms of like the temperature required to then expand said material, like that's really fascinating. I think it's fascinating. But in general, I really love documentaries or just like explorations of like seemingly mundane things that give it like a new life or a new like perspective. I think that kind of stuff is really cool. Yeah. Anyway, other readily available types of rebar are manufactured of stainless steel and composite bars made of glass fiber, carbon fiber, or basalt fiber. Okay. Carbon steel reinforcing bars may also be coated in an epoxy resin designed to resist the effects of corrosion, especially when used in saltwater environments. That makes sense. Bamboo has been shown to be a viable alternative to reinforcing steel in concrete construction. Really? Bamboo is also wild in terms of like how strong it is, how like versatile it is. Bamboo, yeah, is an interesting plant. That would be a good one for Bee Week. Let's see. These alternate types tend to be more expensive or may have lesser mechanical properties and are thus more often used in specialty construction, where their physical characteristics fulfill a specific performance requirement that carbon steel does not provide. Okay, weirdly enough, this is actually a very long article. I found that to be fascinating. I'm trying to think, how much of this do I want to read? Do I need to read more? Do we want to read more? I'm probably going to move on because all of a sudden I've been streaming for 3 hours, which is amazing. And also we actually do have a few more topics to get through, so I might move on, but we can look at some pictures real quick, shall we? Here is an early version of rebar inside Leaning Tower of Nevyansk. Okay, we might read about the history. God, the history is so long. Just kidding, we're not going to read about the history. I have to stop myself. Here we have a picture of the Alvord Lake Bridge in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park, the first reinforced concrete bridge built in the United States. Interesting. Rebar has been placed atop a temporary wooden formwork deck prior to pouring concrete. The large horizontal rebar cages will be encased within a beam, while several thick vertical rebar stubs will stick out of the pour to form the base of a future column. I do think that the physical characteristics are kind of interesting, but also very long. Very long. Very long article. Wow, look at all this rebar. Steel reinforcement bars with color codes indicating the grade. Oh, we've got US sizes versus Canadian sizes. Good. This is a corroded concrete and rebar at the bridge of Queen Elizabeth Way Crossing in Welland River in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. Yeah, that crack is kind of scary, eh? Steel reinforced in storage. Australian sizes as well, good. New Zealand, India, all over. Different grades of rebar. Placing rebar. Let's read about that a little bit, yeah? Rebar cages are fabricated either on or off the project site, commonly with the help of hydraulic benders and shears. However, for small or custom work with a tool known as a hickey or hand rebar bender is sufficient. The rebars are placed by steel fixers, rod busters, or concrete reinforcing iron workers with bar supports and concrete or plastic rebar spacers, separating the rebar from the concrete formwork to establish concrete cover and ensure that proper embedment is achieved. The rebars in the cages are connected by spot welding, tying steel wire, sometimes using an electric rebar tier, or with mechanical connections. For tying epoxy-coated or galvanized rebars, epoxy-coated or galvanized wire is normally used respectively. Let's see. Long story short, rebar and concrete is a wonderful love story of human engineering. Two materials with completely different strengths and weaknesses. Interesting. But together, it makes incredibly strong infrastructure. That's really cool. That's really cool. Spatty, if you want to throw a link to that in the Discord, that would be really neat. I don't know where you would put it, but maybe in the science nerd section, because now I'm curious about it. Let's see. Stirrups. Stirrups form the outer part of a rebar cage. Stirrups are usually rectangular in beams and circular in piers and are placed at regular intervals along a column or beam to secure the structural rebar and prevent it from shifting out of position during concrete placement. The main usage for stirrups or ties is to increase the shear capacity of reinforced concrete component it is included in. Here's a stirrup sample. And here is some steel wire used to secure rebar before concrete is poured over it. Welding. The American Welding Society, AWS D 1.4, sets out the practices for welding rebar in the United States. Without special consideration, the only rebar that is ready to weld is W grade, low alloy. Okay, interesting. A706. Rebar that is not produced to the ASTM A706 specification is generally not suitable for welding without calculating the carbon equivalent. Material with a carbon equivalent of less than 0.55 can be welded. ASTM A616 and ASTM A617, now replaced by the combined standard of A996. Reinforcing bars are re-rolled rail steel and re-rolled rail axle steel with uncontrolled chemistry, phosphorus, and carbon content. These materials are not common. Rebar cages are normally tied together with wire, although spot wielding of cages has been the norm in Europe for many years and is becoming more common in the United States. High-strength steels for pre-stressed concrete cannot be welded. Interesting. Don't worry about it, Spatty. I was just curious. Yeah, if you don't have it on hand, don't even worry about it. I'm sure it's something I could look up later too. Let's see. Reinforcement placement in rolls. Roll reinforcement system is a remarkably fast and cost-efficient method for placing a large quantity of reinforcement over a short period of time. Roll reinforcement is usually prepared off-site and easily unrolled on-site. Roll reinforcement placement has been applied successfully in slabs, decks, foundations, wind energy mass foundations, walls, ramps, etc. Mechanical connections. Also known as mechanical couplers or mechanical splices, mechanical connections are used to connect reinforcing bars together. Mechanical couplers are an effective means to reduce rebar congestion in highly reinforced areas for cast-in-place concrete construction. These couplers are also used in precast concrete construction at the joints between members. Structural performance criteria for mechanical connections varies between countries, codes, and industries. As a minimum requirement, codes typically specify the rebar to splice connection meets or exceeds 125% of the specified yield strength of the rebar. That makes sense. More stringent criteria also requires the development of the specified ultimate strength of the rebar. As an example, ACI 318 specifies either type 1, 125%, or type 2, 125%, 100% FU. I don't know the FY and the FU. They need to be very strong. For concrete structures designed with ductility in mind, it is recommended that the mechanical connections are also capable of failing in a ductile manner, typically known as the reinforcing steel industry as achieving bar break. As an example, Caltrans specifies a required mode of failure, necking of the bar. So here we have rebars with safety caps installed to prevent injury. Safety. To prevent injury, the protruding ends of steel rebar are often bent over or covered with special steel reinforcement plastic caps. Designations. Reinforcement is usually tabulated in a reinforcement schedule on construction drawings. This eliminates ambiguity in the notations used around the world. The following list provides examples of the notations. We're not going to worry about it. Reuse and recycling. Rebar is frequently recycled. Excuse me. And rebar is often made entirely from recycled steel. Interesting. Nucor, the largest steel producer in the United States, claims its steel bar products are made from 97% recycled steel. Wow. Here we have a picture of workers extracting rebar from a demolition rubble in China. Cool. I wonder if there's anything else we want to read about with it. Now that you mentioned concrete, Spatty, I kind of want to just see if there's specific stuff with regard to concrete in here, other than the thermoregulation part of it. I think it was called thermoregulation. That to me was really fascinating. Oh, they talk about concrete a lot in this article. A lot. All the time. Concrete all the time. Hold on, go back to the top. Did I? It's mentioned 126 times. Okay, hold on. Stop. Okay, just stop. Just stop, internet. Okay. So we're talking about the concrete stuff. And tensile strength. Using concrete and masonry. So not until the mid-19th century was embedded into concrete. Okay. Huh. So Joseph Monnier of France is one of the most notable figures for the invention and popularization of reinforced concrete. As a French gardener, Monnier patented reinforced concrete flower pots in 1867 before proceeding to build reinforced concrete water tanks and bridges. Cool. That's interesting. Reduce, reuse, recycle, rebar! To paint a bit of a picture, imagine concrete without rebar, basically a strong type of chalk. How it breaks with stress. I know, flower pots of all things. Zenith, hi, welcome. Very cool. Yeah, the flower pot thing is something I did not foresee that. I did not foresee that happening. Can we continue? Okay, we're on it. Okay. No, don't want to cooperate today. Let's see. And then we've got Ernest L. Ransom, an English engineer and architect who worked in the United States, made a significant contribution to the development of reinforcing bars in concrete construction. He invented twisted iron rebar, which he initially thought of while designing self-supported sidewalks for the Masonic Hall in Stockton, California. Huh. Cool. Rebar. Now we know a little bit. So we talked about rhubarb, talked about rebar. Now we're going to talk about the rabob. I'm probably not saying that right. Rababa. Zenith, how are you? Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. All right, so the rhubarb, rebeb, rababa, rebeba, rhubarb, is the name of several related bowed but sometimes plucked string instruments that independently spread via Islamic trading routes over much of North Africa, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and parts of Europe. One of the earliest known bowed instruments, named no later than the 8th century. Wow. And is the parent of many bowed and stringed instruments. Cool. So here's a picture of St. Cecilia's rebab. There's also a Central Asian plucked instrument called rhubarb. Oh my God, we're gonna have to look at that one too. Guys, I just can't be stopped. Okay. There are chiefly 3 main types of rhubarb. We have a long-necked bowed variety that often has a spike at the bottom to rest on the ground. See first image to the right. This guy? This like spike maybe? Yeah. Unless we're talking about this guy. Oh, that's like a spike. Cool. Thus, this is called a spike fiddle in certain areas. Interesting. Some of the instruments developing from this have vestigial spikes. A short-necked, double-chested, or boat-shaped variant. Here, plucked versions like the Kabuli rhubarb, sometimes referred to as the robob or rhubarb, also exist. So that's this guy, right? Interesting. Okay. Besides the spike fiddle variant, there also exists a variant with a pear-shaped body, quite similar to the Byzantine Ira and the Cretan Ira. So this is that. Oh, look at this little cherub. Okay. And then this guy. There we go. Cool. I actually went with Sliced Raven. There was an exhibit at a museum in town, all about the history of the guitar. And I'm pretty sure they had some of these in that exhibit, which was really cool. It was really interesting to see like the development of like stringed instruments over time and which ones are bowed and which ones are not, and like what strings are made of, and like the shape of the instrument itself, and like was it made of a gourd, was it made of wood, like all of these different things. It was very cool. Very cool. Let's see, the latter variant traveled to Western Europe in the 11th century and became the rebec. This rabab is the ancestor of many European bowed instruments, including the rebec and the lyra. Though not those bowed instruments in the lyre family, such as the crith, johiko, talharpa, and gu. Again, they're just showing that cherub boy. This article will only concentrate on the spike fiddle rebab, which usually consists of a small, usually rounded body, the front of which is covered in a membrane such as parchment or sheepskin, has a long neck attached. There is a long, thin neck with a peg box at the end, and there are 1, 2, or 3 strings. There's no fingerboard. There's no fingerboard. There's no fingerboard, huh? The instrument is held upright, either resting on the lap or on the floor. The bow is usually more curved than that of a violin. The rebab, though valued for its voice-like tone, has a very limited range, a little over an octave. That's very limited. And was gradually replaced throughout much of the Arab world by the violin and kemençi. I don't know this one. Okay, cool. The Iraqi version of the instrument, jaza or josa, has 4 strings. Neat. So this is KPH Notoprojo, famous Indonesian rebab player. This is so cool and pretty and weird. My curiosity is, like, if it doesn't have a fingerboard, how do you change the pitch? What do you do that way? It looks like even though there's not a fingerboard, people are still, like, playing it in that way. Let's see. So this is an Iraqi jaza player, Salih Shamail, the first Cairo Congress of Arab Music in 1932. Let's see. Here's some rebabs in the Melvana Mausoleum in Konya, Turkey. It looks like it has, when they say no fingerboard, what do they mean? Because it looks like these have fingerboards, but maybe, when did they say that? Hold on, which? There is no fingerboard. There's no fingerboard. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Every time I hear rebab, I see the see. Gotcha. It will haunt you forever now. You're welcome. It lives rent free in my head, and I like it. I hope you enjoy. Link it. Let's see. I want to see, like, how it's played. Here's a rebab from Yemen. Wow, this is wild. This is a rustic rebab if I ever saw one. This is a Bedouin playing a rebab during World War II. Here we have a few different rebab players. This is a rebab player. This is a 3-string rebab. Rebabs. I kind of want to see if we can find, like, an example of someone playing it. Playing a rebab. You guys want to watch someone play a rebab? Because I sure do. I ask as if you have a choice. You do. You always have a choice. You don't have to be here, but I want to see what a rebab sounds like. Are you ready? It's a 2-minute video. 2.5-minute video. Okay. No, this is gamelan. No, playing rebab. Okay. All right, ready, team? Playing techniques. This is what I want to know. Let's do it.
The rebab is the melodic leader of the gamelan. It has 1 string, which runs from the higher of the 2 tuning pegs down to the bottom of the instrument and back up again. This effectively makes 2 strings, which are tuned individually to a kampiung, usually 6 and 2, or possibly 5 and 1 if playing in Pelog Lima. It's played with a bow strung with horsehair,
bow is so weird.
Or, nowadays, nylon. The strings of the bow are held taut with the 3rd finger of the right hand. Often the rebab will play a sungungan, that is, a short introductory phrase, before the start of a piece to establish the patet. Here are some examples to show the fingering. Slendro Manura.
Cool.
Pelog Num. Pelog Barang. And finally, a gongan of Ladrang Willajung played on the rabab.
I feel like that bow needs rosin. Am I wrong? Just because the tone is a little scratchy, and I feel like that's an indication, like with a bowed instrument, if you don't have rosin on it, that means that the strings aren't able to like grip, like the bow's not able to like grip onto the strings. It's really cool though. Rabab. And now we know. Thank you for listening to Rababs with me. Thank you for coming to the Rabab concert. So that was Rabab. Now we're going to read about rhubarb. Yep. So this is a little bit different. But still a stringed instrument. Interesting. Okay. So that other one was like North Africa, Persian kind of areas. But this is also Persian. Okay, so let's see. This article is about the South Asian, Central Asian plucked instrument, otherwise known as the Kabuli rabab. For the bowed instrument, see rabab. Okay, so this is the main difference. This one is plucked. The other one is with a bow. Rhubarb, rabab. Rabab is a lute-like musical instrument. Rhubarb is one of the national instruments of Afghanistan. It is used in areas inhabited by the Pashtun and Balak, also played by Sindhi people in Sindh, by Kashmiri people in Kashmir, and by the Punjabis of Punjab. 3 variants of rhubarb are the Kabuli rabab of Afghanistan, the Sunni rabab of northern India, Pamiri rabab of Tajikistan. These proliferated throughout the West, Central, and South and Southeast Asia. The Kabuli rabab originates from Afghanistan, and it derives its name from Arabic ribab, played with bow. Oh, okay, cool. So in Arabic, ribab means played with bow. Central Asian and Indian subcontinent, however, the instrument is plucked and is distinctly different in construction. Yeah, right away this looks way different because you've got like all of these different like tuning pegs down here, and then you've got tuning pegs at the top, and then like the body itself looks way different. This is cool. All right, so here we've got an Iranian style rabab from 13th century, found in Ray, near Tehran, Iran. This is a woman playing a Sani rabab in medieval India, 1800 to 1700. Cool. This is in the Kushan Empire, 1st to 3rd century, a lute or veena from the Yusufzai district near Peshawar, Greco-Buddhist Gandhara school. Resembles a rhubarb, sarod, and togna. These are other cool instruments. Ooh, this is a sarod. This is a tumna. Okay. And here we have a Mongolian lute, circa 1297, in the tomb of Wang Qing in China. Neat, guys. Here's a postage stamp of Azerbaijan depicting 19th century rhubarb. So the body is carved out of a single piece of wood, which that sentence in and of itself like blows my mind. Like Lothries, like carving this out of a single piece of wood, like what? Wild. With a head covering of a hollow bowl, which provides the sound chamber. The bridge sits on the skin and is held in position by the tension of the strings. It has 3 melody strings tuned in fourths. Okay. 2 or 3 droned strings. Cool. 15 sympathetic strings. That's fucking wild. The instrument is made... That's so many strings, you guys. 15 sympathetic strings? Sympathetic meaning they only vibrate when other certain frequencies are vibrating. Like, that's fucking wild. The instrument is made from the trunk of a mulberry tree, the head from an animal skin such as a goat, the strings from the intestines of young goats, or nylon. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. Here's a young man with an Iranian rhubarb, 16th century. Okay. I think we should listen to this too, huh? I think we need to. I think it's a requirement. One moment. This is harder to find, actually. Here we go. Okay. Ready? Come on, YouTube.
In this video we introduce to you a very famous Afghan instrument. It is called rubab. Rubab is a string instrument. The body is carved out of a single piece of wood and covered with a membrane, which makes the sound chamber. It has three main strings.
Perpetually in
and
awe of
13
people who can play
accompanying
stringed
strings,
instruments.
which
They're really
helps
cool.
in
Yeah.
producing
Yeah.
the unique
So different
sound
from
of
wind instruments,
rubab.
right?
Rubab is very famous in Afghanistan and sometimes
So many
referred to as
strings.
the lion of instruments.
The lion of
In this
instruments.
video we have a master of rubab playing a very nice piece for you. Please enjoy.
Yay. Cool. This is also just a beautiful instrument. Like the mother of pearl inlay. It's interesting that they both have such like similar names, but they are totally different instruments, right? The carving on the tuning pegs, it's so intricate, right? The details, yeah. I wish it would like zoom out so we could see the whole instrument, because yeah. I mean, this guy is shredding, so I understand why they're like focus on him shredding. Tuned in fourths, too. Is the violin tuned in fourths? My brain can't think right now. Because D to A would be a fifth, right? So Western string instruments are generally tuned in fifths, not in fourths, which is interesting. Same with the guitar, right? No, the guitar's a little different. E, A, D. Because A to D is a fourth, right? So E, I have to do saxophone fingerings. So I guess guitars are kind of tuned in fourths, but violins and like cellos and stuff are tuned in fifths. The fourth and a fifth is just inverse of each other in music, right? So it kind of makes sense. This is cool. Interesting. Love it. Love it. List it. Leave it. Done. Rhubarb. Rebarb. Rhubarb. Rhubarb. We're crushing it. We're learning all the things. It's time to learn about ridiculous. Spatty, this is your topic. Inadvertently, I don't know if you meant for this to be your topic, but it's your topic. So if there's anything in particular you want me to read about, let me know. Okay. To be ridiculous is to be something which is highly incongruous or inferior, sometimes deliberately so to make people laugh or get their attention, and sometimes unintendedly so as to be considered laughable or earn or provoke ridicule or derision. It comes from the 1540s Latin ridiculus, meaning laughable, from ridiculous, meaning that which excites laughter, and from ridere, meaning to laugh. Ridiculous is an adjective describing the ridiculous. In common usage, ridiculousness is a synonym for absurdity or nonsense. From a historical and technical viewpoint, absurdity is associated with argumentation and reasoning, nonsense with semantics and meaning, while ridiculous is mostly associated with laughter, superiority, deformity, and incongruity. Reductio ad absurdum is a valid method of argument, while reductio ad ridiculum is invalid. Interesting! Argument by invective declaration of ridiculous is invalid, while arguments involving declarations of nonsense may summarize a cogent semantic problem with lack or meaning or ambiguity. Cogent? Two kinds of logical reasoning are often distinguished in addition to formal deduction, induction, and abduction. Given a precondition or premise, a conclusion or logical consequence, and a rule of material conditional implies conclusion given the precondition. That didn't help me at all, but that's fine. This is fine. I was just complaining about my spelling. It's true. I made it into a topic. I decided it's a topic. Let's see. Historically, the ridiculous was central to initial theories of humor and laughter, as first put forth by philosopher Thomas Hobbes. It is currently used in the theory of humor to create laughter, shock, parody, or satire. Reactions to the ridiculous have been studied in psychology for its effects on memory, attention, and attitude in social hierarchies. These studies have been applied to the theory of advertisement regarding attention, memory, and alleviation of pre-existing negative attitudes towards products. The ridiculous is often contrasted with the sublime, one of extreme inferiority, the other of extreme superiority. Often one can suddenly move from one extreme state to the other. Interesting. Because you know about like sublimation in science, and then like sublime, that's just interesting. In aesthetics, the sublime is the quality of greatness, whether physical, moral, intellectual, metaphysical, aesthetic, spiritual, or artistic. The term generally refers to greatness beyond all possibility of calculation, measurement, or imitation. Sublimation is just the process of matter transforming into a different form, right? Condensation is a great one, right? So like going from a gaseous form to then a liquid form. Like sublimation is like, isn't it right? Science people, help me. Fenaria, help me. Is that right? So it's interesting too, this idea of like something that is transcendent also being referred to, wow, what did I do to my hair? As being like sublime. Yeah? Ish. Go with it. Okay. See, there's so much here. I didn't know so much would be here, but we're gonna go with it because look at this guy. You say ridiculous, I say sublime / nightmare, if you will, depending on who you are and how you feel about things. History, incongruity, the superiority theory of humor and deformity. The ridiculous often has extreme incongruity, things that are not thought to belong next to each other, or inferiority, e.g., when something that was dignified is reduced to a ridiculous position. Here, noting the element of the incongruous, so that laughter is most intense when we escape from a coerced solemnity. For Aristotle, we laugh at inferiority or ugly individuals because we feel a joy at being superior to them. Interesting. Socrates was reported by Plato as saying that the ridiculous was characterized by a display of self-ignorance. Deformity was considered by some to be essential to the ridiculous. Psychological theories of humor include the incongruity theory and the superiority theory, with the latter the latter of which the philosopher Thomas Hobbes was an early proponent. Hobbes claimed that laughter was either caused spontaneously or by seeing a deformed thing to which one compares themselves and laughs as a form of self-applause. Interesting. A sudden glory arising from the sudden conception of some eminency in ourselves by comparison of the infirmities of others. Had to double check to be sure. Sublimation isn't phase change. Thank you. Okay. It's specifically when it goes directly from solid to gas without a liquid state in between. Thank you, Fun. That helps. I was going to say, I think this is right, but I'm wrong. So thank you. I was close, but I was wrong. So there is no liquid state. You go straight from a solid to a gas. It's like dry ice, right? Dry ice is an example of that, maybe? Maybe? Sublimation. Thank you, Fun. Let's see. What else? I didn't know that looking up ridiculous was going to get us there, but it did. So there we are. The Right Reverend William Warburton, Lord Bishop of Gloucester, said that in the 18th century that nothing is ridiculous but what is deformed. Using ridiculous as a method of theory of humor. Here is a clown wearing a hat of a ridiculously small and incongruous size. It's ridiculous! I do use ridiculous and absurd almost interchangeably, although reading this, I'm realizing they do. That's what's fascinating about language in general, is we say we have these things called synonyms, right? And like synonyms exist, obviously, but the way that we teach synonyms often is like these two words mean the same thing. And they do, but they don't. You know what I mean? That's why we have two different words, but they have a similar application. But it's too difficult when you're teaching language to be like, they're different, but the same. It's just like, it depends on what level of like language learning you're doing, but like the nuanced differentiation between certain synonyms is like kind of advanced shit. You know what I mean? I love fuck you, Spatty. Cinnamon? Me too. I actually do really like cinnamon. Cinnamon. It's like the word anemone. Now I can say it because I practiced it, but that was a word that fucked me up for a long time. Okay. Although common usage now considers absurdity. I was just talking about this. Okay, sorry for screaming. Although common usage now considers absurdity to be synonymous with ridiculousness, Hobbes discussed the two concepts as different, in that absurdity is viewed as having to do with an invalid reason, as in Hobbes' table of absurdity, while ridiculousness has to do with laughter, superiority, ridicule, and deformity. This is what I think is fascinating too, is that we talk about absurd humor, like absurdist humor as being a like category of comedy, right? We don't talk about like ridiculous humor. But this is interesting because like absurdity, the word absurd has a little bit more legitimacy than ridiculous, I guess, in some ways. Fascinating. Love it. Let's see. Native American ritual clown. The ritual clown, Heyoka, in some Native American culture, uses the painfully ridiculous and is believed to become closer to the gods by its primordiality. Native American clowns are ridiculous in their contrary and rule-breaking antics. In the film Little Big Man, what is this? Oh, wow. I don't know this. Dustin Hoffman. Wow. Spaghetti Western. Okay. The sacred clown rides sitting backwards on his horse, washes himself with dirt, and dries himself with water. Heyoka are thought of as being incongruously backwards, forwards, upside down, or contrary in nature. This spirit is often manifest by doing things backwards or unconventionally, riding a horse backwards, wearing clothes inside out, speaking backwards. For example, if food were scarce, a Heyoka would sit around and complain about how full he was. During a baking hot heat wave, a Heyoka would shiver with cold and put on gloves and cover himself with a thick blanket. Interesting. Similarly, when it is 40 degrees below freezing, he will wander around naked for hours complaining that it's too hot. Huh. Parody and satire and social commentary. The ridiculous can use both physical and conceptual inferiority and incongruity of juxtaposition to create parody and satire. In Candide, Voltaire parodies Leibniz' argument for existence of evil under benign God, using ridiculous rationalizations of evil. Leibniz claimed that God is constrained by logic, and and created the best of all possible worlds. After being reduced from a dignified state to its opposite, the optimistic Dr. Pangloss, representing Leibniz, finds cause to consider his undignified position to be the best of all possible worlds, noting his own particular current happiness, which he argues could not have been attained without experiencing the atrocities in the previous narrative. His optimistic attitude is extremely incongruous with his experiences, an extremely inferior, undignified ultimate condition. I joke about it a lot, but like when it's Colorado has such like changing weather all the time. Like generally speaking, we have 2 seasons. We have like winter and summer, with a little bit of like variation in between, but usually fall and spring are very short here. That said though, during the winter you'll have like, you know, a blizzard and then it be like, you know, 70 degrees like a day later. And so when we do have a long winter and I'm like ready for like springish summer winter or springish summer weather, I'll joke about trying to like will the weather with my clothing, and like try to wear like springy, more like hot weather clothing, just because my mood is like I'm ready for spring, even if the like temperature outside doesn't say that. And I didn't really realize how much that like lines up with these ideas until just now. I'm having a weird identity moment, which is just funny. Anyway. In Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey, spoilers ahead, ape-like humans and their behavior are juxtaposed next to streamlined advanced technology with a highly avant-garde score composed by Gheorghe Ligeti. Ligeti also used ridiculous juxtaposition in his scores to create parody. I don't know this composer. I don't know him. Hungarian-Austrian composer of contemporary classical music. Avant-garde. Cool. I'll have to look into him. I also need to see 2001 Space Odyssey, honestly. So to create parody, this tool was frequently used by composer Peter Maxwell Davies. I'm not familiar with him either. English composer conductor. Master of the Queen's music. What a title. Deformity and incongruity in performance as social commentary and lifestyle. Japanese Butoh dance. Japanese Butoh uses both incongruity and deformity to create ridiculous dance performance and lifestyle, extreme movement methods that are highly incongruous with natural body movement in its dance and everyday lifestyle, as well as in its clothing, actions, costume, and set designs that is highly incongruous with societal norms, which often shock the audience or visitor, and are sometimes considered not only ridiculous, but incongruently bizarre or beautiful, elegant, and grotesque. Theater of the ridiculousness. Theater of the ridiculous. The theater of the ridiculous is a genre of performance that uses highly incongruous stage settings and incongruous costumes, such as cross-dressing, to disturb or create shock in the audience. It began in New York, of course it did, in the 1960s. Psychology, attention, memory, and attitudes. Psychologists have studied human response to the ridiculous and its effects on attention and memory. Advertising. This gets into like, y'all remember when the Old Spice commercials first started with the guy that's like, I'm on a horse, now I'm here, blah blah blah, like basically just like shit posting commercials. I feel like this is related to that, probably. The ridiculous is used in advertising to manipulate attention and attitudes towards products. Totally. Juxtaposition with the sublime. The ridiculous is sometimes contrasted to the sublime, where something with one quality is thought of as approaching or likely to change to the other. Thomas Paine, writing in The Age of Reason in 1795, said, "The sublime and the ridiculous are often so nearly related that it is difficult to class them separately. One step above the sublime makes the ridiculous, and one step above the ridiculous makes the sublime again." That's almost like an example I'm thinking of is like wealthy culture in the United States, right? The way in which we kind of worship money and worship celebrity and worship like luxury. There's a level of luxury and wealth that seems very like utopian, and then you go a step above that and it is ridiculous, right? And I think those levels are different for everyone depending on what like socioeconomic class you come from. But that's like immediately what comes to mind is this idea of like sublime versus ridiculous and how like close those lines are, you know? Napoleon, reflecting on the state of his existence following his retreat from Moscow in 1812, famously remarked to Polish ambassador D.G. de Pratt, Du sublime à ridicule, il n'est qu'un pas. There's only one step from the sublime to the ridiculous. I like that. That's really interesting. Spatty, I know this isn't actually your topic, but this is a great topic. I'm very into this topic. And we wouldn't have gotten here were it not for the fact that ridiculous is difficult to spell. Now we know. Reduction to the ridiculous, or reductio ad ridiculum. Reduction to the ridiculous, Latin reductio ad ridiculum, also called appeal to ridicule, appeal to mockery, or the horse laugh, is a logical fallacy which presents the opponent's argument in a way that grossly misrepresents it and appears ridiculous next to it, often so I'm glad I picked it. I'm glad you did too. It actually all started because I wanted to remind you of how awesome you are. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. It's very sweet. Thank you. Where was I fucking up? Now, where was I when I couldn't say things that I'm trying to read? Misrepresentative. I said it perfectly that time. Often so misrepresentative as to create a straw man argument rather than addressing the argument itself. For example, in arguing against idealism with its sophisticated arguments that the world was not real but only existed in the mind. Fuck me up, philosopher Dr. Johnson famously kicked a stone. What? All right. What? For example, in arguing against idealism with its sophisticated arguments that the world was not real but only existed in the mind, philosopher Dr. Johnson famously kicked a stone to be like, the world is real. All right. Making me think of bigots and their twisting of things. Yes, it is that. It's exactly that. No, that's a great example. Fun. Gotta remember. Reductio ad ridiculum next time someone is doing a straw man. 100%. Although they're going to think that you're just saying a Harry Potter spell at them, so it might backfire. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Contrasting ridiculousness with absurdity in reasoning. Reductio ad ridiculum. It's so true, Fun. That's a great example. Is an invalid method of argument, while reductio ad absurdum is a valid method. Invective. Arguments are often simply dismissed by calling them ridiculous as invective without further argumentation. That's interesting too. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche often dismissed philosophical positions by calling them ridiculous without further argument given. This is a very good topic. This is very interesting. Kitsch has come up twice today, and I love kitsch. But kitsch is a little ridiculous, isn't it? Isn't it just? Okay, good. What a time, huh? What a thing. Okay, so here's the deal, team. We've got, let's see, I might get rid of a couple of these just for the sake of time. Although we're not doing too bad on time. Okay, here's what we've got. We've got Runaway Bride. We've got Resident Evil. We've got the Royal Astronomical Society. We've got Royal Horticultural Society. And we've got Rugby. These are the ones that we've got. So if you want to hear about Runaway Bride, stick around. You're gonna. And if you need to stretch or get a snack or get a drink or go check out other streamers, this is the time. So do that. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon, okay? Gimp. We're gonna read about Resident Evil after we read about Runaway Bride. Priorities. I'm just kidding. I'll see you all in a few minutes, okay? Bye. See you soon. Bye. All right. If you stuck around, you're the best. You're my favorite. Don't tell the others. If you didn't, you're not my favorite. But you're not here, so you wouldn't know that. I'm just kidding. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sticking around. And we're going to continue now by reading about The Runaway Bride. A movie. Boom. Favorite. Here. Gimp, Fanaria, other chatters and lurkers, you're my favorite. I don't make the rules. I do make the rules. This is my stream. Anyway, thank you for sticking around. Shall we read about Runaway Bride? T. Miller, this is for you. It would be really funny if you're not here, because what that would mean is you're not my favorite. You are here! Great. Good. Love it. Okay, awesome. Let's get into it. T. Miller. I made a new emote just for funsies. I made it tier 2, and the reason I did that is because I actually have a couple people that are tier 2 and tier 3, and I realized I have not given them any emotes. But T. Miller, I wanted to show you. Actually, everyone. I should have done this when the gender fluid person was like being rude. Look it's me with a mustache. Anyway, moving on. I felt the need. So now I like how they're like, you can't be gender fluid. And I'm like, I have 3 emotes with me with a fucking beard or a mustache. You tell me I can't be gender fluid. It's pretty great, right? Thanks. It was okay, you know that app that I made everyone get that I was like, look it can give you like really cool filters for your pictures, right? So I took a selfie when I was mid Bob Ross transformation. And then that was like a filter that came with it, and I really liked it. Yeah. So there we go. There it is. This is not to like encourage anyone to get tier 2. I just realized that I've got a couple people that are at tier 2 and tier 3, and I'm like, I have not given you any emotes, so here's an emote. Enjoy. I wasn't here then, but damn, all gatekeepers. And not even like a gatekeeper. This was a person that was just being ignorant and was like, if you're gender fluid, then I'm a tank. Which is like, what? So trying to be like, you don't exist. And I was like, but I do. Anyway, they got banned real quick. It was fine. Do you see what I mean? Fun? Yeah. Although I can see what you're saying. I was talking to my older brother. One of his partners is non-binary and uses they, them pronouns. And we were talking about how people expect you to present androgynous, or honestly, like if you're non-binary, there's like an expectation that you're gonna present a little bit more masculine, maybe, or I guess there's an expectation that you're gonna present slightly opposite of the gender that you were assigned at birth, right? Which is fascinating to me because it's like non-binary people don't owe you masculinity. Non-binary people don't owe you femininity. Non-binary people don't owe you androgyny. Just like trans folks don't owe you masculinity or femininity. And so it's funny because it's like you're missing the point in terms of the gatekeepers. So I'm with you on that. But this was not a gatekeeper. This was just an ignorant person who decided to click follow so they could type a mediocre joke. It's fine. I thought you meant gender fluid person being like, no, you're not. I need. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Which definitely exists in the queer community, right? I've had friends. I had friends that like, when I started kind of like expressing that and talking about that, they're like, but you don't, but you present femme. It's like, so the fuck what? That's such a like limited view of gender and how presentation works and identity works, right? And it's such a limited view too with regard to like safety and one's ability to present in a certain way and like access, right? Ace of Spades, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How's it going? We are going down Wikipedia rabbit hole today. We're reading about things that start with the letter R. I'm also ranting about gender and you know, stuff. So welcome. Thank you for the follow. Present. Right. Presentation. Presentation and identity are not the same. They're not the same. You could wear a suit and not be a lawyer. You can wear sweatpants and be a lawyer. Anyway, moving on. But I'm with you, bud. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you to all the folks validating me today. Thank you. The validation and reassurance means a lot. It does. Okay, Runaway Bride, yeah? Runaway bride, never going back. Is that song in this movie? I've never seen this movie. Runaway Bride is a 1999 American screwball comedy. Screwball romantic comedy? Screwball comedy is a subgenre of the romantic comedy genre that became popular during the Great Depression, beginning in the early 1930s, thriving until the early 1940s, that satirizes the traditional love story. Interesting. Huh. I didn't know. I did not know that was a thing. That's really interesting. Should we throw that on the Wikipedia for S Week? Maybe? Just in case? Ugh, my notebook. Ugh, my body. Okay. I want to read more about that. Just glad I learned the term screwball. That's why I'm here. Education. Well, a screwball too, isn't that a for baseball? Isn't that a type of pitch? You've got like a curveball and a screwball. Baseball, huh? Anyway, Gary Marshall. Is he Penny Marshall's brother or husband? They're not gonna say. Now I have to Google it. Penny Marshall played Laverne in Laverne and Shirley, and directed a bunch of movies too. Is Gary Marshall, and I bet you anything. Yeah, one of the first questions that came up. Yeah, they're brother-sister, which is cool. I do believe in Hocus Pocus, they actually play a couple. Like the house where he's like dressed like the devil. I'm pretty sure that's Gary Marshall. Anyway. Directed by Gary Marshall, starring Julia Roberts and Richard Gere. Screenplay written by Sarah Patriot and Josanne McGibbon. Is about a reporter, Gere, that is assigned to write a story about a woman, Roberts, who has left a string of fiancés at the altar. Oh. Today I learned the plot of Runaway Bride. Okay, it is the second film to co-star Gere and Roberts following Pretty Woman, 1990. It received generally negative reviews from critics, but was a commercial success, grossing $309 million worldwide. I just assumed that she ran away from him. Now we know. Okay, the plot. Spoilers ahead if you've never seen Runaway Bride, which I haven't. I'm about to spoil it for myself. Maggie Carpenter, Julia Roberts, is a spirited and attractive young woman who has had a number of unsuccessful relationships. Maggie, nervous about being married, has left a trail of fiancés waiting for her at the altar on their wedding day. All of these were caught on tape, earning Maggie tabloid fame and the dubious nickname Runaway Bride. Meanwhile, in New York, columnist Homer Eisenhower Graham, or Ike, Richard Gere, writes an article about her that contains several factual errors supplied to him by a man he meets in a bar who Ike later learns was one of Maggie's former fiancés. This is why you fact check, you terrible journalist, Richard Gere. Ike is fired. Hey, good. Ike is fired for not verifying his source, but is invited to write an in-depth article about Maggie in a bid to restore his reputation. Okay. He travels to Hale, Maryland, where he finds Maggie living with her family and on her fourth attempt to become married. The fourth groom-to-be, Bob Kelly, Christopher Maloney, is a local high school football coach who uses sports analogies to help Maggie with her concerns. He constantly makes references to Maggie focusing on the goal line in reference to their pending nuptials. I don't like any of this. As Ike starts going around town to meet her friends, family, and former fiancés, Maggie becomes frustrated. Yeah, no shit. Maggie offers Ike the opportunity to spend time with her to see that she's not a bad person, that she and Bob really will work out. Ike and Maggie become closer the more time they spend together. Nuptials. Yup. Let's see. As he researches Maggie's history, Ike realizes that Maggie adopts the interests of her fiancés. This is a problem. There's a lot of problems here. This is signified most prominently by her choice of eggs. What is happening? Which changes with each fiancé. What? At a pre-wedding celebration for her and Bob, Ike defends Maggie from the public mockery she starts receiving from her family and guests, and Maggie runs outside due to the embarrassment. Ike then confronts Maggie outside about his realization regarding her relationships. Okay, hold on. I need to go back to choice of eggs. Do they mean like the way that it's cooked? Like, depending on the fiance, like if her fiance likes eggs scrambled, she's like, me too. And if her other fiance is like, I like them over easy, she's like, me too. Is that what they're talking about? Side note, this is a weird trope. Like the woman conforming to the man's personality in a relationship. And I wonder how much it's true. And I always see it with the woman in a heteronormative relationship, in a cis-normative romantic plot. The woman that like changes herself and her interests to match them of the man that she's dating. Yes. This is a thing here. This was a thing with Eat, Pray, Love, which I guess is like that woman's like actual like story or whatever. This was a thing with Parks and Rec with Ann Perkins. It's a bizarre trope, isn't it? Isn't it? She adapts to the person. Yeah. Yeah. Why is that? Why does that trope exist? And I think there is a difference between adapting, not to like parse words, but adapting to a person, like to me, the word adapt means like that you'll compromise and make changes in order to accommodate their needs and their desires and all of that, right? Which is different than changing oneself to fit the ideal of that person, maybe. I don't know. I read ahead. I don't think I could watch this one. Too awkward. Oh, here we go. Here we go. During the wedding rehearsal, Bob tries to quell Maggie's wedding anxieties by walking her down the aisle. Bob asks Ike to stand in for him at the altar, playing the groom. Why? 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 How is that going to help? Why? Sorry for screaming about it. What is happening? After Bob gets her to the altar, Ike and Maggie share a passionate kiss and admit to to each other their feelings. Bob is chagrined, becomes jealous, and punches Ike in the face. Wow, 1999. Jesus Christ. Okay, he gets punched in the face before he storms out of the church. In the aftermath, Ike proposes. I thought he was gonna like propose to her. Well, maybe he will. Ike proposes that he and Maggie get married. He did propose to her, since the wedding is already arranged. This movie is wild. Okay, all right. Okay, what? At the wedding, Ike takes Bob's advice and maintains eye contact with Maggie to reassure her. I think reassure should be in quotes, as she walks down the aisle. However, a camera flash breaks her concentration. Maggie suddenly gets cold feet and flees. Ike pursues her, but she hitches a ride away on a FedEx truck. What? Yeah, Bob, I'd probably punch Richard Gere in the face, too. Who wouldn't punch Richard Gere in the face, you know? No offense, Richard Gere? Ike returns to New York, and Maggie tries to discover herself, trying different types of eggs. What is the egg thing? Why do I not like the egg thing? I really don't like the egg thing. The egg thing makes me very upset. I don't really know why. But I also know that I don't like it. Okay, anyway, she starts trying different types of eggs, putting her lighting designs up for sale in New York stores. She shows up unexpectedly at Ike's apartment one night, where he finds her making friends with his cat, Italics. Maggie then explains that, oh my god, he's a fucking journalist and his cat's name is Italics. That said, I think Italics is kind of a cute name for a cat. So what does that say about me? Huh? What does that say about me? Anyway, Maggie then explains that she had been running because every other guy she was engaged to was only engaged to the idea she had created for them rather than the real her. But with Ike, she ran even though he truly understood her. Did he? They like knew each other for like a week? Right? I think we're really getting the feel for why it's a screwball romantic comedy. Ready to run. I don't know if I know that song. I have a feeling I don't know that song based on the way I just sang it. T. Miller, what kind of eggs does she like in reality? Okay. So he understands her. She didn't understand herself. What kind of gaslighting bullshit is this? She turns in her running shoes? Where? Where did she turn them into? She turns in her running shoes just before proposing to Ike. Ike hides his eyes. But she persists. The two are married in a private ceremony outside on a hill, avoiding the big ceremonies that Maggie notes she never actually liked. In the end, they are shown riding away on horseback. While everyone in Hale and New York, clued in via cell phone by Ike and Maggie's family, celebrates the fact that Maggie finally got married. Because that is the pinnacle as a woman, is to get married. Post-credit scene shows Maggie and Ike playing in the snow, signifying that their relationship is going strong after the wedding. I think I'm missing this movie. Oh, I'm okay with missing this movie. I thought you were like, I'm missing this movie. There is nothing with this movie. Ready to have some fun? Poached? I don't know. Poached eggs are good. You know, I feel like Julia Roberts rom-coms are always kind of wild. 10 out of 10. Dude, they are though. They are wild. Okay, I really loved Pretty Woman growing up. That movie's a hot mess. It's a hot, problematic mess. I quote it all the time. Okay. Anyway, here's the cast. Jesus Christ, production. Okay, good. Yeah, okay. I want a critical response. On Rotten Tomatoes, the film holds an approval rating of 46%. That's actually much better than I expected. Based on 87 reviews, with an average rating of 5.31 out of 10. The website's critics' consensus reads, cliche story with lack of chemistry between Richard Gere and Julia Roberts. According to Metacritic, which assigned the film a weighted average score of 39 out of 100 based on 29 critics, the film received generally unfavorable reviews. Audiences polled by CinemaScore gave the film an average grade of A-. A-? T. Miller would highly recommend? Los Angeles Times wrote, Runaway Bride, Josanne Gibbon and Sarah Perriot's script is so muddled and contrived, raising issues only to ignore them or throw them away. You wonder why so many people embraced it. Because it was 1999 and we didn't know better. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times gave the film 2 out of 4 stars, saying, after seeing Gere and Roberts play much smarter people, even in romantic comedies, the shade, it is painful to see them dumbed down here. The screenplay is so sluggish, they're like Derby winners made to carry extra weight. The New York Times said more often the film is like a ride through a car wash, forward motion, familiar phases in the same old order, and a sense of being carried along steadily on a well-used truck. It works without exactly showing signs of life. Mediocre. There it is. Oh, here it is, Ready to Run, the Dixie Chicks song. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. T. Miller. What a topic. What a delight, what a treasure, what a treat. Everyone give it up for T. Miller, wherever you are. Please clap. T. Miller, thank you for the contribution. Thank you for that topic. I loved it. It was great. It was very good. We're going to move on to something slightly different. We're going to read about Resident Evil. Gimp, this is your topic. If there's anything in particular you want me to hone in on, let me know. Runaway Bride, man. What a trip. What a trip of a movie, huh? Huh? For the record, you already know this, but just for the record, there are so many terrible chick flicks that I really like. So I don't mean to talk so much shit about it, even though I definitely do. I just want it to be clear that I'm self-aware enough to know that I like really bad movies too. Okay. Resident Evil, known in Japan as Biohazard, is a Japanese horror video game series and media franchise created by Capcom. Fun fact, yesterday, when I was playing Skyrim, my little brother was like, you should play... Actually, he bugs me about this all the time, but specifically when I was streaming yesterday, he was like, you should play horror games on your stream because people would love to see you be upset and scared. Which I do think is true. So there's certain genre of horror games that I feel like I would get into, and I think going back to like old school Resident Evil, that would be a good one. So just, FYI, that might happen in the future. I don't actually know, but it's kind of on my list. Kinda, sorta. I'm so bad at first person shooters. I also want to play Last of Us. So I don't know. But I also get so scared so easily. Okay, anyway. Resident Evil. Consists of survival horror, third-person shooter, and first-person shooter games. Okay, so maybe third-person shooter. Fuck it, maybe this will be my entry to first-person shooters. Who knows? Okay, with players typically surviving in environments filled with zombies and other creatures. The franchise has expanded into a live-action film series, animated films, television series, comic books, novels, audio dramas, and other media and franchises. The first Resident Evil was created by Shinji Mikami and Tokuro Fujiwara and released for the PlayStation in 1996. It is credited for defining the survival horror genre and returning zombies to popular culture. Really? With Resident Evil 4, 2005, the franchise shifted to more dynamic shooting action. It influenced the evolution of the survival horror and third-person genres, popularizing the over-the-shoulder third-person view. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, 2017, moved the series to a first-person perspective. Capcom has also released 3 Resident Evil remakes: Resident Evil 2002, Resident Evil 2, 2019, and Resident Evil 3, 2020. It would be good content if I stream scary games, right? But I never finish a game because I get so scared. That's me, Spatty. That's me, 100%. Me. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Gimp, I'm curious, actually, of the various Resident Evil games, is there one that you think is particularly fun and or palatable for someone that is a scaredy cat? Asking for a friend. The friend is me and Spatty. The first Resident Evil film was released in 2002, followed by 5 sequels and a 2021 reboot, Welcome to Raccoon City. Oh my god, it all comes back to raccoons, doesn't it? I don't know why I said it all. RE2 remake? Okay, good to know. Okay, all right, okay. Do you know if it's available on PC? Might look into it. The film received generally negative reviews, but have grossed more than $1 billion. Resident Evil is Capcom's best-selling franchise, with 123 million copies sold worldwide as of December 2021. It is the best-selling horror game series, in addition to the film adaptations being the highest-grossing live-action video game film series, making Resident Evil the highest-grossing franchise in the horror and zombie genres. Wow! Does that include Walking Dead? That's amazing. Spatty did finish Subnautica. Is Subnautica horror, technically? I know it's scary because it's like deep sea kind of stuff. But yeah, it is? Okay, cool. I might have to look into it. This is actually a rather long article. Gimp, is there anything in particular that you would like me to hone in on here? My thought is maybe history, story. And you can say no. More fear, suspense. Okay, yeah. I think it's more situational, like, oh god, I hope big monsters don't eat me while I'm exploring type scary. Yeah, totally. Hone in on history and story. That's what I was thinking. Great minds, you know? History. The development of the first Resident Evil, released as Biohazard in Japan, began in 1993 when Capcom's Tokuro Fujiwara told Shinji Mikami and other coworkers to create a game using elements from Fujiwara's 1989 game, Sweet Home. When in late 1994, marketing executives were setting up to release Biohazard in the United States, it was pointed out that securing the rights to the name Biohazard would be very difficult as a DOS game had been registered under the name. Oh, interesting. As well as New York hardcore punk band called Biohazard. Yeah, I just figured because of like the technical term being so ubiquitous, you know? But yeah, that makes sense. A contest was held among company personnel to choose a new name. This competition turned up Resident Evil, the name under which it was released in the West. Resident Evil made its debut on the PlayStation in 1996 and was later ported to the Sega Saturn. The first, wow, this timeline, by the way, of various releases is wild. Anyway, cool. The first entry into the series was the first game to be dubbed a survival horror, a term coined for the new genre it initiated. Interesting. Its critical and commercial success led to the production of two sequels, Resident Evil 2 in 1998 and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis in 1999, both for PlayStation. A port of Resident Evil 2 was released for Nintendo 64. In addition, ports of all three were released for Microsoft Windows. The fourth game in the series, Resident Evil Code Veronica, was developed for the Dreamcast and released in 2000, followed by ports of Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Resident Evil Code Veronica was later re-released for Dreamcast in Japan in an updated form, Code Veronica Complete, which included slight changes, many of which revolved around story cutscenes. This updated version was later ported to the PlayStation 2 and GameCube under the title Code Veronica X. Very high! Very. Guess what? Sorry, I'm making this sound cooler than it is. You know what's on the docket for today? Just for you? We're going to read about the Royal Astronomical Society in a little bit. Just for you. For all of us. But specifically, I wrote it down because I remembered you being like, we should read about this. So we're going to read about it later. Also, how's it going? It's so good to see you. Welcome to our week. We're reading about Resident Evil right now. Happy Sunday. Let's see. Despite earlier announcements that the next game in the series would be released for the PlayStation 2, which resulted in the creation of an unrelated game titled Devil May Cry, series creator and producer Shinji Mikami decided to make the series exclusively for the GameCube. The next three games in the series, a remake of the original Resident Evil and the prequel, Resident Evil 0, both released in 2002, as well as Resident Evil 4, 2005, were all released initially as GameCube exclusives. Resident Evil 4 was later released for Windows, PlayStation 2, and Wii. And now we know. It's going. Roommate just moved out. Other moves out tomorrow. Very weird. That is very weird. Do you have new roommates that'll be moving in? Is this... Because I know you're in college. Is that like dorm roommates? That is weird. That's a weird transition period for sure. If you do end up getting new roommates, I hope they're awesome. A trilogy of GunCon compatible light gun games, also known as Gun Survivor series, featured first-person gameplay. The first, Resident Evil Survivor, was released in 2000 for the PlayStation and PC, but received mediocre reviews. The subsequent games, Resident Evil Survivor 2, Code Veronica, and Resident Evil Dead Aim, fared somewhat better. Dead Aim is the fourth Gun Survivor game in Japan, with Gun Survivor 3 being the Dino Crisis spin-off Dino Stalker. In a similar vein, the Chronicles series featured the first-person gameplay, albeit on an what? I understand. I understand. On an on-rails path. Resident Evil: The Umbrella Chronicles was released in 2007 for the Wii, with a sequel, Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles, released in 2009. Both were later ported to the PlayStation 3 in 2012. Although in 2009 Resident Evil 5 was released for PlayStation 3, Windows, and Xbox 360, becoming the best-selling game of the franchise despite mixed fan reception. Fun, are you out of here? So good to see you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. We'll see you soon. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? Let's see. Thankfully, it's my house. My parents own it, so I get to stay here. Okay, cool. Nice. After Father's Day, one moves in. The other one the other closer to school starting. Gotcha. So you're going to have the place to yourself for a little bit. That's kind of nice. Kind of weird, probably, if you haven't lived by yourself before, but yeah. Yeah. I hope it goes well. Resident Evil Outbreak is an online game for the PlayStation 2, released in 2003, depicting a series of episodic storylines in Raccoon City. I didn't know that they took place in Raccoon City. It's kind of great. Set during the same period as Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. It was the first in the series and the first survival horror title to feature cooperative gameplay. It was followed by a sequel, Resident Evil Outbreak, File Number 2. Raccoon City is a metropolis located in the Arklay Mountains of the Midwestern United States that succumbed to the deadly T-virus outbreak and was consequently destroyed via nuclear missile attack issued by the United States government. Wow! I just knew there were zombies that you have to shoot. I didn't know all of this. The town served as a critical junction for the series' progression as one of the main catalysts to Umbrella's downfall and the entry point for some of the series' most notable characters. It's basically Denver. I should probably play it, huh? I should probably play it. In celebration of our week, y'all are really radical. Same to you. Let's see. Resident Evil Gaiden is a action-adventure game for the Game Boy Color featuring role-playing style combat system. Oh, interesting. I didn't even know that existed. There have been several downloadable mobile games based on Resident Evil series in Japan. Some of these mobile games have been released in North America and Europe through T-Mobile. At the Sony press conference during E3 2009, Resident Evil Portable was announced for the PlayStation Portable, the PSP, as some might call it in the gaming industry. Sorry. Described an all-new title being developed with the PSP Go in mind, and totally different for Resident Evil game. No further announcements have been made, and the game is considered to have been canceled. You have the PSP? Do you like it? It's one of those that I know has gotten a lot of flack, but people who have it either love it or hate it, you know? Do they still make... Is this a weird question? I'm very out of touch. Do they still make PSP games, or is that like it's an old enough console that they don't really anymore? I'm curious. Got it in the last few years, but it's cool. Nice! That's great. I'm glad you like it. I dated a guy that had one, and it was kind of fun to like... I mean, it being portable made it easier to like play, right? That's cool. Capcom revealed the third-person shooter Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, which was developed by Slant 6 Games for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Microsoft Windows, and released in March 2012. Survival horror game for the Nintendo 3DS, Resident Evil Revelations, was released in February 2012. In October of the same year, the next numbered entry in the main series, Resident Evil 6, was released to mixed reviews, but enthusiastic pre-order sales. In 2013, producer Masachika Kawata said that Resident Evil franchise would return to focus on elements of horror and suspense over... It's a dead system? Okay, I kind of figured. My brother modded it to play Pokemon on it. Nice, that's great. They're like GameCube era. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. What happened? I got very tongue-tied, and I don't even know where. Focus on elements of horror and suspense over action, adding that survival horror as a genre is never going to be the same level, financially, as shooters, and much more popular mainstream games. At the same time, I think we need to have the confidence to put more money behind these projects, and it doesn't mean we can't focus on what we need to do as a survival horror game to meet fans' needs. Interesting. And that's 2013, because I was going to say, I feel like survival horror as a genre has gotten more and more popular in the last few years, you know? It's weird, I still play games on my 3DS, but then I go to play more new consoles and stuff. That makes sense to me. That totally makes sense to me, yeah. Because you just have those like systems that you really love. If I still had a GameCube, I would be playing GameCube all the time. I feel like GameCube is like one of my favorite systems of all time. It's just like there's so many fun games on it, you know? And the controller feels nice. The GameCube controller is a good controller. Is that weird to say? Anyway, I liked Dreamcast, but the Dreamcast controllers were always so fucking weird. They're so awkward. Okay, where are we at? What's happening? Meet fans' needs. Right. Resident Evil Revelations 2, an episodic game set between Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6, was released in March 2015. A poorly received team-based multiplayer game set in the series universe, Umbrella Corps, was released in June 2016. Let's see. I have the PS2 still. He's got the SNES. Gotcha. My little brother has a Nintendo 64 that I was babysitting for a few years. Let's see. You have the Wii. Your brother has the GameCube. Nice. I used to have a GameCube. An ex inherited it in the breakup somehow. I don't really know how that works because it was definitely mine. He was also abusive, so I probably was just like, take it. Anyway, too much information. Moving on. Using the new Resident Evil engine, which would develop the next generation of Resident Evil games, the series continued to shift backwards towards more horror elements. The next mainline game, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, was released for Windows, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One in January 2017. Set in a dilapidated mansion in Louisiana, the game uses a first-person perspective and emphasizes horror and exploration over action, unlike previous installments. The first-person perspective continued in the 8th mainline game, Resident Evil Village. That's the one that just came out, that everyone loves, that sexy, scary lady with the hat, right? Released in May 2021, the game, set in a mysterious European village, is a direct sequel to Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, although it incorporates more action elements inspired from Resident Evil 4. The game also marked the franchise's debut on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS. Let me at him, right? It's long enough ago that it's fine. If I really wanted one, I could like go to a pawn shop or go to like a used game store and get one, right? But it's a fun throwback system for sure. New generation of remakes of older entries began in 2019 with a remake of Resident Evil 2 being released for PlayStation 4, Windows, and Xbox One. The remake outsold the original game within a year, selling over 5 million copies. Following the success of Resident Evil 2 remake, Capcom revealed a remake of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis in December 2019, known as Resident Evil 3. It was released in April 2020 alongside Resident Evil Resistance, a team-based online multiplayer game. In June 2022, a remake of Resident Evil 4 was announced and will release on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series XS, and PC on March 24th, 2023. Dilapidated? Who? What? Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 7, dilapidated house in Louisiana. Which is interesting in terms of like a post Katrina, Louisiana, as a like setting for a zombie story. Something about that I find intriguing and interesting. All right, the story. Umbrella Corporation. All right, so early in Earlier installments of the franchise primarily concerns a group of people who battle against the Umbrella Corporation, a pharmaceutical company which develops the T-virus and other mutagens for their secret bioorganic weapons research. Yikes, dude. The mutagens can transform humans into zombies as well as mutate other animals and plants into horrifying monsters. The original game and many franchise entries are set in and around Raccoon City, a fictional Midwestern American city. The city and its outlying areas house several bioengineering laboratories belonging to the Umbrella Corporation, which develop viruses intended for use in biological warfare. One of the laboratories, unnamed throughout the video game series and referred to as the Hive in the film adaptations, is located underneath Raccoon City and is where the T-virus is developed. As Umbrella's mutagen testing grows in scale and the virus has leaked into Raccoon City, STARS officers and other characters fight through the monsters ravaging the city to investigate Umbrella's involvement in the disaster. Raccoon City is ultimately destroyed by a thermobaric missile strike initiated by the United States government to contain the viral outbreak. That's such a like United States way of doing things. Is like, I know what we'll do. We'll just bomb it. However, the proliferation of Umbrella's biological weapons and viruses leads to other outbreaks across the world. The Protagonists of each subsequent entry continue to fight new factions that engage in bioterrorism and also face new types of creatures. Interesting. Several major characters are members of Raccoon City's police tactical unit stars, including Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, and Rebecca Chambers. The head of the STARS department is Albert Wesker, who also secretly works for Umbrella. Of course he does, and is primary antagonist in the series. Other notable characters of the franchise include police officer and later U.S. Special Agent Leon S. Kennedy, Chris's sister Claire Redfield, corporate spy Ada Wong, and systems engineer Ethan Winters. There we go. Damn. It's very prolific in terms of having, like, okay, so you've got live action films, you have animated films, TV series, merchandise. There's a Resident Evil themed restaurant. Did you all know this? It seems like an odd theme for a restaurant, no? I don't know if I would want to go to a biohazardous zombie-filled restaurant. Maybe some people do. Novels? Comics? Plays? There have been Resident Evil plays? In the summer of 2000, Bioroid Year Zero was performed in Japan. This was kind of like, weren't we reading about the Sailor Moon musical? When did we read about that, and why did we read about that? I don't remember. It's a musical horror comedy, but took the perspective of the infected. Super eccentric theater put on the production under the direction of Osamu Yagahashi. The stage play was performed from early July to late August. Wild. You go to the restaurant, but you're not the one getting to eat. Sounds like a great time. Biohazard the Stage was released in Japan in 2015. The play focused on iconic characters, Chris Redfield and Rebecca Chambers, as Philosophy University in Australia is experimenting a bioterrorist attack. The production was handled by Avex Live Creative and Ace Crew Entertainment under supervision from Capcom. Why did we read, what letter was it that we read about? We read about, like, there being, like, Sailor Moon musicals in Japan. But why? Why did we read about that? Does anyone remember that week? Because I don't. It's fine. It's just going to bother me. Let's see. The following year, musical Biohazard, Voice of Gaia, was released in September. Oh, wait, you know what? Wait, maybe it wasn't Sailor Moon musicals. Maybe it was Tenchi Muyo. Why did we read about Tenchi? Because of Ryoko? I cannot remember. I cannot remember. Because it is our week right now. So why? I don't know, guys. It's just gonna bother me. It's just gonna bother my brain. Okay, anyway. Musical Biohazard, Voice of Gaia, was released in September. It was produced by Umeda Arts, theater by director G2 and composer Shunsuke Wada. I definitely didn't say that right. Biohazard The Experience was the second Resident Evil play produced by Avex Live Creative and Ace Crew Entertainment. The story is set in 2015 and follows a cast of 13 survivors who were abducted and woke up in a mansion during an outbreak. That's fucking wild. That's wild. I'm amazed. Cultural impact. GameSpot listed the original Resident Evil as one of the 15 most influential video games of all time. It is credited with defining and popularizing the survival horror genre of games. It is also credited with taking video games in a cinematic direction with its B-movie style cutscenes, including live-action full-motion videos, FMV. I forgot about FMVs. Okay. FMV footage. Its live-action opening, however, was controversial. It became one of the first action games to receive a mature 17+ rating, from the Entertainment Software Rating Board, ESRB, despite the opening cutscene being censored in North America. Interesting. Here we have a Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine cosplay. Resident Evil franchise is credited with sparking a revival of the zombie genre in popular culture, leading to a renewed interest in zombie films in the 2000s. Resident Evil also helped redefine the zombie genre, playing an important role in its shift from supernatural themes to scientific themes by using science to explain the origins of zombies. According to Kim Newman in the book Nightmare Movies, The zombie revival began in the Far East, mainly due to the 1996 Japanese zombie games Resident Evil and The House of the Dead. George Romero in 2013 said it was the video games Resident Evil and House of the Dead more than anything else that popularized his zombie concept in the early 21st century popular culture. I didn't know what a big deal Resident Evil, like I knew it was very popular, but I didn't know like what a big deal it was in terms of like inspiring like the rest of this genre. I had no idea. In a 2015 interview with Huffington Post, screenwriter-director Alex Garland credited the Resident Evil series with a primary influence on his script for the horror film 28 Days Later, 2002. Credited the first Resident Evil game for revitalizing the zombie genre. I had no idea. Screenwriter Edgar Wright cited Resident Evil 2 as a primary influence on his zombie comedy Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead is great. Shaun of the Dead is so good. 2004. With the film's star and co-writer Simon Pegg, who also crediting the first game with starting the zombie revival in popular culture. The Walking Dead comic book creator Robert Kirkman cited Resident Evil as a favorite zombie game, while the Walking Dead television series director Greg Nicotero credited Resident Evil and the House of the Dead with introducing the zombie genre to a whole generation of younger people who didn't grow up watching Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead. Interesting. Additionally, the first Resident Evil film adaptation also contributed to the revival of zombie films, with the success of the film and the games resulting in zombies achieving greater mainstream prominence and several zombie films being greenlit, such as the video game film adaptation House of the Dead, 2003, the remake Dawn of the Dead, 2004, and Romero's Land of the Dead, 2004. Resident Evil films, 28 Days Later, and Dawn of the Dead remake all set box office records for the zombie genre, reaching levels of commercial success not seen since the original Dawn of the Dead, 1978. They were followed by other zombie films, such as 28 Weeks Later, 2007, Zombieland. Zombieland is also fun. See, I can get into like campy horror, like parody. Let's see, Zombieland, 2009, Cockneys vs. Zombies 2012, World War Z 2013, as well as zombie-themed graphic novels and television shows such as The Walking Dead and The Returned. That's another one. I feel like the visual novel Walking Dead video games would be a fun one to play that I feel like I could handle scare-wise, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Walking Dead, The Returned, and books such as World War Z 2006, Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies. I have that book. Fun fact, I have this book, and yet I've never read it. But I got it because I was like, maybe I'll be able to read Jane Austen if there's zombies in it. I have yet to read it, but I should. I'm now reminded that I should read this. It's awesome. That's great. That's hilarious. Great book. Yeah, Gimp. Okay. And now, I have it. I just haven't read it. I should. Let's see. Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies, 2009. Warm Bodies, 2010. The zombie revival trend was popular across different media up until the mid-2010s. Since then, zombie films have declined in popularity since the late 2010s, but zombie video games have remained popular, as seen with the commercial success of Resident Evil 2 remake and Days Gone, 2019. I'm surprised they didn't mention Last of Us. But yeah, very cool. Gimp, good category. Y'all are great. You always come up with good things. This is very interesting. I learned so much about Resident Evil. I had no idea. All right, 3 more topics. We've got rugby. We've got the Royal Astronomical Society. And we also have the Royal Horticultural Society. I read about 2 societies. But first, rugby. Thank you, Gimp. All right, here we go. Rugby football is a collective name for the family of team sports of rugby union and rugby league, as well as earlier forms of football, from which both games, as well as Australian rules football and gridiron football, evolved. The two variants of gridiron football, Canadian football, and to a lesser extent, American football, were once considered forms of rugby, but are seldom now referred to as such. In fact, the governing body of Canadian football, Football Canada, was known as Canadian Rugby Union as late as 1967, more than 50 years after the sport parted ways with the established rules of the rugby union or league. Here we have a picture of a football match on the 1846 Shrove Tuesday in Kingston upon Thames, England. Rugby football was thought to have started about 1845 at Rugby School in Rugby, Warwickshire, England, although forms of football in which the ball was carried and tossed... I don't know why that made me laugh. Tossed. Okay, anyway, date to medieval times. See medieval football. The fuck? Did you guys know that medieval football was a thing? Because I didn't. Mob football is a modern term for a wide variety of localized informal football games which were invented and played in Europe during the Middle Ages. Rugby football would spread across to other English public schools during the 19th century. As a consequence, rugby football gained popularity all over the British Empire as former pupils of the public schools continued to play rugby football even after their graduations. Rugby football would eventually split into two different sporting codes in 1895, when 21 clubs from north of England split from the Southern Rugby Union to form Northern Rugby Football Union, later renamed the Rugby Football League in 1922. In George Hotel, Huddersfield, over payments to players who took time off from work to play the sport, known as broken time payments, thus making rugby league the first code to turn professional and pay players. Oh gosh. Tuna! Hi! 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 How's it going? Wow! Hello. How was your stream? How's WoW in life? It's so nice to see you streaming again, by the way. I'm really glad that you have returned. If you all don't know Tuna Tornado, he's fucking fantastic. He's a wonderful human being. Highly recommend if you need a safe queer space to go nerd out. Let's see. Feels great, man. Feels great, man, 420. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I met Tuna through playing hardcore WoW. So we're fellow hardcore friends. And it looks like you're doing a lot of like prep for Wrath, yeah? Thank you for the raid. That's very sweet. If you all aren't following Tuna, he's a wonderful person. Highly recommend. Let's see. Emerald Keeper Jason? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So friends, I'm Abbers. I play video games most of the time. Sometimes. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So that is what you have come in on, is that we're reading stuff on Wikipedia. And every week we focus on a different letter. So this is our week. So we're reading about things that start with the letter R. We're currently reading about rugby. So welcome. Holy shit. Zoelena girl? Zoelena girl. Zoelena girl. Fuck. Zoe? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Tuna, how are you? It's so good to see you. Hi, Papa Tuna. It's lovely to see you all. Hi, Classic Andy. Oh my god, the jellyfish episode was really fun. Jellyfish are wild. We learned a lot about jellyfish during J Week. How are you, Andy? It's good to see you. Thank you all for being here. Tuna, I hope you had an amazing stream. If you want to stick around and chat and lurk and hang out, you're more than welcome. If you need to go get some food or do whatever you need to do that. You're more than welcome. If you have a topic starting with the letter R, let me know. Let's see, doing well. Hope you are too. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Let's see. I saw the rugby entry and was like, oh, hey, I actually know about a bit about this. Nice. Okay. I was gonna say, so I played a rugby a little bit in high school. Considering that I played it for a couple years, I don't feel like I know all that much about it. So we're learning about rugby right now. Let's see. Gonna grab some food. Yes, do it. Go get some food. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. For real. You guys should go follow Tuna. He's fantastic. I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad you're streaming again. I hope you're enjoying it. Emerald Keeper Jason, tell us what you know about rugby as we read about it. Let me know. I don't know where we left off. I'm gonna be completely honest. Probably. Oh, we just learned that rugby was one of the first sports that they like unionized and actually started paying players, which is kind of cool and interesting. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know where I am, but it's fine. Rugby is wild. It's wild. So I was a prop in high school. I was a prop and a lifter, which basically means you're one of the big ones who can like be strong. So in a scrum, you're in the front line pushing against the other team, and then if the ball goes out of bounds, then you lift the person who like throws it. Rugby is weird. It's wild. Yeah, there's a lot. It's like a whole thing. I think I'm just going to start right here. Rugby football would eventually split into two different sporting codes in 1895 when 21 clubs from the north of England split from the Southern Rugby Football Union to form the Northern Rugby Football Union, later renamed the Rugby Football League in 1922. In the George Hotel, Huddersfield, overpayments to players. Here, we were reading about this, but here, we'll read it about again. Okay, so overpayments to players who took time off from work to play the sport, known as broken time payments, thus making the Rugby League the first code to turn professional and pay players, which is fascinating because I never knew this. Rugby union turned professional 100 years later in 1995, following the 1995 Rugby World Cup in South Africa. The respective world governing bodies are World Rugby, Rugby Union, and Rugby League International Federation, Rugby League. Rugby Union fully became professional after the 1995 Rugby World Cup in South Africa, 100 years after the split of the two sporting codes in 1895, then allowing clubs to pay and keep top stars in the sport, Rugby Union, whereby Rugby League would have a history of bringing talented Rugby Union players over for a spell in Rugby League, most notably in Wales. Let's see. Did you play Union or League? I don't know. I think league is probably more similar code to American football, and there's a rule about amount of passes before you have to commit to attacking. Union doesn't have that. Maybe Union then. I think. Yeah. No idea what that means. That's okay, Andy. I barely know what it means. Anything about it, except something is called a try, and they're badass. So try is a touchdown. A try is just when you get a point. I don't know. I don't really know why it's called a try, to be honest, but that's all that means. I remember we had a coach that, because you would wear like soccer cleats essentially, right? I guess in football, do you wear cleats? You wear cleats in order to like run on the grass, right? I just remember Coach always being like, "Get your boots on." I don't know if that has anything to do with rugby other than he just called our cleats boots, which I thought was funny. A prop, sweet. Right in the pack, right in there. I've actually never played it properly myself, but I do enjoy watching it a lot. Favorite sport to watch. Nice. League is 13 players. Union is 15. That's the biggest difference. Damn, I don't know. I wonder if I could look it up. Let me see if I can figure it out, because I don't actually know. I was about to be like, did I play league or union rugby? Google won't know the answer to that question. Alexa, call mum? Alexa, call mum. Uh-oh, sorry to everyone that just called their mom. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. It took me a minute to understand your name, but it's a good one. Let's see. Do they have to touch the ball to the ground? Because clips I've seen, they always dive and slam it down. I believe so. I believe they have to touch it to the ground. Yeah. Because you don't have to. I don't. Yeah, because in football you just have to be in the end zone, right? But in rugby you do have to touch it down, and the reason why, Andy, is because where you touch it is where you'll actually try to kick a field goal from. So if you do a touch, if you score a try and touch it down to like the far left side of the field, that's where your kicker is going to have to try to kick a field goal from. So you want to touch it down in the center if you can to make it easier for your kicker. I remember that much from rugby. Yeah, so you do have to touch it down. Wow, this is like jogging weird memories in my brain that I forgot were there. I remember when Chicago hosted the Ireland versus New Zealand men's game and Ireland won. That was their first ever win against them. Nice. I don't know that I've watched all that much professional rugby now that you mention it. You gotta have pressure on the ball with your hands. The ball touches the floor. Yeah. Because I wonder too, like if you lose control of it, does it count, Emerald Keeper? Do you know? Let me see if I can find out what kind of rugby the team was that I played on. I also wonder if it still exists. Probably. Gonna Google it and figure it out. Let's find out. Oh, they changed the name of it. That's funny. It's still there. Running strong since 1985. How funny. Still the same colors as when I was in high school. How fun. Does it say what kind of rugby? I love it though, because they were always like, no experience necessary. Everybody is welcome, which is really cool. And they have my years. We won state championships in 2005 and 2006. It just says rugby. I'm really curious now, though. Yeah, I don't know. FAQs? It doesn't say. I have no idea. Do you know if one or the other is more popular in the United States? I don't actually know. If there's one criticism I have about rugby is that when it comes to reviewing tries, that process can take an egregiously long time, which can ruin the flow of spectators' perspective, especially fans of other sports. Well, yeah, I think that's one of the things. If you compare like American football to rugby, one of the things that's really fun about rugby is continuous action, right? So football, I feel like American football, you're pausing like every couple of minutes to like set up a new thing, whereas rugby, you just go, right? Like if the ball, if possession is switched from one team to the other, play just continues. You don't like stop and reset and all of that. So it makes it kind of fun to watch because it's just like it just goes. The times that play is stopped is like if there's like a major injury, if the ball goes out of bounds, or if there's a try. Otherwise, you're just like going, which is wild. Yeah, it was really fun. I had a great time. I remember doing tackling drills all the time and learning how to like tackle appropriately so that you like don't hurt yourself, which was that philosophy I thought was always really fascinating, like so that you don't hurt yourself or the other player theoretically. Yeah, it was a good time. I liked it a lot. I had a lot of fun. And also I love that as a sport, it's one that like welcomes a lot of different like body types and a lot of different like skills. And like, again, I don't know if this is true of like all rugby teams, but the one I played on in high school, like there was, and I'm even looking at their website now, like there's this big emphasis on like, you don't have to have any experience. We'll teach you how to play. Everybody's welcome kind of a vibe, which I really like. Yeah, if you accidentally let go of the ball, it goes forward and you touch it down, it doesn't count. Right. So you do have to like maintain control kind of a thing. That makes sense. Gotta head out. Have a good one. Gimp, thank you for hanging out. It was so good to see you. Guys, if you don't know Gimp Extreme, you're missing out on a wonderful, amazing human being and streamer, and you should go check him out. He just raised a bunch of money for St. Jude's. He's been playing, I think he's been doing hardcore runs of Subnautica, which is wild and cool and fun. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Let's see. Any accidental drop forward without kicking it is known as a knock-on. That's right! I forgot! You're helping me remember all of these terms. There's all these weird terms, right? Like a knock-on, ruck and maul. You have to ruck it over. A maul is essentially a moving scrum. Scrum is like more official because you start play with a scrum. It's a wild sport. It's quite the sport. I feel like this was maybe Dan. Dan, if you're still there, I think this was your topic. But also Emerald Keeper Jason, if there's anything in particular, since you're a rugby fan, if there's anything in particular that you want to check out, let me know. Got history. We have the forms. We have the history. I kind of like history. I think that's a little bit interesting. Rules are interesting. It's a pretty long article, so I'm going to pick and choose. But if there's anything in particular that you want to look at, let me know. I'm English, by the way, so that's partly why I'm fairly well versed. It is much more common in the UK and Europe, I would say, than in the United States. In the United States, that's where I am. It's very like novel when somebody plays rugby. Okay, let's see. Dinner time, gonna lurk. Andy, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Go get your food. Go eat. Go lurk. Here we have a picture of the Griffins RFC Kotka rugby union team playing from Kotka, Finland, playing in a Rugby 7 tournament in 2013. Following the 1985 split in rugby football, two forms, rugby league and rugby union, differed in administration only. Soon, the rules of rugby league were modified, making limited tackle counts 6 and allowing for both teams shared possession of the football, resulting in two distinctly different forms of rugby. The Olympic form of rugby is known as rugby sevens, based on rugby union format. In this form of the game, each team has 7 players on the field at one time, playing 7-minute halves. Interesting. The rules and pitch size are the same as rugby union. Okay. Pitch instead of field. It's a pitch. Also, my cat's here. Are you going to say hi this time? Or are you just going to live your life and rub your face on things? I kind of want you to say hi, but I don't think you will. Do you want to say hi to Twitch? Just one time? Just one time? This is the second time I've like tortured her today and be like, say hi to Twitch. Show them how cute you are. Hi. This is my cat, Bonnie. Let's see. Our team is a bit hit and miss right now. Okay. Women's team is doing fantastic. Nice. Okay, I'll let you go. So the rugby team that I was on in high school, they had a boys team and a girls team. And the girls team always did much better. They were both good, but we ended up going to nationals. I'm just saying, we got third. Let's see. That's my cat. You know it. You know it, Linkit. You know my cat. You know the commands. Let's see. Antecedents of rugby. This I'm very curious about. Although rugby football was codified at rugby school, many rugby-playing countries had pre-existing football games similar to rugby. Forms of traditional football similar to rugby have been played throughout Europe and beyond. Many of these involved handling the ball, scrummaging formations. For example, New Zealand had Kiorai. Is there a picture? Yes. Wow, weird. Cool. It's like woven ball. Australia, Marn Grook. Cool. Japan, Kamari. Interesting. Georgia, Lelo Berti. It's a weird, it looks like a pumpkin almost. Scottish Borders, Jadart Ba. And Cornwall, Cornish Hurling. Central Italy, Calcio Fiorentino. Oh, this is the picture that they have over here. So, Calcio Fiorentino match in Piazza Santa Maria Novella in Florence, Italy, painted by John van der Straat. Excellent pronunciation, I know. Third in nationals, yeah, we're state champions, like a few different years. Hold on, now I'll look at the website again. But I know that like the 2 years that I played, we did really well. Let me go back. Let's see. What does it say? Okay, so the organization that I played for was founded in 1985 with the boys team, and then joined Rugby Colorado in 1986. So the boys won state championships in 86, 94, 95, 96, and 2015. The boys finished in 4th in nationals in 1995. Girls were founded in 2000, and so I played in 2005, 2006, I want to say. Won state championships in 2000, 2001, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007. Fucking badass. 2011, and won national championships in 2000 and 2001. But yeah, we got third in nationals in, I want to say in 2005, which is really cool. It's really neat. I was saying earlier, I think before you got here, I was on a really good team. I was not that great. I was very mediocre. I'll just be honest about it. But I ended up on a really good team, which was really fun because we got to so I'm from Colorado. We got to travel to Maine for championships, which was really neat. In New Zealand, they have special national Maori teams. Cool. It's for New Zealanders who have, if I recall correctly, at least 1/16 of Maori ancestry. That's neat. Superb state champs and third at nationals, right? Big grats. Thank you. It was so fun. Said it's so funny because that's 15-ish years ago now, which is wild. But yeah, at the time it was really fun. I got a really bad sprained ankle one time, not from a game, speaking of tackling drills, a girl on my team tackled me wrong and fucking fucked up my ankle. So I got a really bad sprained ankle, and I hyperextended my knee one time, and I hyperextended my knee right before going to nationals actually. So I remember taking a ton of a leave the whole time. I still ended up playing. Maybe I shouldn't have though. I think I also maybe got a concussion one time. Those were and then just bruises for days. Good enough to be picked in that team. True, but they let anybody in, which is really cool. I think partially because it was just not a popular sport. But also I think that's I want to say that that's the culture of rugby in general, is that it's just a very welcoming, inclusive kind of environment. Yeah, it's true. I was there. I wore the uniform and the socks, So, let's see. What else are we learning about here? So Central Italy, Calcio Fiorentino, South Wales, Knapan. That's a dragon. East Anglia, Camp Ball. No picture. Ireland, Cade, maybe? An ancestor of Gaelic football. Interesting. I know nothing about Gaelic football. So it's like rugby with a soccer ball? Gaelic football, commonly known as simply Gaelic, GAA, or football, is an Irish team sport. It is played between two teams of 15 players on a rectangular grass pitch. The objective of the sport is to score by kicking or punching the ball into the other team's goals or between two upright posts. So like soccer that you can use your hands with? Gaelic football. Never even knew that was a thing. France had Le Seur, which is this, apparently. Cool. Great. Let's see. Establishment of modern rugby. In 1871, English clubs met to form the Rugby Football Union, RFU. In 1892, after charges of professionalism, compensation of team members were made against some clubs for paying members for missing work. The Northern Rugby Football Union, usually called the Northern Union, NU, was formed. The existing rugby union authorities responded by issuing sanctions against the clubs, players, and officials involved in the new organization. After the schism, the separate clubs were named Rugby League and Rugby Union. Here we have a bunch of dates. I'm not going to read about them. Wow, a bunch of dates. Listen. Okay. Ooh, pictures. That's more my speed. This is a scrummage in a Le Soule game in Basse-Normandy, France, 1852. This is a depiction of a football game in London, 1868, illustrated by Godefroy Durand. Scotland's first rugby team, wearing brown, I say wearing brown, but it's definitely a black and white picture, for the first international versus England in Edinburgh, 1871. The England team in the first international versus Scotland in Edinburgh, 1871. Wow, look at these mustaches. Wow, look at this facial hair. Wow, look at it all. Wow, there's some prize-winning mustaches. Allow me to enhance and show you why I'm so impressed. Allow me to show you. Please let me. They won't let me. Let me try a different way. Hold on. Can we do it this way? Can I open a new tab? Come on, rugby picture. I just wanted to show off the cool mustaches. They're like, no, we will never let you. Wow, I really fucked it up. Well, okay. So okay, here we go. Okay, ready? So we've got this, and then it won't let me go to the side. This man! Okay. The mutton chops. the mustache, the unibrow. This man is a fucking legend. I don't even know who he is, but I am impressed by his face. Could take some inspiration from these guys on your beard. Spatty, you have a prize-winning beard, and I think you could pull this off. I really do. If you wanted to, Spatty, you absolutely could. Look at... Okay, hold on. There's so much here. Okay, all right. Okay, so this guy is very sassy because he doesn't have facial hair. But a lot of mustaches. I really think I honed in on the best one, though. Okay, let's talk about mutton chops over here, though, real quick. Real quick. Look at this grumpy man. But look at those mutton chops! Those are very impressive. Those are very good mutton chops. I do think this guy's my fave. Where is he? This guy right here. Applying for summer jobs, but I'm here. Oh, we're looking at mustaches and mutton chops. Good luck applying for jobs. What kind of jobs are you applying for, Veery? This guy's got a neck beard. You love to see it. Okay, wow. Okay. What a picture. What a time. What a delight. Huh? Pretty good. Wikipedia. I broke Wikipedia because I wanted to look at these men's mustaches. Okay, anyway, moving on. Ooh, look at these surly gentlemen. Look at this guy. I can't get over these pictures, you guys. Can we please? Okay, hold on. This man right here. Can I? It's a little too zoomed in. But can we please observe this man's top hat and his three-piece suit and his cane and his stance, just the way he's standing. This man loves himself, and I love that for him. I do. I love that for him. I love that for us. This is a great picture. These are great pictures. This is better than the article itself. Front row is grumpy because they don't have facial hair. But this, look at the sassy, just sassy. These are some sassy, extraordinary gentlemen. Okay, wow. What a time, huh? What a time to have a mustache and play rugby. I want to be able to stand like that someday. Same. I do too. Let's see, grocery store, movie theater, mostly anything to keep me busy and get the monies. Gotcha. Yeah. Good luck. I hope you find something good. Oh my God, you're so sassy. I like how they flanked the picture with two sassy men who have the hip situation. You know what I mean? Goddamn. So by the way, this is the Rochdale Hornets team of 1875. What is this? This is a rugby field. I was like, what is this? In Tapa Parish, Estonia. Look, this is a rugby team. A rugby lineup being conducted. A group from either team lifts a player to fight and catch the ball for their team. So this is how you determine who gets possession after the ball goes out of bounds, which is a wild way to determine possession, but rugby. Search for Sebastian Chavel, French former player. He has an epic beard. For you and for us, Emerald Keeper Jason, I will. What is his name? Sebastian. I want to know. I want to see it. Oh, yeah. Beard for days, this guy. It's a pretty good beard. This is a very epic beard. I was going to say, Spatula Dog has a pretty prize-winning beard. He could do it. Let's observe respectfully. And then move on. Next. Here's a scrum. So this is rugby union, a scrum between the Crusaders and the Brumbies. Great names. Excellent names. Love to see it. This is May 2006. This is a Gilbert rugby ball used in rugby union. So maybe union is what I played, because this is definitely what we used. I don't know. Rugby, man. this brought back all sorts of fun memories and stuff. Is there anything else? The Aussies have some great names on their club. I remember when you played when I was younger, Fearsome Presence. Love that. I think that's what I love so much is like, just like, I don't know, just how like, there's so much confidence in like the way that like certain people carry themselves. You know what I mean? Like yeah. I think you said it, like a fearsome presence, I think is pretty cool. Let's read about rules for people who don't know and people who don't really remember. Let's see. Distinctive features common to both rugby codes include the oval ball, and throwing the ball forward is not allowed, so that players can gain ground only by running with the ball or by kicking it. Yeah, so your running formation is kind of in a diagonal line so that you can throw backward as you all like run forward. It's wild. Let's see. As the sport of rugby league moved further away from its union counterpart, rule changes were implemented with the aim of making a faster paced and more try-oriented game. Unlike American and Canadian football, the players do not wear any sort of protection or armor. And I will argue to the death that prevents injury. I really, really think, and maybe it's just because I played rugby, when you don't wear pads, you are very aware of how badly your body is getting hurt, right? And so you're also very aware of like how badly you're hurting someone else's body. If everyone's wearing helmets and pads, you have no idea. And so you're just crashing into each other and fucking each other up, man. I really do think it's safer not playing with pads, but that's just me. I really do think so. I do wish I was able to get into physical sports when I was younger. Friggin' music just consumed my soul. Well, so I played my sophomore year and my junior year. And then my senior year, I didn't play. And I specifically remember that it was because I was nervous about jamming my fingers and injuring my hands and that affecting my ability to play saxophone and play music. So I feel you, man. Because there comes that time where you like for whatever reason kind of have to make that choice. But music really consumed like most of my adolescence, honestly. Rugby was just this kind of like fun side note thing. I mentioned my friend from chemistry class, but he was the one that told me about it and was like, you should come play rugby. And so I did. I wouldn't have without him telling me about it. Have the stereotypical body style that people tell me I would have been good at basketball, football, rugby. Yeah, totally. I feel that. Let's see. Can't imagine no gear. I know. Well, and you're coming from a hockey perspective, right, Veery? So hockey, I don't know. I can't necessarily say, especially because of like playing on ice. That seems a little bit different to me. But I'm telling you, like, because you're aware of how much you're getting hurt, you hit people differently. You do. It's interesting. Can I post a link to greatest try of all time? Yeah, go for it. We'll watch it in a little bit here. Let's see. You played hockey, right? So like, I don't know if that my logic really like applies to hockey, but yeah, specifically when you're comparing like rugby to American football, I do think that rugby is safer. That doesn't mean that people don't get injured. They definitely do, but I don't think they get injured to the same severity. That's just me. Okay. Let me open this guy up and then we'll watch it in a little bit here. Don't start playing. I knew you would. Don't start playing. Okay. Yeah, thank you for asking first, by the way, Emerald. I appreciate it. Is it okay if I call you Emerald? Or maybe Jason? Let me know. Okay, let's see. So, something rugby, something. As the sport of rugby league moved further away from its union counterpart, rule changes were implemented with the aim of making a faster paced and more try-oriented game. Unlike American and Canadian football, the players do not wear any sort of protection or armor. There we go. The main difference between the two games, besides league having teams of 13 players and a union of 15, involve the tackle and its aftermath. Union players contest possession following the tackle. Depending on the situation, either a ruck or a maul can occur. League players may not contest possession after making a tackle. The play is continued with play of the ball. So I played league. Then. I do believe I do believe, but I could be wrong. But I think that based on that sentence alone, I probably played League and not Union. In League, if the team is in possession, fails to score before a set of 6 tackles, it surrenders possession. So see, that part I don't remember, though. So maybe I am wrong. I don't know. Union has no 6 tackle rule. A team can keep the ball for an unlimited number of tackles before scoring as long as it maintains possession and does not commit an offense. See, that makes me think that I played Union then. I don't remember having to do a ruck or a maul. I don't remember I do remember rucking and mauling, but I don't remember what context. In what context do you ruck or maul? I don't know. Emerald or Jason, I don't mind. Okay, cool. Yeah. Quality's not the greatest. Clip from 1972. That's okay. Shows the incredible passes in slow-mo. We'll do it. I'm into it. Let's see. Veery, I've watched a lot of injuries and seen my brother break bones. Not fun. Yeah. Sketch. I remember. Ooh, this was on the boys' team. Somebody broke a femur one time. You know how thick your femur is? You know how hard it is to break a femur? Ugh. Anyway, set pieces of the Union Code include the scrum, which occurs after a minor infringement of the rules, most often a knock-on. I forgot all about knock-ons till you mentioned it, Emerald. When a player knocks the ball forward, where packs of opposing players push against each other for possession, and the line out, in which parallel lines of players from each team, arranged perpendicularly to the touch line, attempt to catch the ball thrown from a touch. A rule has been added to lineouts, which allows the jumper to be pulled down once a player's feet are on the ground. Wow. In league code, the scrum still exists, but with greatly reduced importance as it involves fewer players and is rarely contested. Set pieces are generally started from the play the ball situation. Many of the rugby league positions have names and requirements similar to rugby union positions, but there are no flankers in rugby league. Okay, maybe I did play union then. I'm starting to lean towards I played Union, but they're similar enough that it was long enough ago that was like hard to remember. A femur? Stronger than concrete, but not reinforced concrete. What a great fact. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could be making it up, but I remember, I'm pretty sure, which is fucking gnarly, right? Let's see. I think we might, injuries. Here's a rugby ball. Okay, all right. Let's watch this rugby clip real quick. Give me a second here. Adjust things. Okay. Okay, ready, team? Here we go.
This is great stuff. Phil Bennett covering. Chased by Alistair Scott. Brilliant. Oh, that's brilliant.
Wow. That's one of the things that I think is so cool is how much passing occurs in rugby versus American football. It's really neat. Also, rugby shirts are fucking dope. They look, like, aesthetically very cool. Rugby fashion, chef's kiss. Damn! That's great. Yeah. Pretty good. That's impressive. What did you say? 1973? Wild. Oh, that's a difference too. I don't know if Andy is here, but in terms of scoring, correct me if I'm wrong, Emerald. With scoring, isn't it that a try is 6 points and then a field goal after? Or no, sorry. A try is... How does that work? How does scoring work with rugby? Hold on, I need to go back. Help me, Emerald. Thick cotton rugby jersey is so nice. Really built to last. It's true. Rugby shorts too. Like especially because of like if you're being lifted, if you're a jumper, the shorts are like so sturdy because you have to like lift people by the shorts. How does scoring work in rugby? Why do I not remember? Here we go. Okay. Let me get my music still going. Back up going. And let me get the right thing up. There we go. Let's see. Wasn't today I doubted that. Just a shocking reaction. Like, right? No, Spatty. Like, well, and that's why I gotta check myself. I'm like, again, this is like kid-ish memory. This is like 15 years ago. So it could have been one of those like weird mythology things where the kid broke a bone and then we all like the rumor was that it was a femur or whatever. So like to be fully transparent, that is possible. But I do remember it being a femur. That's really me just like not trusting my own memory because that was like many years and many drugs ago, you know? Let's see. Gareth Edwards, Welsh rugby legend. Actually leads me to another point. The Barbarians is an invitational team comprised of players from all over the world. They play against national teams on occasion. That's cool. They want your final salaries? I don't know. What I would say, whatever you made at your last job, increase it. Increase it. If it was hourly, increase it by like $1 and see what you get. That would be my go-to, Veery. That's how I would do it if they want. If they're asking for like yearly, then same idea. Whatever you made at your last job, increase it a little bit and see what you get. That's my go-to. I don't know if that's like smart advice, but that's how I go about it. Because you have more experience now than you did at your previous job, and therefore you should get paid more at your new job. Do I write an hourly wage or final amount? How did they phrase the question? Okay, let's see. First point scorer, like most team sports, both forms of rugby are vulnerable to match fixing. Oh, this is talking about betting. How does rugby scoring work? Why can't I find it? Doesn't say. Now I'm gonna have to Google it. Oh, it's 5 points for a try and then 2 for a kick. So conversion kick worth total of 7 points, just like football. 5 points for a try, 2 points for a conversion, 3 points for a penalty kick or a drop goal. Thank you. I knew it was like similar, but a little bit different. Okay, thank you, Emerald. Hell yeah. It just says final salary. So salary then is, yeah, I agree with Spatty. That means per year amount. Yeah. And if you want to break it down in terms of how much you make hourly, then what you can do is it would be basically your hourly amount times 40, if we're going 40 hours a week, right? Times 4.33, that's how many weeks are in a month, right? Times 12. So you can do it that way if you're not sure. So if you know, okay, hourly I want to make this much, then you can do that mathematical formula to figure out how much you want salary-wise, if that helps. I used to, when I was doing case management, I would have to figure out if people qualified for low-income services. And that was always the like thing. If you know your final salary, then you can do it backwards, and you can do, okay, final salary divided by 12 divided by 4.33 divided by 40 to get your hourly kind of a thing. So yeah, I hope that helps, but let me know. Might like approximate like 1K for one job and then say I'm not sure. 1K for total year? Are you doing like super part-time? Or are you doing full-time? All hourly without... Oh, I see what you're saying. It was a school job. Got it. Okay. For the job you're applying for, are you planning on working full-time or part-time? I was going to say 1K if you're estimating that. Yeah. I don't know. Movie theater part-time. Okay. Yeah, that is weird that they're asking like a final salary. Maybe you could put your hourly rate then. If it's assumed that it's a part-time job, then I would just put hourly. But I would specify. I would be like 19 an hour kind of a thing. Because if it's not full-time, then a yearly salary doesn't make sense. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you can put both. There you go. Put both. There you go. Beautiful. Love it. Shall we get into the Royal Astronomical Society? I'm trying to decide what order. We only have 2 things left. So we've got the Royal Horticultural Society and the Royal Astronomical Society. So I'll ask you, Viri, do you wanna focus on your applications and we'll read about horticulture right now, and then we'll end with a banger? We'll end with astronomical, or do you want to read about astronomical now and then we'll end with a banger? Horticultural. I don't know why I'm putting this on you, but I figure since you're working on other stuff, I don't want to distract you necessarily. You're listening. Up to you. Okay. Well, then in that case, let's start with Royal Astronomical Society. And then we'll get into Horticultural Society, and then we'll call it. So, the Royal Astronomical Society, RAS, is a learned society and charity that encourages and promotes the study of astronomy, solar system science, geophysics, and closely related branches of science. Its headquarters are in Burlington House on Piccadilly in London. The society has over 4,000 members, fellows, most of them professional researchers or postgraduate students. Around a quarter of the fellows live outside the UK. The society holds monthly scientific meetings in London and the annual National Astronomy Meeting at varying locations in the British Isles. The RAS publishes the scientific journals Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society and Geophysical Journal International, along with the trade magazine Astronomy and Geophysics. Let's see. Pastor Dave, hi! Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? We're wrapping up good old Wikipedia with me, but we've got a couple more topics. So you're here in plenty of time. How are you? It's good to see you. Let me make sure I shout you out correctly, sir. There it is. Long Dark. Okay, how was it? I hope it went well. Are we having fun? There it is. There it is. There it is. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Love talking about rugby with people who aren't overly familiar with the sport, or in your case, been a while. Yeah, nice to reminisce. It is. It's nice to it's nice too to have someone that like knows about it who can like help jog my memory, you know? You love astronomy? See, Emerald, you came to the right stream. You ended up in the right spot. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here. Pastor Dave, I'm tired, honestly, but it was a good stream. Good, I'm glad. Well, and if you're tired and you need to go take care of yourself, feel free to do that. Like, you're welcome to stay and chat and lurk, but yeah, definitely take care of yourself first and foremost, okay? Got him! I don't even know what that was in response to. Oh, we got him! We got Emerald! Yes! You reel them in with the rugby, and then you guarantee it with the astronomy. That's how you influence and make friends. What is the Dale Carnegie thing? Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's see. The RAS maintains an astronomy research library, engages in public outreach, and advises the UK government. Sorry, Dave, did I tell you, Dave and crew, we're reading right now. Well, we're reading about things that start with R. We're reading right now about the Royal Astronomical Society. That's what we're doing. Public outreach and advises the UK government on astronomy education. The Society recognizes achievement in astronomy and geophysics by issuing annual awards and prizes, with its highest award being the Gold Medal of the Royal Astronomical Society. The RAS in the UK adhering organization to the International Astronomical Union and a member of the UK Science Council. The Society was founded in 1820 as the Astronomical Society of London to support astronomical research. At that time, most members were gentlemen astronomers rather than professionals. It became the Royal Astronomical Society in 1831 on receiving a royal charter from William IV. A supplemental charter in 1915 opened up the fellowship to women. The more you know. For sure, just didn't sleep well. I totally feel that. I'm with you. I've been having trouble sleeping too. Always happens when it starts to get hot out. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Time to make supper. Yeah, go make supper. Thank you again for the raid. I hope supper is delicious. Let's see. Viri, is there anything in particular that you want me to hone in on? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure, to be completely honest with you. We've got publications, we've got membership, we've got meetings. I think the library is kind of cool. Awards and prizes, maybe? Other activity? Library? I thought the library was kind of cool too. Let's go there. Yeah. The Royal Astronomical Society has a more comprehensive collection of books and journals in astronomy and geophysics than the libraries of most universities and research institutions. The library receives some 300 current periodicals in astronomy and geophysics and contains more than 10,000 books from popular level to conference proceedings. Its collection of astronomical rare books is second only to that of the Royal Observatory in Edinburgh in the UK. The RAS Library is a major resource not just for the Society, but also the wider community of astronomers, geophysicists, and historians. Education. The Society promotes astronomy to members of the general public through their outreach pages for students, teachers, and the public. Students, teachers, public, and media researchers. The RAS has an advisory role in relation to UK public examinations such as GCSEs and A-levels. And this is a picture of the Royal Astronomical Society at University of London History Day, 2016. I'm also curious about membership, just like how one becomes a member. I'm curious. So fellows. Full members of the RAS are styled fellows and may use the post-nominal letters FRAS. Fellowship is open to anyone over the age of 18 who is considered acceptable. What does that mean? Who is considered acceptable to the Society. As a result of the Society's foundation in a time before there were many professional astronomers, no formal qualifications are required. However, around 3/4 of the fellows are professional astronomers or geophysicists. The Society acts as the professional body for astronomers, geophysicists in the UK, and fellows may apply for the Science Council's Chartered Scientist status through the Society. The fellowship passed 3,000 in 2003. Interesting. Friends. In 2009, an initiative was launched for those with an interest in astronomy and geophysics, but without professional qualifications or specialist knowledge in the subject. Such people may join the Friends of the RAS, which offer popular talks, visits, and social events. All right, we're going to read about meetings, and then we'll move on to our other Royal Society. The Society organizes an extensive program of meetings. The biggest RAS meeting each year is the National Astro... Hold on, I just need water. I clearly just need to hydrate. That's clearly what's happening. Clearly. Let's see. Okay. National Astronomy Meeting. A major conference of professional astronomers. It is held over 4 to 5 days each spring or early summer, usually at a university campus in the United Kingdom. Hundreds of astronomers attend every year. More frequent, smaller, ordinary meetings feature lectures about research topics in astronomy and geophysics, often given by winners of the Society's awards. They are normally held in Burlington House in London on the afternoon of the second Friday of each month from October to May. The talks are intended to be accessible to a broad audience of astronomers and geophysicists and are free for anyone to attend, not just members of the Society. Cool. Formal reports on the meetings are published in the Observatory magazine. Specialist discussions of meetings are held on the same day as each ordinary meeting. I love that they call them ordinary meetings. It sounds so shady, but it makes sense, I guess. These are aimed at professional scientists in particular research field and allow several speakers to present new results or reviews of scientific fields. Usually 2 discussion meetings on different topics, one in astronomy and one in geophysics, take place simultaneously at different locations within Burlington House prior to the day's ordinary meeting. They are free for members of the Society, but charge a small fee for non-members. The RAS holds a regular program of public lectures aimed at a general, non-specialist audience. These are mostly held on Tuesdays once a month, with the same talk given twice, one at lunchtime and one in the early evening. Those seem like very close together times. The venues have varied, but are usually in Burlington House or another nearby location in central London. The lectures are free, though some popular sessions require booking in advance. The Society occasionally hosts or sponsors meetings in other parts of the United Kingdom, often in collaboration with other scientific societies and universities. And now we know. I think that's pretty much it for the Royal Society of Astronomy. But now, our final topic, the Royal Horticultural Society. Guess what? I get to read the word horticultural a lot, and that's going to be fun. The Royal Horticultural Society, RHS, founded in 1804 as the Horticultural Society of London, is the UK's leading gardening charity. The RHS promotes horticulture through its 5 gardens at Wisley, Surrey, Hyde Hall, Essex, Harlow Carr, Yorkshire, Rosamore, Devon, and Bridgewater, Greater Manchester. Flower shows, including the Chelsea Flower Show. Ooh, pictures. Please. Oh, I can't get it to show us the pictures. That's okay. Chelsea Flower Show, the Hampton Court Palace Flower Show. Look at that rocket ship made from plants. That's very cool. The Tatton Park Flower Show. Cool. And the Cardiff Flower Show. Community gardening schemes, Britain in Bloom, and a vast educational program. It also supports training for professional and amateur gardeners. As of 2022, the president was Keith Weed. Weed? Because horticulture? Huh? This guy's got a plant-based last name. And the director general was Sue Biggs, CBE. Right? I wish I could make it so that we can see the other pictures, but at least we got this one. Let's see. This one's a little bit shorter, so I think we can just go with it. I'm hoping we can see some cool plant pictures. This is RHS headquarters in Vincent Square. Hi, Slots. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you. I do need to hydrate. I do. It's true. What are you up to? Happy Sunday. If you worked, I hope work went well. Thank you for the hydrate. We're reading about our last topic for the day, the Royal Horticultural Society. So now you know. Let's see. So this is their headquarters in Vincent Square. Haven't seen you in a while. Life's been busy. Sorry. You're totally good. No worries. You're good. Life gets busy sometimes. It's okay. I'm doing well. We're having a lovely little Wikipedia afternoon. I ran very late today because sleep has been a thing that is difficult to do lately. And so then I ended up sleeping until like 10. But we made it. We're here. We're living our dreams, you know? How are you? How you been? Let's see. So the founders. Creation of British Horticultural Society was suggested by John Wedgwood, son of Josiah Wedgwood, in 1800. His aims were fairly modest. He wanted to hold regular meetings, allowing society members the opportunity to present papers on their I knew this was going to be a good one. Horticultural activities and discoveries, to encourage discussion of them and to publish the results. The society would also award prizes for gardening achievements. Wedgwood discussed the idea with his friends, but it was 4 years before the first meeting of 7 men took place on 7 March 1804 at Hatchard Bookshop in Piccadilly, London. Wedgwood was chairman. Also present were William Townsend Ayton, successor to his father William Ayton, superintendent of Kew Gardens. Let's take a look. Oh, I was hoping for cool plant pictures. Sir Joseph Banks, president of the Royal Society, James Dixon, a nurseryman, William Forsyth, superintendent of the gardens of St. James Palace. Huh? Picture? Oh, there's a palace. Cool. And Kensington Palace, another palace. Charles Francis Greville, a Lord of the Admiralty. All you UK folks, you guys have fancy, dignified things. Sorry you're struggling with sleep. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know, right? Sleep, man. It's the worst. I wish I didn't need it, but I desperately need it. Doing okay? Good. I'm glad you're doing okay. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're streaming again, too. Another person that's streaming again. If y'all don't know, Sloth started streaming again recently. You should go check him out. He's wonderful. Fantastic human. Special events. I missed it. I missed your special event. I don't know what it was, but I missed it, and I'm sorry. I hope it was fantastic. Let's see. Where are we at? What's happening? Was it? Oh, Lord of Admiralty. Admiralty. Richard Anthony Salisbury became the secretary of the new society. Banks proposed his friend Thomas Andrew Knight for membership. The The proposal was accepted despite Knight's ongoing feud with Forsyth. These gardeners are fighting with each other over a plaster for healing tree wounds, which Forsyth was developing. Why did Knight get mad about it? Knight was president of the society from 1811 to 1838, developed the society's aims and objectives to include a program of practical research into fruit breeding. Interesting. Let's see. In 2009, more than 363,000 people were members of the society, and the number increased to more than 414,000 in 2013, and to 525,105 by 2019. Membership and fellowship of the society were previously decided by election, but are now by financial contribution. Interesting. Fellows are supporters contributing a suggested 5,000 euros, 5,000 British pounds per annum. What? The Royal Horticultural Society is much more shady than the Royal Astronomical Society. Out of control. I know you're going to wrap up soon, but I need to run. Have a good night and a good rest of the weekend, all. Spatty, thank you for being here. Thank you for helping ban trolls and all that jazz. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday evening. And another person who recently started streaming again. If you don't know Spatula Dog, wonderful, amazing human being. Highly recommend. Co-streamed a few the gaming events. Oh, okay, nice. Been watching them all this weekend. So many releases. I know, I heard about them. I keep talking about Last of Us, but I'm excited for Last of Us on PC because it'll scare the shit out of me. I've tried to play it before. I tried to play Last of Us on my PS3, and I had a very busted PS3 controller at the time, and it did not work well because busted controller and fear. But I do think it would be a fun one to play at some point in the future. So maybe, yeah, lots of releases and things happening. It's very cool. Let's see. Yeah, like that's a lot. That's a lot of money in order to be part of this gardening society. Members and fellows of the Royal Horticultural Society are entitled to use the post-nominal letters MRHS and FRHS, respectively. Gardens. This is what I want. I want cool garden pictures. But there are not cool garden pictures. Ooh, shows. Ooh, libraries. Let's see, libraries. RHS is a custodian of the Lindley Library, housed in its headquarters at 80 Vincent Square, London, and in branches of each of its 4 gardens. The library is based upon a book collection of John Lindley. The RHS Herbarium has its own image library collection consisting of more than 3,300 original watercolors. Cool. Approximately 30,000 color slides, and a rapidly increasing number of digital images. Although most of the images have been supplied by photographers commissioned by the RHS, the archive includes a substantial number of slides from the Harry Smith Collection and Plant Heritage National Plant Collection holders. The libraries in each of the gardens are open to visitors, all visitors. RHS members can borrow books from the Lindley London, as well as libraries in the Wisley Garden and Harlow Carr Garden. And now you know. Britain in Bloom. I'm sorry. There's multiple UK people. I'm sorry for the way I read that. It was very offensive. Multiple UK people here. Anyway, in 2002, the RHS took over the administration of the Britain in Bloom competition. Can we see? I want pictures. It's fine. From the Tidy Britain group, formerly and subsequently Keep Britain Tidy. In 2010, the Society launched It's Your Neighborhood, a campaign to encourage people to get involved in horticulture for the benefit of their community. In 2014, the Britain in Bloom celebrates its 50th anniversary. Education and training. The RHS run formal courses for professional and amateur gardeners and horticulturalists, and also validates qualifications gained elsewhere. The cute botanic gardens. I want to see pictures. Why won't you show me pictures? The RHS Level 1 Award in Practical Horticulture aims to develop essential horticultural skills and to provide a foundation for further RHS practical qualifications at levels 2 and 3. It is aimed at anyone who has an interest in plants and gardening. Level 2 qualifications provide a basis for entry into professional horticulture, support career development for existing horticultural workers, or can provide a foundation for further learning or training. There are separate theoretical and practical-based qualifications at this level, and the RHS Level 2 diploma in the principles and practices of horticulture combines the theoretical and practical-based qualifications. I'm somewhat surprised that this society seems stuffier than the Astronomical Society. Is it just me? There's even more to watch as of today. Haven't been home super long. Intrigued by checking out those tomorrow. You should. Feel free to lurk. Feel free to rest. Do your thing. Yeah, you're good. And also feel free to go check those out. You do you, Sloss. It's good to see you. Let's see. So here's a picture of the Royal Horticultural Society's libraries in the Senate House History Day 2019. I was expecting more pictures of flowers. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little disappointed. But I do think, team, I've been here streaming for, just about 6 hours. And I think it's a good time to wrap up. I'm ready to wrap up. Are you ready to wrap up? We're to wrap up. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for folks who gave me our topics to look into. Next week, I'm very excited. So same time, same place, except I'm not doing Wikipedia with me on Sunday next week. Instead, I'm going to be doing a Trixie Mattel cosplay live on stream. So I'm going to be attempting to do Trixie's makeup, and then I will be playing guitar. I'll be playing some of Trixie's songs. So if you want to come hang out, you should come hang out for that. It's going to be really fun. Cross your fingers that I can do her makeup justice. I don't know if I'll be able to. But yeah, please come hang out for that. Otherwise, I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays, so you can come hang out during those. So I'll see you all on Tuesday. Let's find someone to raid, shall we? Emerald, thank you for being here. I'm so glad they were able to hang out. Theory, always a pleasure. Sloths, always a pleasure. Spatty and Zenith and Linkit and Fenaria and so many other people. Gimp was here. Pastor Dave was here. Tuna for the raid. Pastor Dave for the raid. Y'all are beautiful. Thank you for being here. Let me see who we're going to raid. Who's it going to be? I have a feeling. I think I know. He's one of my favorite streamers. He's doing a 12-hour stream. And I don't get a chance to raid him all that often. I'm going to preface it by saying okay, so in the spirit of our week, we read about the ridiculous, right? And the difference between ridiculous and absurd. This is one of my favorite streamers. He rides the line between ridiculous and absurd, often. And I just fucking love him. He's one of my favorite streamers of all time. If you look at my metrics from last year on Twitch, he's the streamer that I watched the most by far. I just adore him. I think he's fantastic. So he does an interactive game show with his chat called Bootcut, which is what he's doing right now. He also plays various characters. He does a lot of different cosplay and things. He's just weird and amazing and hilarious. And so if you're into weird and amazing and hilarious, you should stick around and say hi, okay? Okay, I love you all. Thank you for being here. I love you. I will see you next time, okay? Okay, bye.
Genre music. This is not a Simpsons episode. Apple's M2, treasured member of the ABX crew, whose body and soul is eternally cherished by the goddess Bootcut. Thank you for the raid. Cherish you, appreciate you. Shout out to Abbas M2 for the love and support of this growing channel. It is I, Devin the Necromancer. Hold on. Just got the pain in my jaw. Might have a cavity. It's happening again is Abba's catchphrase. I will not step upon his territory.